The Dimming, Part 1. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. The Watchline. The Longwake made no sound. That was the first thing Mercer had hated about her, and 6 months in, he still hadn't talked himself out of it. The Endurance had been a noise, a body of noise, a deck that ticked as it cooled and groaned when she turned, a forward bulkhead that sang one low note whenever the drive came up, because some fitter 40 years gone had left a panel a millimeter proud. You learned the ship by her complaints. You knew where you were in her by what hurt. This one didn't hurt anywhere. He stood at the rail of her bridge with one hand flat on the cap, and there was nothing under his palm but cold metal holding its temperature exactly, and a faint, even readiness, like a held breath that never needed to be let out. Everything worked. Everything had always worked. She had carried them out to the Watchline in 11 days and not lost a fitting, not browned a single board, not asked anything of anyone. Mercer counted the bridge instead. 6 at stations. Brant at helm, young still, though the war had taken some of it out of her face. Marsh at signals. Aldridge at tactical, square-shouldered, watching her board the way she watched everything now, as a thing that might be lying. 2 ratings he'd learned the names of, and one he was still working on. 6. He did this without deciding to. He'd done it on the Endurance, too, every watch, the count that meant, here is who I have, and here is what I can lose. On the old ship, the number had moved. A compartment a season. Out there in the dark, frame 31, the 5 of them at the seal, Okeke's arm. You captained a ship that took things from you, and you learned the arithmetic of it. The Longwake had taken nothing. 6 months, and she had not asked for a name. Perfection read to him as a debt unpaid. He knew that was the wrong way to think, and he thought it anyway. "Hold," he said, because Brant had drifted them a half-degree off the mark without being told, correcting for a current that wasn't there, the way you did on a ship that talked back. "She'll sit where you put her." "Aye, Captain." Brant's hands came off the yoke. The Longwake sat exactly where she'd been put. "Sorry, habit." "Keep the habit. Just know it's a habit here." The crew didn't love her, and the dockyard hadn't planned for that. They'd handed the Endurance's survivors a ship that did everything the old one couldn't, held a junction edge without straining, ran her air sweet, took the cold of the Watchline like it was a spring afternoon. And the survivors had walked her corridors for 6 months looking for the catch. Brant printed her morning coffee from a galley unit that never clogged and drank it without comment, the way you'd drink anything in a stranger's house. Aldridge had asked the first week where the manual overrides were for the targeting, and when Mercer told her the Longwake didn't read manual overrides for the targeting, she'd written down where they would have been anyway, in pencil, on a card she kept. They missed a ship that asked things of them. A ship you had to fight for became a ship that was yours. You bled into it, and it took the blood and called the account square. This one carried them like luggage, and they resented being carried, and Mercer understood it exactly because he resented it too, and was the captain and couldn't say so. What he said instead, most mornings, was the count to himself, and let that be enough. The doorstep didn't look like a door. It looked like nothing. A stretch of dark off the bow where the stars went thin, and against it, strung in a slow geometry that took Mercer's eye a moment to assemble every time, the lattice span watch. Anchors at the null measure, the long ones set wider than a human would have set them. Human buoys between, blinking their patient amber, and at the heart of it, dark, not blinking at all, the hull they'd built it around. You couldn't see her from here. You could see where she was by what she held. The lattice drew its lines back to a place in the middle that gave nothing out, and that was the Endurance, or what they'd made of her after they took out everything that made her a ship and left the part that could do this. Her drive feeding the array, her logic running the math no human board would carry. She'd hated her own noise, and now she made none, because she wasn't a ship anymore. She was a power source and a memory holding a junction shut by main force. The Endurance had bought months. Bought was the word in every brief, like the junction was a thing you could put money against. The months were nearly run. Marsh had the clock somewhere on her board, ticking down to the day the lattice stopped being enough, and nobody on the line said the number out loud, the way you don't say a sick man's weight. The Watchline was a working thing, and the work was mostly waiting and reading. 3 hulls on station at the doorstep this watch. The Longwake spanward, a combine cutter holding the flank with its lights run down to almost nothing, the way the combine ran everything, miserly. And out past both of them, a Nal vessel keeping the long anchors honest, so far off and so dark that for whole watches you forgot she was there until Imeth's people sent up a reed in that even low register that meant all is as it should be. Twice a day a courier came through from the regroup with the loop, the war as it stood elsewhere, names and tonnage, who'd held and who hadn't, a colony that had stopped answering its supply runs 2 systems over, and a frontier captain named Marchetti, who kept signing her reports with a joke at the bottom that the censors left in because morale was a resource now, too. You read the loop and you learned the shape of a war you couldn't see from here. Then you went back to watching a piece of dark do nothing. 6 months of that, long enough that the new ratings had stopped flinching at the null reads, long enough that Brant had a root worn into the deck plates between the helm and the coffee unit, and a way of saying, "Quiet watch, Captain," at the turnover that meant she'd checked everything twice. Long enough that the thing they were all waiting for had started to feel like a thing that might never come, which was the most dangerous thing a watchline could feel, and every officer aboard knew it, and none of them could help it. "Marsh." Mercer didn't turn from the dark. "Read me the line." "Lattice nominal, Captain. All anchors answering. Pickets quiet." A pause that was Marsh choosing whether to add the rest. "Spans holding at the projection. We've got," she checked, "the clock's where it was this morning." Good. He let that be true for a second. The lattice held. The Endurance was doing her last work, and doing it well, which was a thing he could be proud of, and a thing that turned in him like a swallowed pin, because the old ship deserved to die fighting, and instead they'd hollered it out to be a fence post. He kept that off his face. He'd learned to keep things off his face at a borrowed table a long time ago, watching men drink his father's wine. Down the bridge, Aldridge said, not loudly, "Picket's been quiet 11 minutes. "Pickets are quiet," Mercer said. "That's the job." "Yes, Captain." But she squared a stylus against the edge of her board, set it parallel, the way she did, and didn't take her eyes off the dark. The watch ran on. Brant's coffee unit ticked out a second cup somewhere behind him without being asked, the ship anticipating, the way she anticipated everything, and the junior rating he was still learning, a broad, quiet kid up from the Endurance's old engine gang, brought it to the helm without a word. Brant took it. Didn't drink it. "She made it before I wanted it," Brant said, to the rating, low, not low enough. "Every morning. I haven't pressed the thing in 6 months. It just knows." "Could turn it off," the rating offered. "I tried. It puts itself back. Says it's a comfort feature." "Brant," Mercer said. "Aye, Captain." She straightened. The complaint went off her like a light going out, and he was sorry he'd done it, because the complaint had been the realest thing on the bridge in a week, the sound of people who were still people, griping about a galley unit on a ship at the edge of a held junction. He'd wanted the line clean, and he'd cut the one human thing on it, and he knew his father would have let the grumble run and poured another glass and been the better captain for it. He kept the regret to himself and didn't apologize. You didn't on the bridge in front of the watch. What he said instead was, "Drink the coffee, Brant. It went to the trouble." A breath. Then Brant almost smiled and drank the coffee. And for a moment the bridge was a place where people lived. Aldridge's mouth did something at the corner that on Aldridge counted as laughter. The rating went back aft. The dark did nothing, the way it had done nothing for 6 months, and the Longwake held exactly where she'd been put, faultless, asking nothing. The watchline had never been stiller, and not one of them aboard trusted the stillness, and not one of them could say why. Hale's instruments saw too well. They'd built them off the Endurance's own bones. The far pocket gear, the readers that had stared into the dead side and come back with numbers. Delgado tuned them. Hale ran the science off the Longwake's back in a compartment full of light, and what came out of that compartment now was so clean it could measure the junction's breadth to a decimal no one had ever owned before. Mercer had been glad of it for about a week. Then he'd understood what it meant. On the Endurance, they'd flown half blind, and the dark could hide a great deal in the margin of their not knowing. The Longwake could see. And the better you could see, the sooner you saw the thing you didn't want to. The thing he didn't want to see had been there for weeks, and it was small. Delgado had brought it up to him twice, both times in that hedged way he had, the so climbing as he talked, a number on the junction's reed that should have held flat, and instead crept, by a fraction of a fraction, watch over watch, so slow that on the old ship's instruments it would have lived forever in the noise and never been seen at all. Hale wouldn't put a name to it. Hale wouldn't put a name to anything. She laid the curve down on the board and let the curve speak, and refused to say a word past what the curve said. The curve said the junction's breath was getting a hair longer each time it breathed, within tolerance. Inside every margin they had, logged against the lattice's clock as an engineering cost, and sent up the chain with a note that read, "Monitoring," which was the only honest word anyone aboard had for it. Mercer kept it in the same place he kept the count. A held junction got a little harder to hold every day, and the only ship in the line good enough to measure that was his, and he'd lie awake on it some watches and tell no one, because there was nothing in it yet you could give an order against. You couldn't fight a number that was still inside tolerance. You could only watch it, on the best instruments anyone had ever flown, and hate that they were good enough to show you. The board chimed. It wasn't a loud chime. The Longwake didn't do loud. It was a soft, two-note acknowledgement from Marsh's station, the sound the line made 100 times a watch, a node checking in, or a node going down for service, or a buoy passing its reed up the chain. Mercer had stopped hearing it weeks ago. "Nodes dropped," Marsh said. "Outer picket, spanward." "Which one?" "Picket 9. It's—" Her hands moved. "It's just gone quiet, Captain. No fault, no distress. It stopped answering." 11 minutes, and now this. "Different node," Marsh said. "Different node," Aldridge agreed, in a voice that didn't agree at all. Mercer crossed to signals. The board showed him the lattice as a web of lights, and out on the spanward edge of it, one light had gone to gray. Picket 9. Furthest out, the one closest to the dark. "Talk to it," he said. "Pinging." Marsh sent the query. The web held its shape. The gray light stayed gray. "Nothing back. Could be the node. They go. We lost 2 last month. Just hardware. The cold gets into the—" The gray light turned amber. Marsh stopped talking. "It's back," she said. And there was something careful in it now. "Picket 9's answering." "Then we're fine." Mercer watched the amber light blink its patient blink. "Read it." "Reading." A second. Another. The Longwake's board worked the way the Longwake worked, fast and silent and sure. Authentication's good. Signature's clean. It's our node, Captain. It's checking out down the chain. Position's good. It's reporting nominal. So it dropped and came back. It dropped and came back, Marsh said. The captain should have let it go. A node went quiet. A node came back. The line was full of nodes, and the cold was always getting into something. He'd have let it go on the Endurance without a second thought, because the Endurance couldn't have told him any more than that. But the Longwake could. And the trouble was the way Marsh was sitting. Marsh, it checks out, Captain. She said it the way you'd say a thing you didn't believe but couldn't fault. Everything checks out. The authentication's real, the signature's real, the positions. She brought the read up larger, and Mercer leaned in over her shoulder to see it. Picket 9 reported its position as nominal. Station keeping on its mark, a few hundred meters of the slow drift any anchor ran, well inside tolerance. The number sat there, clean, authenticated, true. That's right, Mercer said. That's where it should be. That's where it should be. Marsh's finger came up to the board, not quite touching it. But I had it 12 minutes ago, before it dropped, and it wasn't there. The bridge had gone quiet around them. Not the Longwake's quiet, a held one, a human one, the kind the old ship used to make right before she sang. Show me. Marsh laid the two reeds side by side. 12 minutes ago, picket 9 here. Now, picket 9 here, a hand's width off on the board, which out there was a great deal more than a hand. Both clean, both authenticated, both, the node insisted, nominal. It moved, Mercer said. It says it didn't. It says it's where it's always been. Marsh's voice stayed level, and he could tell what it was costing her to keep it there. Captain, the node isn't broken. If it were broken, I could tell you it's broken. It's passing every check we've got. It's just telling me two true things that can't both be true. Drift, said Aldrich, who had come up on the other side of the station without being called. Anchors drift. You said so yourself. Not a hand's width in 12 minutes. Not picket 9. And drift doesn't... Marsh stopped. Started again. Drift doesn't authenticate, Aldridge. The node didn't lose track of itself. It knows exactly where it is. Where it is just changed, and the chain agrees with it, all the way down. Nobody had a word for that. Mercer didn't either. He stood with his hand flat on the back of Marsh's chair and looked at the two reeds that couldn't both be true, and under his breastbone the old ship's ghost note started up, low, where no bulkhead was. Mercer counted the bridge. 6. Still 6. Get me Hale, he said, and put the picket on the main. The main display gave him the dark, and picket 9 in it as a single amber star. The captain watched it. The watch watched it with him. Out on the science back, a channel opened, and Delgado's voice came onto the bridge mid-sentence, the way Delgado always arrived, already 3 words into the problem. So we're seeing it too, the offset. We've got picket 9 reading clean and reading wrong at the same time. And I want to say it's the instrument, except the instrument's the only thing in this whole array I'd swear on. So, Delgado, slower. A breath on the channel. It's not the node, Captain. Quieter now, which from Delgado meant worse. The node's perfect. Whatever's wrong, it's not lying to us. It's telling us the truth. The truth's just moving. Moving how? That's the part And then Delgado didn't finish, because the dark did. It came up behind picket 9 like dawn the wrong color. Not a flash, not a flare. a slow lightening of the black at the spanward edge, the place the lattice drew its long lines toward, the place the Endurance had been holding shut on a clock that still said they had time. The thin stars there thinned further, and then weren't stars at all, because stars don't move toward you in formation. "Contact," Aldred said, and her voice went flat the way Mercer had waited 6 months to hear it go. All the doubt burned out of it in an instant, because here at last was a thing she could be sure of. "Multiple. Spanward, through the picket line. They're coming in through the picket line, Captain. They're already inside the—" "Numbers." "Working. More than I—" Her hands flew. The board behind her threw up contacts faster than it could label them, a count that climbed and climbed. "It's a wall, Captain. It's a wall of them." The amber star that was picket 9 winked out. Not grayed. Gone. Overrun. Swallowed. The node that had told them 2 true things, sitting now in the thing that had made them true. Down the chain, Mercer knew the lattice would still be reading picket 9 as nominal, on its mark, holding station, clean. The clock said they had months. The dark said otherwise, and the dark had the better instruments. Brant. Mercer was already at the rail, hand flat on the cold cap that gave him nothing back. The pin turned under his breastbone, and he let it. "Bring her up. All of it, whatever she's got." "Aye, Captain." A catch. Then Brant's hands found the yoke, and the Longwake answered, and for the first time in 6 months, the perfect ship made a sound. A deep, even rising note as her drive came up to full, smooth, faultless, asking nothing of anyone. Mercer hated that she was perfect. He'd take it now. "Marsh, get me the line. Get me Cross, get me Whitfield, get me anyone past us. Tell them the picket's open. Tell them the watchline's been holding a door that was already open." He counted the bridge one more time. 6 faces turned out toward the wall of the dark, and put the count away where he kept things. "Combine cutter and the Null. Are they up?" "Cutter's lit and turning, Captain. Null's already moving. They were moving before I sent." Marsh's hands didn't stop. "I have Whitfield's relay. It's 3 jumps back. Anything I send her arrives late." "Send it anyway. Send it twice." The wall resolved as it came. Not one shape, many. Ragged at first, and then not ragged at all, falling into an order as they crossed the dead picket, the way a thing moves when it has done this before and means to do it again. Aldrich's board found edges for them now, hull glints, drive bloom, the cold geometry of ships under power. The lead element came on ahead of the rest, unhurried, taking the open door at a walk, and there was something in the walk of it that put the pin in deeper, because nothing that was about to fight came on like that. It came on like a thing arriving where it was expected, where it had been expected for a long time. "They're not hailing," Marsh said. "No challenge, no demand. Nothing on the band at all, Captain. They're just coming." "Lead elements inside weapons in 2 minutes." Aldred stopped, started again, the number rewritten by how fast the lead was closing. "Sooner. Captain, they're inside it sooner." "Hold fire." Mercer watched the lead come. It hadn't lit a single weapon. It didn't have to. He could see by the way it moved that it didn't think it needed to. He had stood across a table from a man once who'd had a voice with no doubt in it anywhere, no seam in it where the difference could live, and the thing walking up the watchline now moved the way that man had talked. He knew the bearing of it before he had a name for the hulls. He'd seen what people who moved like that looked like up close, and what they did to a place after, and what they would not say while they did it. "Hold fire." "Aldridge, hold." "Captain." "They want us to shoot first," Mercer said. "Then it's a battle, and they're inside the line, and we did it. Hold. Let them be the ones who open the door all the way." The lead element crossed the last of the distance and did not slow. And at the edge of weapons, it lit, all at once, the whole of it, the way a city lights when the sun goes off it. And the Longwake threw up her own answer faster than any human hand, faultless, the perfect ship doing the one thing perfectly that Mercer had prayed for 6 months she'd never have to do. "Now," he said, and the watchline went loud. The first salvo took the cutter's flank before the cutter had finished its turn. The combine ship rang on the band, a hull strike, men's voices over each other, and then the cutter's guns came up and gave it back. The Null vessel out in the dark fired once, long, a single line of light that found something in the wall and unmade it, and the wall didn't care. The wall closed over the gap and came on. Brant put the Longwake across the lead element's bow, and the ship took the maneuver without a shudder, without a single board browning, and Mercer stood at the rail of his perfect silent ship, now full of noise, and counted. 6, still 6, 6 faces lit by the engagement, all of them his to lose, and out at the heart of the lattice, the Endurance went on faithfully reporting that everything was exactly where it should be. "The door's open," he said, to no one, to the dark. It was always open. And the war came in. Chapter 2. Command Without a Floor. Cross had the optimistic version ready before the Longwake's relay even finished resolving. It was a habit by now, built without deciding to build it. Bad news arrived 3 jumps stale, and somewhere in the lag he built the bright copy. The picket dropped and came back. The line bent and held, "We're fine," and held it against the true one to see how far apart they'd drifted. Most watches they sat close. He let off the gap between them, narrowed it when he could, and never let the bridge see him measure it. This watch, they came apart fast. "Say again?" he said, and crossed to signals with his coffee still in his hand, because there was a version of the morning where you walked to a station, and there was a version where you ran, and the crew read which one you'd chosen in the first half step. He walked. "Slow it down for me. What did Mercer send?" "3 sends, Captain. Same packet. Stacked." His signals officer had the Longwake's relay open, and her hands moving over it like she was sorting cards she didn't trust. "The watchline's engaged. The doorstep picket's open. Picket 9, the spanward one. He says it's been open. He says—" She found the line and read it the way you read a thing you'd rather not own. "We've been holding a door that was already open." The coffee was suddenly something he was holding for no reason. Cross set it on the rim of the console. "How long ago did he send?" "First send's 26 minutes old. Last one's 11. 11 minutes was a long time at the doorstep. 11 minutes was a battle that had already decided most of what it was going to decide. He pressed 2 fingers flat to the rail at the edge of the signal station and tapped, once, twice, the small private thing his hands did when the floor moved under him, and looked at the board. The Lodestar's board gave him the coalition the way it actually was, not a clean order of battle, but a scatter of hulls strung along a seam too long for any of them. The steady blue of the line ships, the dimmer combine amber, the spaced-wide Null anchors that read more like geography than ships. Marchetti's Frogny sat off the anti-spinward edge with the Frontier Compact's mismatched little squadron. 3 hulls that never agreed on a paint scheme and barely agreed on a chain of command. The doorstep was a long way coreward of all of them. The doorstep was supposed to be the quiet end. "Ackerman," he said. Ruth Ackerman was already there. She did not arrive at a console so much as become present at it, and she'd brought the contingency with her the way she always did, 3 steps ahead and braced for the worst of them. If the picket's open, and it's been open, then everything we've routed coreward this watch went through a hole we thought was sealed. Supply, the courier traffic, the relief rotation for the combine flank, all of it crossed a line we thought was sealed. Has any of it not arrived? 2 convoys are inside their windows and haven't checked in. Could be the lag. The flatness in her voice was the Lodestar's flatness, the dry level she kept for the moments other people would have let something into. Could be they're gone and the network hasn't gotten around to telling us. I'd want to assume the second and be wrong. Log it, he said. Logging. She squared the corner of her slate against the console edge, a small, clean motion, and he knew her well enough now to read it. The plan's already wrong somewhere, and I'm putting my marker down. For the record, if we commit the line coreward to the doorstep, we strip the spanward flank to do it. The Frontier Compact won't fill the gap. They don't have the hauls, and Marchetti knows it. The Combine could. The Combine won't unless someone makes them. Noted. He gave it back to her plain, no heat, because Ackerman braking was Ackerman doing her job, and the day he resented it was the day he'd stopped being able to do his. We'll get to the Combine. Cross turned to the bridge. 6 faces, more behind them down the consoles, all of them already half turned toward him because they'd heard the pickets open, the way you hear a thing through a bulkhead before anyone says it out loud. Vinter at helm, young and lit up and trying not to be. Delgado folded over the science board with that posture he got, hunched like the readings might bolt. The signals officer at her relay. Petrov standing in the hatch from the medbay corridor with a suture pack she was rolling between her fingers, which meant she'd come up to hear it from him and not the loop. Inmeth at her station near the long-range arrays, very still, hands flat. Here was the thing he'd never tell any of them. There used to be a floor under this. Not the deck, the other floor. The certainty that he was reading the war right, and that reading it right was most of winning it. He'd had it his whole career. Something the year past had taken it out from under him, clean, and not given it back, and he'd found out the thing nobody puts in the manual. You can command without it. You just can't tell anyone it's gone. You hold the room up instead. Make them want to follow you into the next thing, so the wanting carries them across the place where your certainty used to be, and if you do it well enough, nobody looks down. And he was about to do it well enough. Okay, Cross said, and let the warmth come up into his voice, the real warmth, because it was the realest tool he had left, and he used it on purpose now. Here's where we are. Mercer's holding the spanward doorstep with 2 hauls and a null picket against something that came in through the front door. The line we built to back him up is 3 jumps away and reading clean, which is exactly the problem, because clean is what the picket read right before it opened. So we're going to move, and we're going to move together, and the together part is the part I care about. Signals. Captain. Open the loop. Everybody who's coreward of the spanward flank. Vrogny, the combine flank, the null long anchors, our own line. Voice. I want them hearing me, not a packet. You'll be hearing yourself back on a delay, Ackerman said. 3 jumps each way. You say a thing, it lands 6, 8 minutes later, and the answer's 8 after that. You'll be having 4 conversations stacked on top of each other. Then I'll talk slow. He almost smiled. I'm told I'm good at it. That got the corner of someone's mouth 2 consoles down. Good. He'd take a mouth corner. The room loosened a quarter turn, and a loose room moved faster than a scared one, a thing his father had never had to teach him, having been the warm one himself, Cross grown up watching warmth do the work. Loops open, the signals officer said. Cross gave it to them straight, mostly. This is Cross, Lodestar, to the coreward line and the flank. The doorstep picket is open. Captain Mercer's engaged there now with what I'm told is a force in numbers, and the watchline that was holding our coreward edge is not holding it anymore. I'm committing the line to reinforce the doorstep. I need the flank to hold while we do it. I'll have specifics on the loop inside 10 minutes. Cross out for now." The talk key clicked off under his thumb, and the lag took his words away into the dark, and there was nothing to do for the next several minutes but be a man standing on a bridge who looked like he had the next several minutes handled. He used them. "Vinter, plot me the move forward. Fastest line that keeps the line ships in mutual support. I don't want anyone arriving alone." "Aye, Captain. Aye." The double came out before Vinter could stop it, the over-formal thing he did when the size of the moment got into his hands, and the kid's ears went faintly red as he heard himself. But the plot came up fast, and it came up right. The line ships threaded forward in a sequence that kept their guns able to reach each other the whole way. The wonder hadn't gone out of Vinter yet. You could see it in the way he laid a course, like the seam was a beautiful thing, and threading it was a privilege. Cross hoped the war would leave him some of that, and knew, the way he knew most true things now, that it wouldn't. A channel was already open low under the bridge traffic. Salazar, down in the med bay where they'd parked him because his inner ear wouldn't let him stand a moving deck anymore, watching the same plot off a repeater and unable to leave it alone. "Tighten your second leg, kid," his voice came, easy, slangy, the words of a man flying a chair he wasn't sitting in. "You're giving the trailing hull a wall to hide behind. Bring it up a degree and they all see each other the whole way. Trust me, I've hidden behind that wall." Vinter brought it up a degree. The trailing hull came into the light. "Better." A small pause on the channel, and the easy went out of it for half a second, the way it did when Salazar caught himself coaching a war he couldn't fly. Then it came back. "Don't let it go to your head. The captain'll do that for you." "That's good work," Cross said, taking the cue, and the kid almost floated. "Hold it ready. Don't execute till I give the flank an answer." Delgado straightened off the science board, and that was its own kind of weather. Sam Delgado standing up from his readings meant Sam Delgado had something he didn't want to have. "Captain, okay, the convoys Ackerman flagged, the two inside their windows that haven't checked in." He had a stylus and he was drawing something nobody could see, a curve in the air over his board. "I pulled their last route authentications. They're clean, both of them. Every node they crossed coreward signed off. Position good, nominal, all the way down the chain. The network says they're exactly where they're supposed to be and exactly on time." "Then they're fine," Cross said, and heard the optimistic version come out of his own mouth and didn't like the sound of it. "That's the thing Delgado's hand stopped drawing. "I'd believe that, except the picket said the same. Mercer send the long one, the technical attachment." He found it. "His signals officer logged picket 9 reporting nominal, on its mark, after it had moved. Clean authentication on a wrong position. The node wasn't broken. It was telling the truth about a position that wasn't true." He looked up, and the talkative thing he did when he was scared was already starting, the words coming faster than he wanted them to. "So when I pulled 2 convoy routes that authenticate perfect, I don't get they're fine. I have no way to tell. The check passing used to mean something, and now I can't promise it means anything is what I'm saying, and I really don't love saying it." The bridge had gone quiet around the edges of that, not the operational quiet of a crew working, the other kind. Cross felt the floor that wasn't there go a little farther away. He kept his face exactly where it was. "Walk me to the end of it," he said. "If the checks don't mean anything, what do we do differently in the next 10 minutes? "That's—" Delgado opened his hands. "That's above me, Captain. I can tell you the instruments lying without being broken. I can't tell you how to fly without instruments." "Imeth," Cross said. "Your people on the long anchors, do they trust the network reads right now?" Emeth held the silence a moment before she answered, the small held beat she kept before anything that mattered, the one that used to read to him as hesitation until he'd learned it was the opposite. It was her deciding the precise true thing and refusing the easy near thing. "The anchors do not read by the network," she said. Her acquired English was careful, each word set down whole. "They read by the measure, by where the long ones stand against each other. If the network tells my people a thing the measure does not show, my people believe the measure. They navigate by the anchors themselves, not by what the network says about the anchors." "By the standing of the light," she said. "Yes. And right now, the standing of the light says what?" The held beat again, longer. "It says the dark is moving where the network says it is still." Her hand stayed flat on her console, where a human's would have come up to shape the air. "Kel," she said, very low, not to him, almost not aloud. And she did not gloss it, and he did not ask, because he'd learned that the word slipping out was the meaning, and the asking would only make her perform the calm she'd just let drop. "Kel." No. He took the weight of it, and not the word, and moved on, because the loop was about to come back at him. It came back as Marchetti first, because of course it did. Marchetti's relay was the closest of the lot, and she'd answered before half his sentence had reached her. "Lodestar, this is Ragni." Marchetti's voice came in, scuffed by the jumps, all hard border in it, a woman who'd flown a frontier her whole life and signed her reports with jokes the censors couldn't bring themselves to cut. "I heard commit the line and hold the flank, and I want you to know the flank is me and 4 hulls held together with cargo strapping and good intentions. We'll hold what we can hold. But cross, if you strip coreward and the combine sits on their hands the way the combine sits on their hands, the flank's not a flank, it's a gap with my name on it." A pause that was the lag, and under it something that wasn't the lag. "I'm holding. I'm just telling you what I'm holding with." "Heard, Ragni. I'm getting you the combine." He meant it as a promise, and it came out as one. "Cross out." Then the combine, 8 minutes later, in the person of a flank coordinator whose name he didn't have and whose register he knew cold, clipped, costed, every word weighed against what it might commit them to. The combine ran their ships dark to save power and ran their sentences the same way. "Lodestar, combine flank, your request to fill the spanward gap is logged. We are reviewing posture. The combine does not commit reserves on a single captain's relay during an active engagement we cannot independently confirm. When we have confirmation, we will reassess." And there it was. Ackerman, 2 steps off his shoulder, said nothing, which was Ackerman saying, "I told you," in the only way she ever did, by not. Cross took a second. He pressed his fingers to the rail and tapped, and let the bright version and the true version stand side by side one more time, and chose. The bright version said, "They'll come around when they see it's real." The true version said, "They will watch Marchetti's people die to be sure first, and they will be sure too late, and the gap will be a grave with the Frontier Compact's names in it." He couldn't make them move with an order. They weren't his to order. He could only make them want to, and he had 8 minutes a turn to do it in. "Signals, give me the combine flank, just them. Channel's yours." Cross didn't reach for the warmth this time. He'd learned that too. The warmth worked on people who were scared, and the combine wasn't scared. The combine was careful, and you didn't melt careful, you outcosted it. "Combine flank, this is Cross. I'm not going to ask you to take my word. You're right not to commit on a relay. So here's the trade." Short sentences now. They came shorter when the floor was gone. He'd stopped fighting it. "You don't have to fill the gap on faith. You have to fill it because the math's already done. If the doorstep's open, then the coreward routes you depend on for your own resupply ran through it this watch, which means you're not deciding whether to help us. You're deciding whether to find out now with your hulls forward where they can do something, or later, dark, when the first thing you learn about it is your supply not arriving. I can't confirm the engagement to your standard. I don't need to. You can confirm it yourselves by going to look. Move to the spanward gap. If I'm wrong, you've burned some fuel, and you can say so to my face. If I'm right, you're already there. A breath. I'd rather you were already there. Cross let go of the key. The lag took it. He stood in the 8 minutes. That was a good argument, Ackerman said, very quietly, only for him. I'd note it might not be true. We don't actually know their routes crossed the picket. They probably did. Probably is doing a lot of carrying in that sentence. I know it is. He didn't look at her. Get me a better one in the next 7 minutes, and I'll send it. Ackerman didn't have a better one. He hadn't either. That was the war now. You made the strongest argument you could build out of the things you couldn't actually confirm, and you sent it, and you stood in the lag with your fingers on the rail, finding out whether you'd been a leader or a liar, and the answer came back 8 minutes late. It came back as the Combine moving. Not all the way. The Combine never moved all the way. But the flank amber on the Lodestar's board unstuck itself from the anti-spinward edge and began to slide, slow and miserly, and toward the gap. Their lights run down to nothing the way they ran everything. And Marchetti's relay crackled almost at once with something that, in a less professional officer, would have been a laugh. Lodestar, be advised, the Combine appears to have discovered urgency. I'm revising my estimate of the flank from gap with my name on it to gap with slightly fewer of my names on it. I'll take it. Then the joke went out of her, just for a second. Good talking, Cross. Get coreward. We've got the door behind you. Heard, Vrogny. He let himself have one real breath of it. A node held, a flank held, the blocks that nearly didn't hold holding because he'd brought them across one at a time on warmth and cost and a probably he'd dressed up as a certainty he no longer owned. It worked. It was working. Vinter, execute the move coreward. Take us to the doorstep. Executing. Aye, Captain. The plot lit, and the Lodestar came around onto it, the deck taking on the long, even thrum of a ship committing to distance, and Vinter's hands were steady and sure on a course he'd plotted himself, and for a moment the bridge was a place where people were good at their jobs, and the war was a thing you could move toward and do something about. That lasted most of a minute. Captain, Delgado off the science board again. And this time he didn't straighten, he just turned his head, which was somehow worse. The two convoys, the clean ones, one of them just checked in. Then we were wrong to worry. Good. It checked in from where the network says it is. Delgado's stylus was very still. Which is on its route, on time, nominal. Signals. Overlay the convoy's reported track on the long anchor read, the anal measure. Imith's standing of the light. The overlay came up. Cross crossed back to look, and the bridge crossed with him, in that way a bridge does, the attention of the room following the captain's feet. The convoy's reported track ran clean and straight coreward, every node along it signed and nominal, the network telling its patient truth all the way down the chain. And the anal measure, the dark read, not by what the network said about it, but by where the long anchors stood against each other, showed the same convoy a long, slow, impossible distance off that track, drifting spanward, toward the open picket, toward the wall of dark Mercer was firing into, right now, 11 minutes ago. Both reads were clean, both authenticated. The convoy said it was here, the light said it was there. And the convoy believed the network, because why wouldn't it? The network had never lied to anyone in its life. It had only, lately, started telling the truth about a place that was being moved while it spoke. "It thinks it's going home," Vinter said, into the quiet, before he could stop himself. He'd looked at the overlay and seen the one thing nobody else had said out loud, the way he always did. "Captain, it's flying a route it trusts. It thinks it's almost in. It doesn't know it's been pointed at the dark." "Vinter," Cross said, gently, which on a bridge meant enough, and the kid shut it, ears reddening. He'd said the one true thing on the bridge and gotten hushed for it, and Cross was sorry for that. But you couldn't have the helm narrating the grave the convoy was flying into, not with the convoy still flying. "Can we reach them?" Cross said. "We can send," the signals officer said. "They'll get it 9 minutes late, and they'll get it through the network, which is the thing pointing them wrong. I'd be sending a course correction down the same road that bent the first one. I can't promise the warning arrives meaning what I send." "Send it anyway. Send it 3 ways, and flag the long anchor read in the body of it. Tell them to check their position against the anchor measure, not the network. If anything reaches them, let it be that. Sending 3 ways. Imeth." He turned. "Can your people raise that convoy off the network? By the measure, by light, by anything that isn't the chain we don't trust?" "They are far and small, and the dark is between." The held beat. "I will ask the anchors to try." "Naru Sa," she said lower, and this one he half knew. "Will you listen?" Though whether she meant the convoy, or the anchors, or the dark, he couldn't have said, and she didn't say either. Cross stood at the rail with his fingers on the cold edge of it, and made himself look at the whole board, and not just the one convoy, because the manual didn't say it, but the war did. The worst moment to lose was the moment you let it shrink to the one life you could see. He looked at the whole board. And the whole board was the thing that took the floor the rest of the way out. Because once he was looking for it, once Delgado's overlay had shown him the trick, the clean track and the true light disagreeing, he could see it wasn't one convoy. The Lodestar's board read every coalition position off the network, and Cross had spent the whole engagement trusting it. Now he laid the Imeth measure against it, the standing of the light, the dark read by where it actually stood. And in a dozen places, small ones, well inside tolerance, the 2 reads were apart. Not far. Not yet. A hand's width here, less there. The kind of disagreement a tired officer would call drift, and a careful one would call instrument error and note for review. Marchetti's flank read clean and read a hair Spainward of clean. A combine hull read on its mark and read off it. A coreward supply node both here and by the light very slightly there, toward the dark. The doorstep wasn't one open door. The doorstep was where they'd been looking, and while they'd held the doorstep, the thing that opened the doorstep had been at the whole length of the line. Quiet, clean, nominal, patient, bending the floor under every hull they had a name for, 1 hand's width at a time, all of it authenticated, all of it true, all of it wrong. 11 minutes ago, Mercer had sent We've holding a door that was already open. Cross had heard a door. Standing now with his fingers white on the rail and the bright version finally completely refusing to assemble itself, he understood Mercer had meant the wall, the coastline, the whole long edge of the dark, and they'd been guarding one stretch of beach. "Ruth," he said. "Captain." Ackerman was already squaring something on her slate, the edges of a contingency she could feel coming before he said it. "Log this. My read, not the networks. We're not reinforcing one open picket. The line's wrong everywhere, by a little, on the only instruments that pass every check we own. Wherever we go, the road we take to get there may not be the road we think we're on." He pressed his fingers flat to the rail and made himself stop tapping them. "I'm taking us coreward to the doorstep anyway, because Mercer's there and the doorstep's real, and you fight the part of the war you can find. But I want it in the record that I know I might be flying my own people down a clean road into the dark. Log that I committed knowing it." "Logging." No flatness in it now. She dropped even the dry. "For the record, Captain, I'd have committed too. I just want the next part on it as well. We need a way to fly that doesn't trust the road. Soon. Because right now the only people on this line who can find the dark are the ones who never believed the network in the first place." Cross looked at Emeth, hands flat and still, the kell still hanging in the air where she'd let it drop. "I know," Cross said. "Right. The double bought him the second he needed, the way it always did, and then the second he did the only thing left that was his to do. He turned to the bridge, 6 faces and the ones behind them, all of them turned toward him across the place where his certainty used to be, all of them waiting to be told whether to be afraid. And he gave them the warmth, gave it to them on purpose, the realest thing he had, and kept the rest off his face the way he'd learned to a long time ago. "Okay," Cross said. "Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go help Mercer hold a door, and we're going to do it together, all of us, the whole ragged lot. And on the way, I'm going to need every one of you to stop trusting the map and start trusting each other. That's the job now. Vinter, hold the course. Signals, keep the loop alive. Delgado, you find me a way to fly blind, and I don't care if you don't love it. I really won't, Captain." "Then you'll do it anyway, and you'll be right while you hate it, same as the rest of us." He almost smiled, and it almost worked, and the room loosened the quarter turn he needed it to. "Take us coreward." The Lodestar came up onto her line, the deck thrumming long and even under his feet, carrying him and 6 faces and a coalition held together with warmth and cost and a probably toward a door that had never been a door, down a clean, bright road he no longer believed, into the dark that had been there the whole time, patient, nominal, telling the truth, and waiting for them to arrive exactly where it had been moving them all along. Chapter 3. The Clean Road. Vinter had the helm and a cup of someone else's coffee going cold by his knee, and for once in his life he was sure of the road. It came up on his board the way a good road always did, a string of green answering all the way out, anchor to buoy to anchor, the reach laid down in lights like a path of cairns across a fell. He'd flown it twice this week already. Supply run inbound from the regroup, 4 hulls, slow and fat with stores, threading the corridor the network kept clean for them. The lead asked the road answered. You took the answer, and you flew. That was the whole job, and the whole beauty of it. And Vinter still couldn't get over that it worked. 1,000,000 kilometers of nothing and a green light that meant here is where the floor is. His mother would have called it a miracle, and his grandmother would have told her not to use up the word. "Helm, you're grinning," Salazar said in his ear. "I can hear it. Stop it. It's unsettling." "I'm not grinning, Lieutenant." "You're grinning." Nobody says lieutenant like that unless they're grinning. A pause, the soft hiss of the medbay channel behind his voice, a place Vinter had never liked the sound of. "What have you got?" "Escort track for the resupply. Sabik and 3. They're following the corridor in. I'm shadowing them to the inner anchor and handing off." Winter watched the 4 soft blooms of the Convoy slide along his projection, fat and patient, the Sabek in the lead with her name riding bright on the loop. "It's a clean road, Salazar. Greenest reed I've seen since we came on station." "Yeah?" Salazar's voice ran the way it ran now. The easy part stayed easy and something underneath it didn't. "Clean's nice. Clean I like. You're holding your spacing?" 40,000, trailing. "Make it 50. You're a baby. Babies follow too close." Winter eased the Lodestar back to 50,000 without a word, because Salazar was almost never wrong about distances, and because there had been a time Winter had not seen it, only heard it told in the mess in the careful way people told it, when distance had been the whole of the thing for Salazar, and he had not had enough of it. Winter didn't look at the Medbay Channel light. He looked at his road. It was beautiful. He'd never stop thinking so. Out past the Convoy, the dark went on the way it always did, but it wasn't empty to him the way it seemed empty to the seniors. It was full of the places the floor held and the places it didn't, full of the long null anchors keeping the geometry honest and the human buoys blinking their amber between. Full of the fact that human beings had strung lights across the dark and the lights answered. He told Ackerman once that the frontier was beautiful, and she'd looked at him like he'd said the deck was made of cheese. The Sabek and her 3 sisters weren't beautiful, exactly. They were freighters, blunt and overloaded, the Sabek riding a little down at the stern the way a hull rode when somebody'd packed her past the marks again. But Winter liked them anyway. He'd read their manifest off the loop out of nothing better to do, the way you did on a long shadow. Ration printers and water reclaims and 40 crates of medical stores for the regroup. And on the 3rd hull, against all the rules, and right there on the open manifest, somebody's piano. An actual piano. Some chief engineer who'd refused to deploy without it, probably, and a master who'd let it ride. The briefs never showed you the piano. 40 crates of medical stores and a piano, and 4 crews who'd printed their coffee an hour ago and griped about the printers, and were now an hour from a hot meal and a handoff and a clean run home. Winter watched their fat patient blooms, and under the wonders sat the thing he'd had no name for lately. That the lights answered, and the people trusting the lights had piano keys in the hold, and somebody loved them, all of them, somewhere. "Sabek's asking the road again," Marsh said from signals. She was aboard the Lodestar this watch, on loan, her own ship in the yard. "Inner leg, standard for the corridor." "And?" That was Cross, from the chair behind Winter, the captain's voice gone shorter than it used to be, everyone said, though Winter had nothing to compare it to. He'd come up under this Cross, the short one. "Road answers green, Captain. Authenticated. Chain agrees down to the inner anchor." Marsh read it the way you read good news you didn't have to think about. "They're cleared to run it." "Then they run it," Cross said. "Winter stay on their shoulder." "Aye, Captain." The thing Winter would keep coming back to, after, was that nothing changed. Nobody warned you about that. He'd thought, the way you think when you're young and you've read the briefs, that a thing like this would announce itself. A flare, a wall in the dark, the way Mercer had described the Watchline going, all of it at once. He'd half prepared a face for it. But the road stayed green, and the Sabek slid down it fat and slow with 3 sisters at her tail, and the inner anchor blinked its patient amber dead ahead, exactly where the chain said it would be, and the Convoy made for it the way water finds a channel. "Winter," Salazar, quiet now in his ear. "What's your inner anchor reading?" "Green, on its mark." Winter brought it up larger anyway because Salazar had asked, and Salazar didn't ask idle questions on a watch. "Inner anchor's nominal, Lieutenant, same as it's been." "Pull it up against the survey, the deep one, the one from when we came on station." "That's..." Vinter started to say, "That's not procedure," and then didn't because he'd learned that not procedure was exactly the kind of thing Salazar made you do right before you understood why. He laid the survey reed against the live one. The two anchors sat on the board, the old and the new, the place the inner anchor had been 6 months ago, and the place it said it was now. They weren't the same place. It wasn't much. A finger's width on the board, and a finger's width on the board was, he did the arithmetic the way he'd been taught, fast, before the fear could get into it. A long way. A long way for an anchor that swore on every check it ran that it had never moved. The live reed was clean, authenticated. The chain agreed with it all the way down, the way the chain had agreed with everything, faithfully. The network doing exactly what it was built to do, telling him the truth about a place that wasn't where the truth said it was. "Salazar!" His voice came out higher than he wanted. "The inner anchor's reading nominal, and it's a finger off the survey. Both clean. The chain agrees with both of them. It says it never moved, and I'm looking at where it moved to." A silence on the channel, not the easy kind. "Okay," Salazar said. "Okay, breathe. You're doing fine. Tell the captain. Don't editorialize. Just give him the 2 reeds, like you gave them to me. Go." "Captain," Vinter turned in the chair, and the words came faster than he meant them, the way they did, all of them stacking up at the door at once. "Captain, the Sabic's inner anchor's reading clean, but it's offset from the deep survey, a finger on the board, and the chain authenticates both. It's the same as the picket Marsh saw at the start, the node that told 2 true things. My grandmother used to say, a man who's never wrong is a man who stopped checking. And the road's never been wrong, it just keeps being—" "Vinter," Cross's voice, level, and Vinter's mouth shut. The captain was already out of the chair and coming up on the helm. "Slower. Show me." Vinter showed him. The 2 reeds, side by side, the way Marsh had shown Mercer on a different bridge a few watches and a whole different life ago. Cross looked at it for a moment. Vinter, close enough now to see, watched the captain's hand go to the rail at the edge of the helm station and press there, 2 fingers, and tap. Once, twice. Cross had done it before, the press and the tap. Vinter didn't know yet what it meant. "Marsh," Cross said, "warn the Sabic off the inner anchor. Have them hold short and ask the road by a different leg." "Aye, Captain, raising the Sabic." Marsh's hands moved. "Convoy leads, that's their master Driscoll. She's got the loop. I know who she is." Cross's 2 fingers tapped the rail. "Get her." The convoy master's voice came onto the bridge warm and unbothered, a working voice, a freight voice, the kind that had asked 1,000 clean roads and gotten 1,000 clean answers, and saw no reason this one would be different. "Lodestar, Sabic lead, this is Driscoll. You've got something for me. I can hear it in the call." "Sabic, hold short of the inner anchor." Cross had taken the channel himself, the warmth in it deliberate, a man being calm at you on purpose. "We've got an offset on it we don't like. Reads clean, authenticates clean, but it's not sitting where our deep survey put it. Hold short and ask the road by the southern leg." A pause. Freight pilot's pause. The kind that meant somebody was looking at her own board and finding nothing wrong with it. "Captain, I've got the inner anchor green as grass. Authenticated, on its mark, chain agrees all the way back to your hull." Driscoll's voice stayed easy. There was even a smile in it. "I've run this corridor since before they built half of it. No offense to your survey, but my road's answering, and your survey's 6 months cold. Anchors drift, you know that." "Not a finger in 6 months. Not that anchor." Vinter heard the captain choose his next words, set them down carefully, the way you set down something you don't want to break. "Driscoll, I'm asking you to hold short. I can't make it an order. You're not mine to order, but I'm asking." Another pause. Vinter willed it. He didn't know her. He'd never see her face except for the small loop portrait riding beside her ship's name. A woman maybe 50, squint-lined, the look of someone who'd spent a life reading dark. But he willed that pause to go the right way, the way you will a coin in the air. "I appreciate the care, Captain, I do." And he could hear her decide. He could hear the freight pilot's whole sane life decided for her. "But I've got 4 hulls and a schedule and a road that's answering green. The southern leg's 2 days. My road's an hour. I'm not going to put my people 2 days behind on a hunch and a cold survey. We'll run the inner anchor. We'll run it slow. How's that for your peace of mind? Sabic out." "Driscoll," Cross said, and the channel was already closed. The captain stood with his hand on the rail. He didn't say anything. He topped the rail once. Vinter watched the convoy gather itself, 4 fat blooms on his board, and turn down the green road toward the inner anchor that swore it had never moved. "Captain," Vinter said, very quietly, "do you want me to put the Lodestar between them?" And it was what he wanted to say, except there was nothing to put themselves between, and the nothing was the horror of it. No enemy on the board, no wall in the dark, no salvo inbound, just a road, just a green road and a clean light and a woman who'd run it since before they built half of it. "Do you want me to close up?" "No." Cross's voice had gone short the way it went short. "We don't know what it is. We close up, we're inside whatever it is with them. Hold our spacing. Marsh, keep the channel open, keep her talking." He turned his head a fraction. "Vinter, eyes on your road, not theirs, yours." "Aye, Captain, aye." It came out twice. He heard it come out twice. In his ear, very low, just for him, Salazar said, "I've got you, kid. Eyes on your road." It was the worst kind of waiting, the kind with nothing in it for your hands. Vinter held his spacing at 50,000 and flew a road that needed no flying, and the part of his head Salazar had warned him about started in anyway. He thought about the piano. He thought about Driscoll's loop portrait, the squint lines, the easy smile in the voice. He thought, and hated himself a little for it, here, now, about a thing his grandmother used to say when his mother fussed over a sky that looked like weather. "The dark doesn't owe you a warning, Jonah. It only owes you what it is." She'd meant the fells above Bergen and a boy who wanted to go climbing in November. He'd never understood until this watch that she'd been right about more than the fells. He almost said it aloud, almost gave it to the bridge, and caught it behind his teeth at the last instant, and reddened anyway, alone, where nobody could see, because there was a master named Driscoll an hour from home with somebody's piano in her hold, and it was not the moment for his grandmother. "Convoy's 8 minutes from the inner anchor," Marsh said. "Still green. She's reading off her board to me like it's a sunny day." "Then let her have the sunny day a while longer," Cross said, low. He hadn't moved from the rail. "Keep the channel. Keep her talking." The Sabic reached the inner anchor at 14 minutes. Vinter knew it was 14 minutes because he counted them. And he counted them because Salazar told him to, low in his ear, "Count it down, give yourself something to do with the part of your head that wants to scream." And Salazar would know about that. Vinter understood now. Salazar would know exactly about the part of your head that wants to scream, and the trick of giving it a number to hold instead. So he counted. The convoy slid down the green road. The inner anchor blinked its patient amber, on its mark, nominal, lying with the perfect honesty of a thing that didn't know it was lying. Driscoll's voice came across the loop now and then, easy, working, reading off her own clean board to Marsh. Inner anchor green, on approach, all 4 answering, "See, Captain, told you, green as grass." And there was nothing wrong with anything she said. Every word of it was true. The road was green. The anchor was on its mark. The chain agreed. Vinter would think about that for the rest of his life, that everything she said was true, and that it killed her. At 14 minutes, the Sobek passed the inner anchor, and the floor wasn't there. There was no flare. He kept waiting for the flare, and there was no flare. There was just the Sobek's clean green track on his board, and then the track didn't continue the way a sentence doesn't continue. And where the floor should have held the convoy through the anchor, the floor simply wasn't, had never been. The anchor reporting nominal from a place the floor had let go of without telling anyone, and the Sobek went into it fat and slow and trusting at 14 minutes, and there was no flare. The loop did something Vinter had never heard the loop do. Driscoll's voice, mid-word, green as, and then not a scream, worse than a scream maybe, because it never got human enough to be one. Just a change in the air of the channel, a sound like a held breath being taken away rather than let out, and then a wash of noise that wasn't voices, that was a hull doing something a hull is not built to do, and then the channel didn't close. That was worse than closing. It stayed open. It stayed open and gave them nothing, a dead carrier hiss out of a place where 4 ships and a woman who'd read the dark her whole life had been a half-second ago, and on Vinter's board 4 green blooms went to gray and then weren't anything at all. The inner anchor blinked its patient amber. It blinked on its mark, nominal, clean, and down the chain Vinter knew, Marsh said it, somewhere far away, Marsh said it's still reading them as nominal. Captain, it's reading the Sabek as on station and answering. Down the chain, the network went on reporting that everything was exactly where it should be, that the road was green, that 4 hulls held station at the inner anchor, that nothing in the whole bright, honest reach was wrong. Captain, Vinter's hands were on the yoke. He didn't remember putting them there. Captain, there's nothing to... Captain, the anchor's still... It says there's still... I see it, Ensign. Cross's voice came from very close and very far at once. Hands off the yoke. There's nothing to fly to. But it says... It's wrong. The road's wrong. They were always going to a place that wasn't there. And then Cross said it, the thing Vinter would carry, the thing nobody on the bridge had a real word for, and so the captain reached for the only words there were. The map killed them, son. The map was perfect, and it killed them. The bridge was very quiet, not the Lodestar's quiet, a held one, a human one. Marsh sat with her hands flat on her board, not moving, the dead carrier still hissing out of her station because nobody had told her to close it, and she hadn't, Vinter understood. She hadn't because closing it would make it true. Cross stood at the rail with his 2 fingers pressed against it, not tapping now, just pressed, hard, white at the knuckle. Behind him, Ackerman was already speaking, low, fast, clipped. Logging it, Captain, the warn-off and the refusal and the timestamp, all of it, on the record, squaring the edge of her data slate against the edge of the console as she said it, parallel, exact, a thing to do with her hands. In Vinter's ear, after a while, Salazar said, Jonah. It was his name. Salazar didn't use his name. Salazar called him Kid and Baby and Helm and once, memorably, Menace. He didn't call him Jonah. The using of it landed in Vinter's chest like a hand. I'm here, Vinter said. It came out very small. I know. I'm here too. You did everything right. Salazar's voice had gone all the way down to the place it went, where there were no jokes. You caught the offset. You told the captain. The captain called her off. She made her own call, Jonah. You hear me? You gave her the road and she chose the green one. That's not on you. That's never going to be on you. There wasn't anything to fly to. Vinter looked at his board, at the place where 4 blooms had been, at the green road still lying there green. I had the helm, and there wasn't anything to fly to. I just watched. We all just watched it happen on good data, and we couldn't. There was nothing to do, Salazar. The road was perfect. The anchor's still saying they're fine. It's still saying it. I know. 3 words, no joke under them, no swagger. The bitter edge gone soft and terrible. I know about that one, Jonah, the watching and not being able to. I know that one all the way to the bottom. A breath on the channel, the medbay hiss behind it. Welcome to it. I'm sorry. I'd have kept you out of this club if I could. Vinter didn't answer. He couldn't for a moment. He looked at the dark off the bow that he'd told Ackerman was beautiful, that he'd told everyone was beautiful, that he'd believed was beautiful with the whole of his short, eager life, and it was the same dark, exactly the same. The long null anchors keeping their honest geometry and the human buoys blinking amber between. And a woman named Driscoll who'd read the dark her whole life was in it now, scattered through it, killed by a green light. The dark hadn't changed. He had. He could feel it changing in him, a small, cold thing turning over where the wonder had been, and he understood for the first time that the seniors didn't see the frontier as ugly. They saw it exactly as he did. They'd just learned what it did to the people who trusted it, and they'd never been able to forget. And now, neither would he. Vinter. Cross again from the rail, his voice come back to level by main force, a man putting the warmth back on for the people who needed it. I need you on your road. Can you give me that? Aye, Captain. Vinter put his hands back on the yoke. They were steady. He didn't know how. I have the helm. Across the Science Channel, faint, a thread under everything, Delgado's voice was talking to Hale in the climbing, hedged way he had. So the offset's the same family as the picket? It's not the anchor's perfect. It's the truth that's... And the curves... Naomi, the curve's a hair steeper than this morning. I want to log it monitoring, but it's not monitoring. It's not staying still anymore. And Hale's answer came back too quiet for Vinter to catch the words, only the shape of them. A woman laying a curve on a board and refusing to say the thing the curve said. Log it monitoring, Delgado said again, the way you say a word you've stopped believing. We'll log it monitoring. And somewhere in the science compartment, Hale didn't argue and didn't agree. And the not arguing was the loudest thing on the channel. There was no name yet for the curve. There was no name for the road that killed Driscoll. Nobody aboard had the word, and so they used the words they had. Offset, monitoring, the map, clean. They sent it up the chain. The chain agreed, all the way down, faithfully, the way it agreed with everything. Vinter held his road and watched the green lights blink their patient amber, and did not trust a single one of them, and could not have said why, except that he was a senior officer now, in the only way that mattered, the way you couldn't be commissioned into, and the dark off the bow was beautiful, and it had teeth. And the difference between those two things had moved into him for good. His coffee had gone stone cold by his knee. He didn't remember whose it was. He left it there. Eyes on your road, kid, Salazar said, very gently, and Vinter kept them there. And somewhere out in the bright lying reach, a green light went on, saying everything was exactly where it should be. Chapter 4. Hold. The Corwood relay was a real place, and Cross had never been so glad of anything. It came up on the Lodestar's board as a hard point in a war that had stopped having them, a junction edge picket 2 jumps short of the doorstep. An old way station node with 3 buoys and a fat Corwood anchor anyone could find by the standing of the light. No clever chain to trust, just a rock in the dark you could put your back to. The wall coming through behind them couldn't go around it without bending a long way out of its own road, so the wall would come at it. And here, for once, the math was simple enough that even the part of Cross that no longer believed his own instruments could believe it. Hold this, and the road to Mercer stayed open. Lose it, and the doorstep was 3 coalitions cut off from each other in the dark, dying one hull at a time. Vinter, put us at the anchor, close as the rock'll let you. I want it at our back, not under our keel. Aye, Captain. The double didn't come. Vinter had gone quiet since the sabbac. A quiet Cross had been watching out of the corner of his attention all watch, the way you watch a hull that's taken a strike and is still flying. The boy laid them in against the anchor's flank, clean and tight, no flourish in it, and the absence of the flourish was its own small grief. Holding at the anchor, rocks at our back. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and made himself not tap them. Ruth, who's coming to this party? Ackerman had the loop's geometry up beside the tactical. The coalition strung in toward the relay along the only roads the dark allowed. Vrogny and 2 of her frontier hulls, anti-spinward, 11 minutes. The Combine put up the cutter and a second hull, corward, 14 minutes. And the Null long anchor from Mercer's watch is swinging in, Imith's people, 16 minutes. But they'll read the dark for everyone before they're in weapons. She squared the edge of the slate. Everyone arrives at a different time, on a different road, with a different idea of what we're doing. If we don't get them all answering the same call before the wall lands, we hold nothing. We die in sequence. Then we get them answering the same call. He looked at the clock on the wall was running by, the lead element of the dark, resolved now, a ragged front of hulls coming on at the unhurried walk Mercer had described, 10 minutes off the relay and closing. Loop, voice, all of them, and patch Salazar onto the bridge net. I want him hearing the flying. Salazar is already on the net, Captain, the signals officer said. He patched himself in 11 minutes ago. I left it. Of course he did. Cross almost smiled. Salazar, you there?
Where else am I gonna be? Salazar said. Easy. From a deck that wasn't moving under a body that couldn't take it if it did. Got a repeater? Got a chow? Got a kid who's gotten quiet on me. I'm having a great war. Run your fight, Captain. I'll keep an eye on the helm.
They came in the way Ackerman said they would, separately, and wrong. Vrogny arrived first, anti-spinward and hot, Marchetti's 3 frontier hulls in a loose stagger that had clearly been argued about on 3 different bridges the whole way in. Lodestar, Marchetti's voice came scuffed and dry across the lag. The Frontier Compact reporting for duty, such as we are. I'm putting myself across the anti-spinward approach. If anything wants the relay from my side, it goes through me first. And I'll be honest, Cross, I'd rather it didn't. My paint's barely dry from the last one. Heard, Vrogny. Hold the anti-spinward arc. You're the door on that side. I'm always the door. A pause that was lag, and then something under it. Mercer holding? Mercer's holding. Then so am I. The channel clicked off. The Combine came in 14 minutes as promised, and not a second sooner. Cutter and a heavy second hull, lights run down to almost nothing, and the coordinator's clipped voice arrived already costing the engagement before it had joined it. Lodestar, Combine element on station, coreward of the relay. Be advised. Medium pause. Our posture is conditional. We hold pending independent confirmation of the threat axis. We will not commit our second haul forward of the anchor until we have our own read." Ackerman's jaw did something. Cross got there first. "Combine element, you'll have your own read in 2 minutes." Medium pause. "The null long anchor's reading the dark for the whole line, by the measure, not the network. When it lands, you'll see the threat axis, cold. Until then, hold forward and keep your guns able to reach Ragni's arc. That's not committing forward. That's not abandoning the frontier hulls to your spanward. Can you give me that much?" A pause. "Costing it. We can hold forward with overlapping fire. We will reassess on the read." "It's all I'm asking." It wasn't, but it kept the relay's forward face from being a hole, and he'd build the rest out of it. And then the reed landed, and the bridge changed. "Long anchor's up," Emeth said. She'd held the small beat before she spoke, the deciding beat, and when she spoke, the words came set down whole. "I am putting their measure on your board, Captain, not the networks, the darks." The tactical bloomed. Where the Lodestar's own instruments had drawn the wall as a clean front, medium pause. Too clean, Cross knew now, clean the way the road that killed Driscoll had been clean. Medium pause. The null measure drew it true. The wall wasn't a wall, it was a fist. A dense core of heavy hulls coming straight at the relay's spanward face, and around it, spread wide and quiet, lighter elements feeling for the seams between the coalition's arcs, medium pause, for the gap between Vragny's anti-spinward door and the combine's coreward hold, for the long minutes before the second combine hull would commit, for exactly the disagreements Ackerman had named.
"There," Cross said. "That's what they're doing. They're not hitting the rock, they're hitting the spaces between us. Venter, the heavy core's coming at our face, the spanward side, the side with the rock at our back. That's ours. Marchetti's got the anti-spinward door. The combine holds coreward, and the light elements are going for the seams. We don't let them have the seams." He pressed his fingers to the rail. "The seams are where we hold or don't." "They're inside weapons in 6 minutes," Ackerman said. "On the measure. 4 on the network, which is wrong, which is the point." 6, Cross said. "Trust the measure. We trust the light now. Everybody flies the dark, not the map." The first salvos were the frontier compacts, and they came early and ragged. One of Marchetti's hulls, the small one, the one riding at the back of her loose stagger, broke off the anti-spinward arc and went after a light element that had slipped in toward the seam between her and the combine. It went after it alone, fast, the way a frontier hull went after anything, and for a moment it was beautiful. The little ship cutting across the dark and breaking the enemy element open. And then it was 300,000 kilometers out of position with a hole where it had been, and 2 more light elements pouring into the gap it had opened to make the kill. "Vragny, your trailing hull's broken arc." Cross started. Marchetti was already on it, her voice gone all hard border. "Tinder, get back on the line. Tinder, you do not chase. You hold the arc and you let it come to you. Get back. It was inside the seam, Vragny. I had a shot. You had a hole. Get back." And here was the thing Cross had learned to dread. The lag and the seam filling, and a frontier pilot with the wonder still in him and a kill in his teeth, 300,000 clicks from where he was supposed to be, and 2 coalitions watching the gap he'd opened with their own fights in their hands and no time to cover it. "Captain," Venter, low, the first thing he'd said unbidden since the Sobek. "If the Tinder doesn't get back, the light elements come through the anti-spinward seam and they're behind Marchetti. They take her in the back while the core's on our face." "I know." "We could close the seam from here, swing the Lodestar off the rock, put us across the gap till the Tinder's back, and give the heavy core our flank for the length of the swing." Cross said it not to shoot the boy down, but because Vinter had seen it true and only missed the second half, the way you did at the helm before you'd carried command. We move off the rock, the core has us. We hold the rock, Marchetti has a hole in her back. There's no clean... He stopped. Press the rail. Right. Salazar. Yeah. Already there. Low on the net. Easy gone careful. I'm watching it, Captain. You don't want the Lodestar off the rock. You're dead right about the flank. But you don't have to close that seam with a hull. You close it with the Combine's guns. They're holding coreward with overlapping fire. That's what you sold them on. Overlapping, so make them overlap into the anti-spinward seam, not just across their own front. They don't have to move, they just have to reach. Cross's 2 fingers stopped on the rail.
Combine element, he said, and took the warmth all the way out of it, because the Combine wasn't scared. The Combine was careful, and you didn't melt careful. You said overlapping fire. I'm calling it. Reach your guns spanward into the anti-spinward seam. Vrogny's trailing hull's out of position, and there's a hole behind her. You don't move. You don't commit your second hull forward. You just put fire across that gap until Vrogny's hull is back on its arc. That's inside the posture you gave me. That's holding. Do it now. The lag took it. 8 seconds. 10. The light elements poured toward the seam, and Marchetti's voice came across it raw. Tinder, I will not say it again. And the tinder was turning back, too slow, always too slow against the lag, and the seam was open, and the dark was coming through it. And the Combine's guns reached. Not their hulls, their guns. The cutter and the heavy second held exactly where they'd sworn they'd hold, miserly, conditional, lights run down, and laid a wall of fire spanward across the anti-spinward seam, a curtain the light elements ran into headlong because the network said the seam was empty, and the network was wrong, and the Combine's guns were not. 2 enemy elements came apart in the curtain. The third broke off. And in the gap behind the curtain, the tinder came scrambling back onto its arc, chastened, alive, the hole in Marchetti's back closing as fast as it had opened. Seams holding, Ackerman said. There was no satisfaction in it. There never was with her. Combine reached. Vrogny's arcs whole again. Lodestar, Marchetti's voice, scuffed and disbelieving. Did the Combine just save my pilot's life with their guns while sitting on their hands? Because I want that in writing. Nobody on the frontier will believe me. It's in Ackerman's log, Vrogny. She logs everything. Cross let one breath of it through. Get your tinder a leash. Oh, he's getting a leash. He's getting a leash and a lecture and the rest of his life to think about it. But the dry had cracked, just a little, the relief getting into the border in her voice. Good call, Cross, whoever made it. Salazar made it, Cross said, on the open loop, on purpose, because the man who'd flown the chair he couldn't sit in had earned the bridge hearing his name. From the med bay, off a repeater. A small silence on the net. Then Salazar, easy, like it cost him nothing, which Cross knew it cost him everything. Tell Marchetti her tinder flies like I did at his age. That's not a compliment. I crashed. The heavy core hit the Lodestar's face 2 minutes later, and there was nothing clever in it, just weight. This was the part that was simple. And Cross was grateful for the simple, the way you're grateful for a wall to put your back against. The rock was behind them. The core came at them straight, and Vinter held them at the anchor's flank and let it come, and the Lodestar gave it back, and the dark off the bow stopped being a thing you read on a board and became a thing that rang the hull. A strike forward. the deck taking it, the long, even shudder of a ship absorbing what a ship was built to absorb. Another glancing. The smell of it got into the bridge after the third one, the faint, scorched metal ghost of a relay somewhere aft cooking off and the scrubbers catching it. And a rating 2 consoles down coughed once and kept working. "Forward shields down to 60, Ackerman said. "We can hold the core at 60. We can't hold it and the seams. If anything else opens up, we're choosing." Then nothing else opens up. The core ground against their face and didn't get through. Weight against the rock. And Cross made himself look at the whole board the way the war had taught him. Not the strike that rang the hull, the seams, always the seams. The combine held coreward, guns reaching. Vragny held the anti-spinward door with a tinder now flying like he'd been told. And out past all of it, 16 minutes becoming 12, becoming 8, the Null long anchor came on, reading the dark for everyone. The only eyes on the line that saw the truth of where the enemy was, instead of where the enemy's road said it was. "Imeth, your long anchor. When it's in weapons, where do you want it?" The held beat. "It does not want to be in weapons. It wants to be where it can read. If my people fire, they read less. If they read, you fire better." Her hand stayed flat. "Let the long anchor be your eyes. Let your hulls be the guns. We will see, you will strike." "Core," she said, lower, not glossed, and Cross took the weight of it and not the word, the weight owed, and understood she just told him what the Null were spending to keep the line's eyes open, and would not say it plainer than a word slipping out, and he didn't make her. "Heard. The anchor reads, we strike. Winter, when the long anchor's measure lands, you fly to the dark it shows you, not the dark on our board. You've been doing it all watch. Keep doing it." "Aye, Captain." And then, the first time the wonder had cracked back through the quiet the Sabic had put in him, low, almost to himself. "It's better flying to the light, the measure. You can trust it. It can't lie. There's no chain to bend." He caught himself, reddened, glanced at the medbay channel light. "Sorry, eyes on my road."
"Don't apologize," Salazar said in his ear before Cross could. "You just said the smartest thing anybody said on that bridge all day. The measure can't lie. Hold that. That's worth more than my whole flight log." A beat. "Which crashed. I keep mentioning that. There's a reason." And the boy almost smiled. It caught at the corner of his mouth, the first one since Driscoll. And he held the Lodestar against the core and flew to the light when the light landed. And for a stretch of minutes, the bridge was a place where people were very good at their jobs, and the war was a thing you could hold. The long anchor came into weapons at 8 minutes, and the line clicked shut. Cross had built 100 plans in his life that worked on paper and came apart in the lag. And this one came together in the dark instead, and it didn't feel like a plan. It felt like people deciding, one at a time, under fire, to trust each other across the places where they didn't have to. The Enhall anchor laid the dark out true, and the Lodestar struck where it showed and not where the board lied, and Vragny held the anti-spinward door with a chastened tinder, and the combine held coreward and reached their guns into the seams when the seams opened, conditional and miserly and exactly enough. And the heavy core ground against the rock and did not get through, because there was a rock, and the rock had hulls around it that had decided, separately, to be one line. The light elements broke first. They'd come for the seams, and the seams kept closing. Combine guns reaching, the long anchor seeing them before they arrived, Vragny holding her door, and an enemy that fights for the gaps loses its appetite when the gaps stop being there. 2 more came apart. 3 broke off and ran spanward into the dark, away from the relay, away from the road to the doorstep.
and the heavy core, with its light screen gone and its seams shut, ground a moment longer against a face that wouldn't open, and then it pulled back. Not routed, nothing about it routed. It pulled back the way it had come on, unhurried, deliberate, a thing that had tested a door and found it held and would come back for it later with more. And the dark off the Lodestar's bow went quiet, and the relay was theirs. "They're disengaging," Ackerman said. "Cores pulling spanward, light elements scattered, the relays held." And then, because she was Ackerman, "Forward shields at 51. 2 ratings aft for the scrubber burns, nothing structural. Bar the forward emitter, glazed where the third strike caught it. It'll hold. It'll just run hot and read high from here. And there's no yard between us and the doorstep to reface it. We're a little less ship than we were this morning." Vrogny took a strike to her trailing hull. The tinder, minor. The Combine reports no losses, which the Combine would report whether it was true or not. But the measure agrees with them this time. She squared the slate. "We held it, Captain. We actually held it." The bridge let go of a breath it had been holding for an hour. Somebody aft laughed, short and surprised, the laugh of a person finding out they were still alive. Vinter's shoulders came down off his ears by a visible inch. Petrov's voice came up the medbay channel. "2 for the burns, both walking. Send them down when you're done being heroes." Warm and blunt and gloriously ordinary. And the bridge loosened the whole turn, the relief getting into everyone at once. "Good," Cross said, "and let them have it. Let the warmth come up and be real, because for once it didn't have to be a tool. Listen to me. 3 blocks that couldn't agree on lunch held a rock together against a wall, on 3 different roads, by deciding to trust each other under fire, when none of you had to. That's the whole war right there. That's the only way we win any of it. Marchetti, your tinder. Combine, your reach. Imeth, your people's eyes. That held the line. Not the rock, you." He pressed 2 fingers to the rail, and this time he didn't tap them, he just left them there, steady. "We've got the road to Mercer open. Take the breath. We earned the breath." Lodestar, Marchetti's voice, the dry all the way back now and warm under it. "Tell your Salazar his crashing pilot speech is the most inspiring thing I've heard all war. Frontier out." "Hear that, Salazar?" Cross said. "I heard. Easy, slangy, present tense. A man flying a chair he couldn't sit in, and flying it well. Tell her it's a low bar. Hey, kid, Vinter, you flew that. The whole back half. You flew to the light when the board was lying, and you held us on the rock, and you didn't chase a single seam. You hear me? You held." A pause on the net. And then, Vinter, quiet, and the wonder cracked all the way back through for a second, raw and young and reaching for the thing he wanted to become. "I had a good coach, Lieutenant." "You had a coach who can't stand up," Salazar said. And the easy held. It held the whole sentence, and only the very end of it went somewhere else, somewhere down. "Lucky for you, I got nothing else to do." It should have been enough. Cross stood at the rail with the relief moving through his bridge like warmth through cold hands, and it was real, all of it. The win was real. The holding was real. The 3 blocks deciding to be one line was the realest and best thing he'd had to stand on in a year. He let himself have it. You had to, or you'd never have anything. He looked at Vinter's shoulders down off his ears, and Petrov's people walking the burned ratings aft, and the road to the doorstep open on the board, a clean line coreward to where Mercer was holding his own piece of the dark, and he let it be good, because it was, and because the people who'd held it deserved a captain who could let a good thing be good. And under it, where he kept the things he kept off his face, the small wrong note went on the way it had gone on since the Sabbath, since the watch he'd laid Immoth's measure over the board and seen the whole line apart by a hand's width everywhere at once. Cross went to the science board while the bridge breathed. Delgado was hunched over it the way he hunched, sketching a curve with a dry stylus, no ink, just the shape of it over and over. Hale's voice came faint off the channel, clinical, laying down numbers and refusing to say what they meant. Sam, Cross kept his voice low off the bridge net. We held, the relay's clean, the measure says the dark's pulled back. Tell me the offset pulled back with it. Delgado didn't straighten. He didn't even stop sketching the curve. So, we held the relay, that's real, Captain. The dark pulled back, that's real, the measure agrees, you can stand on it. The stylus went around the curve again. The offset didn't pull back. Say it plain. The lines still apart. Same as before the fight. The measure and the network still disagree, by a hand's width, everywhere, all up and down the line, at the relay we just held, at the doorstep, at the Vragny, at the combine hulls that just saved Marchetti's pilot. He looked up finally, and the talkative thing wasn't in him now. He'd gone the other way, quiet, the way he went when it was bad. Winning the fight didn't touch it. We held the rock and the offsets exactly where it was this morning. It's not the enemy being here that's bending the line, Captain. The enemy left. The line's still bent. Cross stood with his 2 fingers on the edge of the science board and didn't tap them. Log it, he said after a moment. My descent's already in. Add this to it. We held the relay and the thing under the line didn't move. He kept his face exactly where it was. And don't put a word to it you can't defend. We don't have the word, just the curve. Just the curve, Delgado said, and sketched it again. The slow, hands-width climb that the wind hadn't touched, and Hale's voice came faint and clinical off the channel, laying down one more number, and refused, the way she always refused, to say the thing the number said. Cross went back to the rail. The bridge was warm and alive, and the road to Mercer was open, and 3 blocks that couldn't agree on lunch had held a rock together. And all of that was true, and he let it be true. And he stood in the middle of it with his fingers steady on the cold rail and the small wrong note going on underneath. Quiet, nominal, patient, telling its hands-width truth up and down a line that had just one and was still, somehow, everywhere bent. Venter, he said, take us coreward, take us to the doorstep. Aye, Captain, no double this time. The boy laid them onto the clean road to Mercer, steady, flying to the light. I have the helm. Chapter 5. The Thorne Convoy. Petrov had triaged on worse decks than this, but not many that smelled this honest about it. The convoy hauler Brisk Turn carried her cargo hold full of people now, and a hold full of people had a smell, whether you printed your air sweet or not. Warm bodies and cold metal, and the particular sourness of fear gone several days old, the kind that soaked into webbing and didn't print out. 41 of them, by her count, displaced off 2 colonies coreward of the gap, riding strapped to the deck and the bulkheads in a freighter that had been built to carry water reclaim and was now carrying families to somewhere the war wasn't yet. The Lodestar had picked the Brisk Turn up as escort 6 hours ago, between one thing and the next, the way you picked up a stray on a road. Petrov had come across because the hauler's manifest said no medical officer aboard, and because a manifest that said that was a manifest that would cost somebody a baby or a burst appendix before the week was out, and she'd rather meet the 41 before one of them turned into an emergency than after. So she'd suited across and climbed down into the hold and started doing the thing she did, which was look at bodies and decide which ones were going to be a problem. The light was bad, running low the way everyone ran everything now, power hoarded against the jump. And she worked it the way she worked any bad light triage, by hand as much as eye, a palm to a forehead, 2 fingers at a wrist, the cold of a cheek under her glove. Dehydration in the old ones, 3 of them, the kind that crept in when frightened people stopped drinking because they didn't want to use the head in front of strangers. A boy of 9 or so, with a chest she didn't love the sound of, parked it to come back to. A pregnant woman well along, not laboring, watching Petrov cross the hold with the flat, steady look of someone keeping a great deal in check. And Petrov gave her a nod that meant, "I see you, you're on my list, you're not first." And the woman gave it back, which meant she understood triage better than half the officers Petrov had served with. It was bad in the hold, and it was bearable. People being people in a cold room. A man 2 berths down, telling a long story about a dog he'd had to leave, telling it to nobody, telling it because the telling was a thing his mouth could do that wasn't screaming. Somebody's child crying the bored, exhausted cry of a child who'd stopped expecting it to fix anything. The dehydrated ones who needed water, and the pregnant one who needed time, and the boy with the chest she didn't love, and the rest just needing the war to be somewhere else, which was the one prescription she couldn't write. "You the doctor?" a man said. Not a question. He'd come up the line of webbing toward her, picking his footing on a deck that had no business holding people, and stopped a careful arm's length off, the way a man stops when he's decided not to crowd you. "I'm the doctor." She straightened off the boy with the chest. "Petrov, Lodestar." "Greer Thorne." He put a hand out and then took it back, remembering the glove, the suit, the whole apparatus of her being from a warship and him being cargo. Mid-40s she'd put him at, though the gap aged people. Tired down to the bone and holding it like a man who'd decided the holding was his job now. "There a problem? You keep stopping at the same berths." "There's no problem you don't already know about." She didn't do soft openings. Soft openings made people think you were working up to something. "You've got 3 old folks not drinking enough, a boy with a chest I want to listen to again, and a woman who's going to give somebody a busy week if this run goes long. None of it's today. You asking for yourself or for somebody?" A flicker at the corner of his mouth. Relief that she'd said it plain, that she wasn't going to make him drag it out of her. "For her." He tipped his head down the webbing. "My kid, Senna. She's all right. She hasn't been eating much, and she's gone quiet, and quiet's not her." He said it the careful way a parent says a thing he's afraid is bigger than it is. "Probably nothing. You're busy." "I'm always busy. Show me the kid." Senna Thorne was small for what Petrov put at 6, maybe 7, strapped into the webbing against the cold bulkhead with a thermal wrap pulled to her chin, and her eyes too big in a face that had thinned out the way kids' faces did when the eating stopped. She looked at Petrov the way a tired animal looks at a new thing in its space, not scared exactly, past scared, just tracking. "Hey." Petrov crouched to the kid's level, which her knees complained about, and let them complain. "I'm Nadya. Your dad says you've gone quiet on him. That true?" The kid didn't answer. The kid looked at her. "That's all right. You don't owe me talking." Petrov got the back of her glove against the small forehead, then peeled the glove and used skin. Cool, no fever. Good. And the kid let her, which told her something. A kid who'd let a stranger touch her face without flinching was a kid running low on the energy it took to flinch. "I'm going to listen to you breathe. You don't have to do anything but breathe, which you're already doing, so you're basically already done." That got a fraction of something around the kid's eyes. Not a smile. The country a smile came from. Petrov worked. Lungs clear, which was a relief after the boy. Heart fine. The kid was underfed and underwatered and worn down to nerve, the way the whole hold was. And there was nothing in her Petrov could fix with the kit on her hip. No infection to chase, no break to set. Just a small body running on the fumes of a bad few weeks. The kind of patient that made Petrov go gentler, because gentle was the only medicine in the bag. "She drink today?" Petrov asked Greer, not looking up. "Some. I get it into her." Greer crouched too, on the kid's other side, and his hand went to the top of Senna's head and stayed there, light, the way you'd steady a thing you were afraid of jostling. "She does better if I make it a game, counting sips." "Keep doing that. Counting's good. Make her count to 10, and she's had 10 swallows, and that's a win." Petra sat back on her heels. The thing she'd come over for wasn't a medical thing. She'd known it would turn out that way from the manifest. The medical thing was the war. "She's not sick, Mr. Thorne. She's running on empty, same as everyone in this hold. And the cure for it isn't in my bag. It's a hot meal and a week somewhere the floor doesn't move. I can't give you that today. I can give you fluid for the old folks and a closer look at the boy down the line and a name and number so somebody on the Lodestar answers when you call. That's the honest list." Greer looked at her, and something in his face eased a notch. Not because she'd given him good news, she hadn't, but because she'd given him true news. And he was a man who'd clearly spent a couple of weeks being handed gentle nothings by people who couldn't do better. "That's more than the last lot told us," he said. "The last lot were scared to scare you. I'm not." She got her knees back under her and stood, joints announcing it. "Scared people make better decisions than people who've been managed. You'll do fine." It was then, getting up, that she clocked the thing on the kid's harness, because clocking things was what she did with her eyes, whether she meant to or not. Clipped to the webbing at Senna's chest, where a kid could reach it, but it couldn't drift loose in a hold that might lose its float without warning, hung a little carved dog. Wood. Crude. Somebody's evening work. Not a craftsman's. A blunt, four-legged thing with stub ears and a tail that was mostly suggestion. And the corners had been taken off it, all of them. Sanded round, the edges of the ears and the legs and the squared-off muzzle rubbed smooth so that nothing on it came to a point, so that a kid clutching it through a hard maneuver couldn't catch a cheek or an eye on a corner. Petrov approved of that. She approved of it the way she approved of a clean field dressing or a properly stowed line. Somebody had thought about what a thing could do to a body in a bad moment, and had done the small, dull work to make sure it couldn't. The clip so it didn't fly, the corners off so it didn't cut. Practical. She liked practical. A whole hold of people who'd lost the floor under their lives, and somebody had still sat down with a piece of sandpaper and made the kid's dog safe. "That's a good clip," she said to Senna, nodding at it. "Keeps him from getting away on you." The kid's hand went to the dog, not grabbing it, just resting on it, the thumb finding the smooth where a corner used to be, the way a thumb finds a worn place it knows. "He's called Palm," Senna said, first words out of her. Her voice was small and scraped from disuse, and entirely certain on the one fact she decided to share. "Palm." Petrov nodded like that settled something important, because to the kid it had. "Good name for a dog." "It means apple," the kid said, with the faint scorn of a child explaining the obvious to an adult, and then, having spent the words, went quiet again and pulled the wrap back up to her chin. Petrov stood and let that be enough, and didn't make it more than it was, because it was a kid, and a wooden dog, and the worst thing she could do to either of them was make a thing of it.
"She talked to you," Greer said, low, when they'd moved off down the webbing toward the 3 dehydrated old folks. "She gave you the dog's name. She hasn't talked to anybody but me in 4 days. "Kids ration it." Petrov was already kneeling at the first of the old ones, an old woman with skin gone papery and a pulse like a tapped-out drum, getting a line ready. "She'll spend more when she's got more to spend. Right now she's keeping the lights on. Smart kid." She got the line in, taped it, started the fluid, talking to the old woman the whole time in the running low murmur she kept for that, "There now, that's just water finding its way home. You'll feel like a person in an hour." Then, to Greer, not looking up, "You make the dog?" A beat. "My partner did. Senna's mom." Greer's voice didn't change much, but it went careful around the edges, the careful of a place you didn't put weight on. "Before. Carved it one winter when Senna was a baby and wouldn't sleep without something in her fist. Sanded the corners off so the baby couldn't poke herself." A small breath. "I keep it on the clip now so it doesn't go in the dark when the float drops. Senna'd come apart if it went." "She didn't come with you," Petrov said. Not a question. You learned in a hold like this to hear who was missing in the shape of who was there. No, just the one word, and then Greer spent exactly as much as he could afford and not a syllable more, the same way the kid had with the dog's name. "She was coreward when the routes went bad. The network's not—" He stopped, squared his shoulders the way a man does when he's decided the sentence isn't survivable and he's going to abandon it. "We're hoping she got out another way." "Then you're hoping," Petrov said. "That's allowed." Petrov finished the line and moved to the second old one and didn't say anything else about it, because there was nothing else to say that wouldn't be a gentle nothing, and Greer Thorne had had enough of those. The man wasn't asking her to fix it. He was just telling her, once, plainly, the way you tell the doctor the thing because the doctor is the one person aboard whose job is to know what's wrong with you. Down the webbing, the boy with the chest had started coughing again, the wet kind she didn't love, and Petrov went to him next and listened and decided he could wait 1 more day, but not 2, and put a note on her slate. And the work of it carried her the way the work always carried her, body to body down the cold hold, doing the small possible things in a situation where the large impossible thing, the war, the gap, the woman who was coreward and might have gotten out another way, sat over all of it and could not be touched. The hold's air handler ticked. The man 2 berths down was still telling his dog story, or telling it again, she couldn't tell which. Somewhere a kid laughed, briefly, at something, the way kids did even in the worst rooms, the laugh surprising itself and cutting off. Petrov worked. It was a 3 on the scale she'd long ago stopped saying out loud, the scale that ran from quiet ward to mass casualty, and a 3 was a thing she could live inside all day, bodies that needed her and none of them dying today, the kind of tired that filled you up instead of hollowing you out. She'd take a hold full of dehydrated grandmothers over a deck full of burns any watch of her life. She did not say that out loud either. The slate at her hip chirped the Lodestar's tone, and it was Cross's voice, and there was something in it gone shorter than the man used to be. "Petrov, how's the brisk turn?" "Alive and unhappy." She moved off toward the hold's forward corner, away from the webbing, the way you took a captain's call where the patients couldn't read your face off it. 41 souls, nobody dying today. 3 I've put fluid into, and a boy with a chest I want off this hauler inside 2 days. Why's your voice doing that?" A short breath on the channel that on Cross counted as a laugh. "Doing what?" "The short thing. You're about to move my convoy." She'd learned to hear it in him over the years, the way he got economical right before he asked people to do something hard. "Tell me." "We're moving your convoy. No point arguing with her." He'd stopped trying years back, which was one of the reasons she'd follow the man into anything.
The line needs the Lodestar coreward, and I'm not leaving a hauler full of families sitting on a corridor I don't trust. Maddox is going to take the brisk turn on quiet routes, his kind of flying, off the loud roads. You'll hand off the medical picture to him and come home. Maddox. Petrov knew the name and the shape of the man behind it. Gray market, salvage underside. The sort of pilot who knew the roads nobody put on a chart. You're putting 41 civilians on a salvage runner who flies bad paperwork. I'm putting 41 civilians on the one pilot in this coalition who can move them somewhere without asking the network where the somewhere is. Cross said it flat, the certainty gone flat she'd been hearing in him for a year now. The flat of a man who'd had to learn which of his instincts to stop trusting. The clean roads are the ones killing people, Nadia. I'd rather they were on a dirty one that's quiet than a bright one that lies. Petrov looked back across the hold at it. The webbing, the low light, the old woman with her line, the boy coughing, Greer Thorne crouched at his kid's berth making her count sips, the kid's hand on a wooden dog with the corner sanded off. 41 people who'd trusted the bright roads their whole lives and gotten gap-displaced for it. "Yeah," she said. "All right. Yeah." She let a beat go, the slate warm in her hand. Daniel. The channel held. The name had landed, the one she only used the one way, and the line went careful on the other end, the way Greer's had gone careful.
"It's not bad news," she said. "Don't go pale on me. It's just these people. I want it on your record that I looked at them. 41 of 2 colonies, a pregnant woman, and a boy with a bad chest, and a kid named Senna, who's got a wooden dog with the corners sanded off so it can't cut her. That's who's in the hold. That's who Maddox is flying. I want you to have the picture and not the number." A silence, and not the lag. They were close enough now that the lag was nothing. The silence was Cross taking it where she'd put it. "I've got the picture," he said. "Thank you for that. I mean it." Then the captain, coming back up under the man, because it had to, "Hand off to Maddox clean. Everything you've got, the fluid, the boy, the dates on the pregnant one. He's not a medic, but he's not stupid, and I'd rather he know what he's carrying." "He'll know. I'll make sure he knows." She was already moving back toward the webbing, the work resuming in her, like a held note picked up again. Petrov out. Cross out. A pause that almost wasn't there. "Get home, Nadia."
Petrov wrote it all down for Maddox the way she'd write it for any handoff. Plain, ordered, no euphemism. The 3 with lines in and how long to keep them running. The boy and the chest and the 2-day clock. The pregnant woman, name of Ferreira, far enough along that a hard jump might decide things for her, and what to do with her hands if it did, written out simple enough for a salvage pilot to follow in bad light. Petrov did not believe in keeping medicine in her own head where it died with her. She put it on the slate and made it survivable. Maddox came aboard near the end of it, a lean, gray-stubbled man who moved through the hold like he was reading it for exits, which he probably was, and who took her slate and read it through twice without comment, and then asked exactly the right question, which was, the pregnant one, "How long have I got before she's my problem and not yours?" And Petrov upgraded her estimate of him on the spot. Cross had been right. He wasn't stupid. He just answered for nothing and did the work no one thanked. "Quiet routes the whole way?" she asked.
"Quiet routes the whole way." He folded the slate to his chest. "Slower, uglier. Nobody'll ask us where we are, which means nobody'll lie to us about it." He glanced down the webbing, at the 41, at the low light and the smell and the long, patient misery of it. "It's the way you move people you actually want to keep. The loud roads are for cargo you've already written off.
Then keep them, Petrov said. All 41. There's a boy with a chest and a kid with a wooden dog, and I've decided I'm fond of both of them, and I'll be cross if you lose either. Something that was almost a smile crossed the salvage pilot's face and didn't stay. I don't lose the ones I'm flying quiet, Doctor. The ones I lose are the ones somebody put on a bright road to save 2 days. He said it without weight, a thing he knew the way she knew anatomy, and then he turned and started down the webbing to learn his cargo, and Petrov let him go. Petrov went back through the hold one more time before she suited up. The old woman with the line had color in her cheeks and was complaining about the food, which was the best clinical sign Petrov had seen all day. The boy coughed and let her listen, and held his arms out from his sides like a small crucified saint while she did it, patient, the way sick kids got patient, and she told him he was doing the hard part right. The pregnant woman, Ferreira, asked her quietly whether the new pilot knew, and Petrov said, "He knows. He asked me himself. You're his first question." And the woman let out a breath she'd probably been holding for an hour. And she stopped last at the Thorne berth, because you finished where the kid was. That was just sense. "I'm heading back to my ship," she told Senna, crouching, knees and all. "A man called Maddox is going to fly you the rest of the way. He's good. He flies quiet, which means slow, which means you've got to keep counting those sips for your dad the whole way. Deal?" The kid considered this with the gravity of a child being given a real job. Her hand was on the dog, thumb in the worn, smooth place. "Does Maddox know about Palm?" Senna asked. "I'll tell him," said Petrov, and meant it, and would. "I'll tell him the dog's named Palm, and it means apple, and it's clipped on so it can't fly off, and the corners are sanded so it can't cut you. He'll know all of it. I'm a doctor. I write everything down." The kid nodded, satisfied, the great matter settled, and pulled the wrap up. And that was the whole of the goodbye, which was right, because a bigger one would have frightened her. Greer walked Petrov to the lock. Not far, a few meters of cold deck. At the hatch he stopped and put his hand out again, and this time the glove and the suit and the warship didn't stop him, and Petrov took it, bare to glove, his hand cold and dry and steady. "Thank you for the true list," he said. "It's the only kind I've got." She held the grip a second longer than the handshake needed, because the man had earned a second, and then she let it go. "Keep her drinking. Keep yourself drinking, too. You're no good to the kid dried out. And Mr. Thorne," she paused with one boot in the lock, "your partner, the one who was coreward." His face did the careful thing. "Hoping's allowed," Petrov said again, because she'd nothing better, and the nothing better was at least true. "That's all. Hoping's allowed. Go count sips." Petrov sealed the suit and cycled the lock and crossed back the cold, dark stretch to the Lodestar. And behind her the brisk turn took on a salvage pilot and his quiet, ugly ropes, and turned, slow and fat and full of people, off the bright roads and into the dark, where nobody would ask it where it was. Petrov didn't look back at it on the board. She had a boy with a chest to chart, and 3 lines to log, and a captain to find, and the work picked her up where she'd set it down and carried her on, body to body, the way it always had, the way it would tomorrow. The hold smell was still in the seams of her suit when she got it off. Warm bodies, cold metal, fear gone old. She didn't mind it. It was the smell of 41 people who were, today, still alive, and going on, which on the scale she didn't say out loud was as good a day as the war was handing out. Chapter 6. In Ordinary Times. The first quiet on the bridge in 9 hours arrived the way the worst weather does, with no announcement at all. Cross knew the shape of it before he had a word for it. The loop, which had been a wall of voices since the doorstep cracked, thinned to a working murmur, A relay handoff, a tonnage report, Marchetti's Vragny checking spacing with the Frontier Compact in that scuffed border drawl of hers. And the Lodestar's bridge, which had held 6 and then 9 and then a crowd at the back consoles through the engagement, breathed out and was 6 again. Winter at helm, easing them onto the regroup line. Ackerman at his shoulder. The signals officer at her station, and the back consoles thinned from the crowd that had packed them through the engagement, down to the skeleton watch that ran a ship between fights. The coalition had held. That was the true version and the optimistic version both, for once sitting close enough that Cross didn't have to measure the gap. The loop that had been holding a door that was already open had bent the rest of the way and not broken. They'd lost hulls, the loop carried the names, and he'd taken each one and put it where he kept them. But the blocks that had nearly not held were strung along the regroup seam now, scarred and present, all of them, the combine miserly and dark on the flank, the Null long anchors keeping their honest geometry out past everyone, the Longwake spanward where Mercer had stood in the door from the first minute of it. A win. Cross knew the word for what they'd done and used it carefully, the way you'd use a borrowed coat. He pressed 2 fingers to the bridge rail. He didn't tap. There was nothing under them to tap against, just the cold edge and the long, even thrum of a ship that had stopped fighting. And below that, where the deck couldn't reach, the other floor, the one the year past had taken out from under him and not given back, the one he commanded over now by main force, so nobody looked down. "Captain." Ackerman, low. "Whitfield's relay just resolved. She wants the line on the loop. All captains, the regroup channel." "Lag?" 3 jumps, same as always." Ackerman squared the edge of her slate to the console, a small, clean motion that on her meant, "Here comes a thing I'd want in the record." "She's not going to wait through 8-minute turns to confer. This will be her talking and us listening. She does that when the order's already made." Good. Cross meant it. A made order was the easiest kind to follow into. He pressed 2 fingers to the bridge rail. He didn't tap. There was nothing under them to tap against, just the cold edge and the long, even thrum of a ship that had stopped fighting. And below that, where the deck couldn't reach, the other floor, the one the year past had taken out from under him and not given back, the one he commanded over now by main force, so nobody looked down. Whitfield came onto the bridge stale and clipped and entirely herself. "This is Whitfield to the regroup line." No preamble. She commanded down a fleet, and a fleet was too large to be charming at. She'd long ago converted whatever else she might have said into tonnage and movement and the next thing. The doorstep held. "I've got your counts. I'm not going to read them back to you. You flew them. You know what they cost. The line is reforming on the regroup mark, and I want everyone watered, fueled, and accounted by the next watch turn. The war did not end because we held a beach. It told us how big the coast is. We reform and we go again." A pause that was the lag, and under it the sense of a woman somewhere 3 jumps coreward, in a chair Cross had never sat in, getting quieter the larger the thing she had to say. He'd met her twice. Both times she'd seemed to grow more still the closer the matter came to the bone, until you understood that the stillness was the size of it. "One piece of fleet business while I have the line," Whitfield said. "Longwake." On the loop, 3 jumps the other way, Mercer's channel opened. Cross knew it was open the way you know a door has opened in another room, a shift in the air of the bridge, the signals officer's hand stilling over her board. The Longwake was spanward of all of them, the furthest haul on the regroup, and her relay came in thinnest of the lot, scrubbed by distance, so that when Mercer answered, he answered small. "Longwake, Mercer." 2 words, and the whole of him in them. Cross had been across enough tables from enough men to read a voice the way Vinter read a road, and what he read in those 2 words was a man at the bottom of his reserve, holding the chair by main force, with nothing in the tank for ceremony, and a perfect ship under him that had let him spend everything and still hadn't asked his name. Spare, compressed. Cross had heard the other version once, the early polished one, second-hand in the way people told the Endurance's story in the mess. There was no polish left in Longwake, Mercer. There was just the chair held. "You stood the door from the first minute," Whitfield said. "You held it on a ship you didn't trust against a thing nobody briefed you for, and you held it the right way. You didn't fire first, and when you fired, you didn't miss, and you kept the cutter and the hull in the line beside you when a worse captain would have lost one or both. The chair you're sitting in is yours by every measure the service has." The lag took it spanward. The bridge waited. Cross found, to his own faint surprise, that he was waiting too, and that the floor he didn't have was very far down right now, and the thing happening on the loop was somehow pulling at the place where it used to be. In ordinary times, Whitfield said, when her words had crossed the dark and Mercer's silence had crossed back, there'd be a ceremony for this, Captain, a hall, your people and their good blacks, somebody senior reading the order out so the whole service could hear it land. There aren't ordinary times. There's a regroup line and a clock and a coast we haven't measured. So I'll do it from here, and you'll take it from there, and that'll have to be the hall. A breath, 3 jumps off, gone quieter still. The order's signed. The chair's yours, and so is the rank. Captain Mercer, get your ship watered and back in the line. The lag carried it spanward and let it go. Cross stood with his fingers on the rail and held himself out of it, because it wasn't his moment, and a captain who climbed into another captain's moment was a captain who needed the moment more than the man it belonged to. But he couldn't keep all of it off. He knew the weight that had just lifted off Mercer's shoulders, and the heavier one that had settled in its place. Knew it the way anyone who'd held a command before it fit him knew it. Because the rank wasn't a reward. The rank was the chair admitting it would never let you go. The reply came back across the jumps, and it was short, the way Cross had known it would be. "Acknowledged, Admiral." A pause that was the man and not the lag. "I'll have her watered by the turn." That was all. No speech, no thanks past the word the service used for heard. Somewhere spanward, a man had been handed the rank he'd already been doing the work of, and answered with a logistics commitment. And Cross, who built arguments for a living, who could talk a careful combine into urgency and a frightened bridge across a missing floor, respected the smallness of it more than he'd have respected a speech. Mercer hadn't performed receiving the thing. He'd just received it and gone back to the work, the way you'd accept a tool you'd been reaching for anyway. "Welcome to it, Captain," Whitfield said, and there was no warmth in it, and it didn't need any. "Whitfield out to the line. Reform on the mark. I'll have movement orders inside the watch." The fleet channel dropped to its working murmur. The bridge let out the breath it had been holding. "Huh," Vinter said, very quietly, at the helm, to nobody, the way the kid said the thing nobody else thought to say. "That was it? That was the whole... They just gave it to him? Over the relay?" He caught himself, ears going faint at the edges, and addressed it properly forward. "Sorry, Captain. I thought there'd be... I don't know what I thought there'd be." "More," Cross said. "You thought there'd be more." He didn't make it a correction. In ordinary times, there would be. You heard her. "It doesn't seem like enough." "It's exactly enough,"
Cross looked at the spanwood edge of the board, where the thin bloom of the Longwake sat watering at the regroup line, a man in a chair that was finally officially his. The rank's not the hall, Vinter. The hall's just where they say it out loud so everybody believes it. He didn't need the hall. He needed somebody with the authority to say the chair's his, and that's Whitfield, not Cole. So she did it. 3 words across the dark. He let the corner of his mouth go, the deliberate warmth coming up because the bridge had taken a long watch and the kid had taken a death he hadn't shaken yet. Most of the realest things in this service happen in about 3 words across the dark. The halls are for the times that can afford them. Vinter took that and turned it over and put it somewhere, the way he did. "Aye, Captain." Ackerman, at Cross's shoulder, said nothing, which from Ackerman was a whole sentence. He glanced at her. "It's clean," she said, before he could ask. "Whitfield's the right authority. The order is in the fleet record, no irregularity. I was checking." The dry came up at the corner of it, the near joke that landed because she didn't smile. Somebody has to make sure the one good thing this watch was done by the book. And was it? By the book, Captain Mercer. She said the rank like she was testing the fit of it and finding it sound. "He'll do." The regroup gave them a watch to be people in, and the Lodestar's crew took it the way crews take a lull, warily, like a coat handed to them in a stranger's house. Cross walked the bridge once, slow, because a captain walking slow told a tired crew the danger had stepped back a pace, and a captain who stood frozen at the rail told them the opposite no matter what his face did. Petrov came up from the medbay with a flask of something that wasn't coffee and put it in his hand without comment and stood beside him a moment, blunt and tired in the good way, watching the board with him. "How's Salazar?" he said. "Furious, useful. The two go together with him." Petrov rolled a suture pack between her fingers, old habit, hands needing work even off duty. "He won't stop riding your ensign about spacing. It's good for both of them. The kid needs somebody who isn't a captain telling him he did fine, and Salazar needs somebody to be a captain too, since the chair won't have him." She said it plain, no euphemism, because she didn't do bedside on her own bridge. Vinter took the Sabic hard. He's holding it the way they all do, which is to say not really, which is to say fine until it isn't. Loud he's all right. It's the quiet ones like this that find him. "I know." Cross drank the not coffee, warm and bitter, and exactly what the watch needed. "I'm watching him." "I know you are." Petrov bumped his arm with her shoulder, the closest thing to ceremony she allowed, and went back below to her wounded. The captain let the lull run. Down the bridge, the signals officer was teaching the engine gang rating who'd come up from somewhere aft how the loop sorted priority traffic, the two of them heads together over the board, and the rating was getting it wrong and laughing about getting it wrong, and Cross let the laugh run too, the way he'd been taught by watching his father let grumbles run, that the human noise on a bridge wasn't a thing you cleaned on against the war, it was the thing the war was for, and a captain who scrubbed it clean to look ready had won the wrong argument. Vinter, given nothing to fly, was reading something off the loop with the absorbed look the kid got, probably a manifest, probably somebody's piano. The thrum of the regroup ran long and even under all of it. Cross stood in it and let the floor be as far down as it wanted to be, and didn't look. Delgado found the number in the lull, which was the way of it. The dark gave you a watch to breathe, and then handed you the thing it had been holding behind its back. "Captain?" Delgado came off the science board, and he didn't straighten out of his hunch the way he did when it was bridge business. He stayed folded over it, which Cross had learned to read, the way you learn a particular officer, that Sam Delgado standing tall meant a thing he didn't want, and Sam Delgado staying hunched over his readings meant the thing he wanted even less. "So, okay, so.
I've got the Longwake science feed pulled across now that we're in relay range. Hale's instruments, off their back. He had a stylus, and he was drawing the small invisible curve over his board he drew when the thing was real. And I ran their junction read against ours, the doorstep breadth, the number that should hold flat. And it doesn't hold flat? Cross had heard this much from the loop already, in pieces, the monitoring that came up the chain from Mercer's ship with a curve attached. No, it creeps. We knew it creeped. Delgado's so had stopped, which was worse than when it climbed. The climbing meant he was talking himself towards something, and the stopping meant he'd arrived. What I didn't have until now was 2 instruments good enough to put a number on it. The Longwake's gear and ours, both reading the same junction breadth, both better than anything anyone's ever flown. And when I difference them against the deep survey, the position the network swears the seal sits at, the one the whole chain authenticates down to the last node, they don't match. The true read and the network read. There's a gap between them. How big a gap? Small. Delgado said it like a man setting down something he didn't want to be holding. Call it 0.4%, 0.4. The network reports the seal's position, everything signs off nominal, clean, on its mark, and the place it actually sits, by the 2 best instruments in the fleet agreeing with each other, is 0.4% off where the network says, spanward, toward the dark. He looked up, and the talkative thing started, the hedges coming because he wouldn't perform a certainty he didn't have. And I want to be clear, that's nothing, Captain. That's inside every tolerance we own. 0.4% on a position read after an engagement that shook the whole lattice, with 2 instruments that have never been cross-calibrated against each other in the field. That's exactly what instrument error looks like. If you handed me that number cold, I'd tell you to recalibrate and stop bothering me. I'm telling you what I'd tell anyone. It's almost certainly the instruments. Cross had spent the watch keeping the floor far down and not looking at it. The number came in under his breastbone and put it another inch lower, clean, with no flare, the way the sabik had gone into a place that wasn't there. 0.4%, spanward, toward the dark. Cross kept his face exactly where it was. He had learned that a long time ago, at a borrowed table, the way Mercer had learned his own version of it, the way every man who'd ever had to hold a room learned the trick of keeping the inside off the outside. He kept it, and inside, against his will, the 2 versions stood up side by side the way they always did. The optimistic one, it's the instrument, Sam's right, recalibrate and it's gone, dressed bright and reasonable and almost certainly true. And the other one, the one that didn't assemble into words because there were no words for it yet, the one that was just the picket reading 2 true things, the sabik on its mark and dead, the standing of the light a hand's width off the network, everywhere he'd thought to lay them against each other, and now a number, the first number anyone had managed to put on the thing his gut had been telling him since the watch the door turned out to have been open, since the floor first moved. "What do you want to do with it?" Cross said, and his voice came out level, which cost him. That's the part I really don't love." Delgado's hand opened over the curve he'd drawn. "Procedure says I log it, and procedure's right. It's within tolerance, it's cross-instrument, it's post-engagement. I log it as probable instrument error. Flag it for recalibration when we've got the Longwake and the Lodestar close enough to bench the 2 arrays against a common reference, and I monitor. There's no other honest thing to write. I can't write the seal is drifting toward the dark and the network is lying about it because I can't prove the seal is drifting. I can prove 2 instruments disagree by 0.4%. That's all I've got. Anything past that is me being scared, and I don't get to log scared." He swallowed. "So I'm going to log instrument error, and I wanted to bring it to you first because The hedge, the honesty, the thing about Delgado that made him worth keeping. Because I think it might be the cleanest false thing I ever wrote, and I didn't want to write it alone. There it was, the whole of it, handed to Cross plain by a man who couldn't dress it up because dressing things up wasn't in him. Delgado was right. By every rule the service had, the only honest entry was probable instrument error. You couldn't fly a fleet on a captain's gut. You couldn't pull the line off the regroup. Couldn't tell Whitfield 3 jumps forward to hold everything because 0.4% and a feeling. She'd ask him to prove it, and he'd be right to, and he had nothing. The number was real, and the number was within tolerance, and those two facts were not in conflict, and there was nothing an order could be built on in the space between them. Cross was right too early, and being right too early, with no proof, was indistinguishable from being a captain who'd lost his floor and started seeing the dark in clean instruments, which was exactly what a man who'd lost his floor would think, which meant he couldn't even trust the gut that was telling him to trust the gut. "Log it as instrument error," Cross said. Delgado looked at him. "You heard me. It's the honest entry. You wrote it right." Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail. He did not tap. "Flag it for the cross bench when we're in range. Monitor the difference, watch over watch. Not because I can give you a reason. I can't. I haven't got one that would survive Ackerman for 30 seconds. Monitor it because you found a number where there used to be just a feeling, and a number's worth watching even when the only honest thing to call it is error." He met the science officer's eyes. "And Sam, keep the raw. Whatever you log, keep every raw read. Don't let the recalibration eat the original numbers." "I never delete raw." Delgado said it fast, almost offended, and then heard the rest of it, and the offense went out of him and left something quieter and worse. "You think it's not the instruments?" "I think it's almost certainly the instruments." Cross gave him the true version, because Delgado had given him his, and you paid honesty with honesty, or you got neither again. "And I think we should keep the raw anyway, both of those at once. You can hold 2, can't you? You said it yourself, the node telling 2 true things." "Yeah." Delgado looked at the curve over his board, the small spanward creep, 0.4% toward the dark, clean and authenticated, and within every margin they owned. "Yeah, I can hold 2. I just really wish I couldn't." He went back to his readings, hunched, and after a moment Cross heard the soft chain of keystrokes that was a careful officer writing probable instrument error into the fleet record in good faith, correctly, the only honest thing there was to write. Whitfield's movement orders came up at the watch turn, the way she'd said. Reform, refuel, push the line coreward to a new mark, the Longwake anchoring the spanward edge of it now with a captain who held the rank as well as the chair. The fleet drew itself back into a line, the blocks held, the wind, such as it was, set into the record beside the names of the hulls it had cost. Cross stood the rest of the watch at the rail. Vinter flew them onto the new mark, steady, the wonder gone quieter in the kid, but his hands still sure. Ackerman logged the reform clean. The loop carried Marchetti's drawl and the combine's clipped costed silences, and once, thin and spanward, the Longwake reporting watered, and back in the line, Captain Mercer riding the traffic now where Honorary used to sit, the rank made real and gone unremarkable inside a single watch, which was how the realest things went, 3 words across the dark and then back to the work. Another captain's rank had been made true tonight, and Cross had stood in the moment and not climbed into it, and been genuinely glad the service could still reach across 3 jumps of lag and hand a man the thing he'd earned. The fleet command worked. It had taken a man who'd held a door and made him, officially, the captain he already was. And it could not hand Cross back the thing the year past had taken. There was no admiral 3 jumps coreward who could sign an order that put the floor back under him. Whitfield could make Mercer a captain because the chair was a thing the service owned and could give. The certainty Cross had flown on his whole career. The knowing that he was reading the war right, that reading it right was most of winning it, wasn't the service's to give back. It had walked out of him in the bad year and not come home, and the service had no rank that filled the hole where it had been. So he stood at the rail of a ship that had won a watch, in the quiet the worst weather wears, and stood the watch out the only way he had left, and did not look down. The crew laughed at the back consoles. Vinter read his manifest. Spanward a new captain watered his perfect silent ship. The line held coreward, blocks and anchors and frontier hulls, all of them present, all of them his to lose. And somewhere in the fleet record, written in good faith by an honest man who'd brought it to his captain first because he hadn't wanted to write it alone, a number sat logged as instrument error, 0.4%, within tolerance, spanward toward the dark. Cross had ordered it written, and the order had been correct, and there was nothing anywhere on the board he could do about the fact that he knew, the way you know a thing with no proof, the worst way there is to know anything, that the instruments were fine. Cross kept his fingers on the cold rail, and did not tap them, and let the floor be as far down as it had gone, and the green lights of the line answered nominal, every one of them, all the way down the chain. Chapter 7. The Old Enemy Holds. Whitfield ran a fleet the way other people ran a bath. You set the temperature and the level, and then you waited, and the only thing your hand on the tap could do was make it worse. Whitfield had the flag plot up around her in the dark of the command deck 3 jumps coreward of the new mark, a low room kept cold because the boards ran hot and she liked her people sharp. And she stood at the center of it with her hands behind her back and read the war as it had been 8 minutes ago. That was the bath. Everything on the plot had already happened. The line she was looking at, the Lodestar and the Longwake and the Frontier Compact and the Combine Element and the Long Yawl anchors, strung along the coreward push to the new mark in the geometry the dark allowed, had moved on past whatever this was by now, into a present she would not get to see for another 8 minutes, and could not touch for 16. A fleet was a thing you commanded by letter to the past. You wrote down the right thing, and you sent it into the dark, and you waited to find out whether the dark had already made it wrong. Whitfield had been doing it long enough to stop hating the lag. You did not hate the weather. "Coreward push is on the mark," her flag captain said. Imari, at the rail beside her, a square, calm man who had flown the bath with her for 6 years and knew not to fill her silences. All blocks present and answering. Combines holding the spanward shoulder of the push. Ryer's cutter and her heavy second. Ryer. Whitfield put the name where it went. She had a list in her head of the captains who would hold, and the captains who would hold only while it cost them nothing, and Ryer sat on the second list, in pencil, the way most of the Combine sat. Forced into the coalition, miserly with everything, running dark to save power, and running their courage the same way. The Sundgren Combine did not lose ships for other people's lines. They had told her so, in costed sentences, through a flank coordinator with no warmth in him, and she had believed them, because believing your allies' limits was cheaper than finding them out under fire. What's she holding the shoulder against? Nothing yet. The push is quiet. Imari brought the spanward edge up larger on the plot. Cross flagged it before he went coreward. The line reads clean, and he doesn't trust the clean. He's flying the in-haul measure where he can get it, and the network where he can't. He flagged it in the record. Ackerman logged it, twice. The near smile Imari allowed himself was mostly in the eyes. Once for the Lodestar, and once for the fleet. Good. Whitfield meant it. She had read Cross's descent and Ackerman's logged break and Delgado's probable instrument error coming up the chain with its small spanward number attached, 0.4%, toward the dark, and she had done with it the only thing the fleet allowed her to do, which was nothing. You did not pull a coreward push off its mark on a captain's gut and a science officer's hedge. And she had hated the nothing. In the cold, private way, she hated all the orders the war wouldn't let her give. She put the number with the things she could not yet act on. It was a longer list than anyone under her would have believed.
The plot was quiet, stale and quiet, the blocks strung along the push, the combine dark on the spanward shoulder, where Rayer sat costing the engagement she had not yet been asked to join. Whitfield stood in the cold with her hands behind her back and let the bath be the temperature it was. The spanward shoulder lit 8 minutes after it happened. Whitfield knew the shape of it before Imari said a word, because the shape of it was old. The plot threw up the bloom of a thing coming in off the dark, not the unhurried walk of the main wall Cross had described, but a fast, ragged jab of light elements, the kind that went for a shoulder when the shoulder was the cheapest door, and behind the jab the heavier weight that meant the jab was serious. It came at the combine. It came at Rayer on the spanward shoulder, dark and miserly and exactly where the push had set her. "Contact on the spanward shoulder," Imari said. "Light elements leading, heavy behind. They're going for the seam between the combine and the frontier compact." A breath. "Same play as the relay. They're hitting the space between two blocks that don't trust each other." They learned it works. On the plot, the 8-minute-old jab closed on 8-minute-old Reiner. Whitfield's own voice had gone quieter, which she knew it did, which she had stopped trying to fix in herself a long time ago. That the bigger the thing on the plot, the more of her went down into the part that did sums, and the less of her was left over to be loud with. Loud was for small rooms. A fleet did not need her loud. A fleet needed her to be the coldest, slowest, most correct sentence in the dark. What's the support geometry? Who reaches Reiner? Imari already had it. Frontier Compact's anti-spinward of her. Marchetti can put a hull across the seam, but she's covering her own front. She can't strip far. The closest weight that can actually reach the shoulder is the line element coreward. 2 of ours, a cruiser and an escort, in mutual support. He laid the road of it on the plot, the support track running spanward to the shoulder, along the only lane the geometry allowed. Call it 6 minutes for them to reach the seam from where they sit. On the network? On the measure? A pause she did not like. "The long yawl anchors are reading for the Lodestar stretch of the push, Admiral, not the shoulder. The shoulder's reading off the network." So the shoulder was blind. The one stretch of the line that had the honest geometry was 3 blocks over, keeping Cross's road true, and the combine on the spanward shoulder, dark, miserly, exactly where she'd set them, was flying the network, the clean, bright, lying network, the same road that had killed the Sabik on a green light. Whitfield held that against the 0.4% number she'd set aside, and did not let the two of them finish the sentence they wanted to finish, because she could not act on a sentence, only on a position. And the position was, Rayer was about to be hit, blind, on the network, and the closest weight that could reach her was 6 minutes off down a lane she'd have to trust. Whitfield gave the order. It was the right one. She knew it was the right one the way she knew most of her orders were right, which was not the same as warm. "Imari, the coreward line element, the cruiser and the escort, order them spanward to the shoulder, mutual support the whole way. Reach the seam before the heavyweight lands. Tell Rayer support is moving, and give her the track so she holds for it." She did not raise it.
And flag be order to the Lodestar and to Marchetti, so everyone on the shoulder knows who's coming and from where. I don't want anyone shooting their own relief in the dark." "Sending." Imari's hands moved. 6-minute reach, 8-minute lag each way. They'll have moved before we know they got it. They always have. Whitfield's order went out into the dark, a letter to a present she couldn't see, and she stood in the cold to wait for the dark to tell her, 8 minutes late, whether she'd written down the right thing. The right thing, she had written it down. She would hold to that after. Whatever the dark did with it, the order had been correct. The shoulder fought 8 minutes ago, and she read the fight through the lying clean. It came up on the plot in the network's own confident hand. Ryer's cutter and her heavy second, dark and tight on the spanward shoulder, throwing fire into the light elements as they came on, holding the seam closed by main force. The combine did not fight beautifully. They fought like accountants defending a vault. No flourish, nothing spent that didn't have to be spent. Every shot costed, and the costing made them slow, and the slow made them solid. The light elements broke on the cutter's fire, and reformed and came again, and Ryer's heavy second swung its guns into the seam the way a combine element had reached to save Marchetti's pilot at the relay, miserly and conditional and exactly enough, and for a stretch of stale minutes the shoulder held. Then a voice came up the chain, 8 minutes stale, scrubbed thin by 3 jumps, and it was Ryer, clipped, costed, a woman who weighed her words against what they might commit her to, even now. "Fleet, combine element on the spanward shoulder. We are engaged, we are holding the seam." A pause that was the woman and not the lag, costing the next sentence. "Our second hull has taken the seam side and we cannot reduce. We require the support on the track. Confirm the support is on the track." "Confirm support on the track," Whitfield said, into a channel that would not reach the woman for 8 minutes, to a woman who had asked the question 8 minutes ago and was already living in the answer Whitfield could not see. "Confirm relief inbound, your coreward lane, mutual support." She said it anyway. You answered the dead-stale question with the true, present answer, because some of it might still be true by the time it landed, and because the alternative was silence, and you did not send a captain silence while she held a seam. "Imari, where's the support?" "On the track." Imari had it tight. "Cruiser and escort, spanward, mutual support, on the lane. Network reads them 4 minutes from the seam and closing. They're going to reach her." "On the network." "On the network," Imari said, and did not soften it because he had flown the bath with her for 6 years and knew she did not want it softened. "It's the only read the shoulders got." 4 minutes from the seam, on the network. The relief slid down its clean, bright lane toward the shoulder where Rayer held, and the light elements came again, and the heavy weight behind them resolved on the plot at last into what it was. Not the unhurried wall, but a fist, a dense knot of heavy hauls aimed at the seam Rayer was holding closed. The thing that had been waiting behind the jab for the seam to thin. The fist came on. The relief closed. 4 minutes. 3. The two of them ran toward the same point in the dark, the relief and the fist, and Whitfield did the sum she had done 10,000 times, the sum that was most of what an admiral was, who arrives first, and the sum came out, the relief, by a margin, on the network. "They reach her first," Imari said, doing the same sum. "By the reed, the relief makes the seam before the fist does." "By the reed," Whitfield said. The relief did not make the seam. It arrived where the network said the seam was. The plot showed it to her 8 minutes after it had stopped being something she could change. The cruiser and the escort came down their clean, bright lane in good order, mutual support, exactly as ordered, and they reached the point in the dark the network swore the seam sat at, on its mark, authenticated, nominal, and laid their weight across it, 2 hulls worth of fire thrown into the gap to close it, correct and disciplined and on time. And the seam was not there. It was a hand's width off, less. The amount nobody acted on, the amount Delgado logged as instrument error, and Cross flew the measure to dodge. The small spanward number toward the dark, one more of the things she could not yet act on, and the relief, flying the network because the shoulder had no other read, put its weight down a hand's width from where the seam actually was, into empty dark, while the seam itself sat that 1 hand width spanward with the fist already in it. The relief fired into nothing. The fist went into Re'er. It reached her the only way the dark let anything reach her, 8 minutes late, and through the network's own lying confident hand. And it was fast, and it was small, and it carried no ceremony at all. The combine heavy second, the one Ryer had said had taken the seam side and could not reduce, came apart under the fist. Not slowly, not with any farewell in it. A hull that was there and throwing costed fire one moment, and a spreading bloom of cooling debris the next, and the cutter, Ryer's cutter, dark and miserly and exactly where the push had set her, held the seam alone for the length of time it takes a fist to close, and then the cutter was inside the fist, and the cutter held. It held. That was what Whitfield would carry. The relief was a hand's width wrong, and the fist was on her, and the seam was Rayer's to lose, and the costed, careful woman who fought like an accountant defending a vault, the woman on the second list in pencil, the woman whose block did not lose ships for other people's lines, did not break the seam and run coreward into the open dark where she'd have lived. She held the seam. She held it like a cutter against a fist, for as long as a cutter lasts against a fist, which is not long, and a voice came up the chain scrubbed to almost nothing, clipped and costed to the very end. Fleet, the support is not on the seam. Not a complaint, a report. A woman costing her last sentences and spending them on the record because the record was a thing the combine believed in. It is short. The support is short by a gap that was not lag. We are holding the seam. We will hold the cutter's bloom went off the plot. Not grade. Gone. The way Picket 9 had gone. The way a node goes when the thing that made it lie arrives on top of it. Except this was not a node. This was Rayer, who had every selfish reason to pull her dark miserly cutter coreward and live, and who had instead held a seam she never agreed to hold, for a coalition she'd been forced into, until the seam took her. The flag plot, 8 minutes behind, went on reading the support element as on its mark, nominal, on time, reaching the seam, the network said, in good order, exactly as ordered. The seam was a hand's width spanward of where the network drew it, and there was nothing left on it to relieve. The command deck was very quiet, as Whitfield required it to be, and she let the quiet be exactly as long as a fleet could afford, which was not long. Whitfield did not break. The crack, if there was one, went down into the cold part with the sums, where it always went, where Cole was the only person who had ever been allowed to see it, and Cole was 3 jumps and a planet away. What came up instead, in the place where loudness would have been in a smaller woman in a smaller room, was the work, the next position, the next order. The fleet reformed around the hole where the spanward shoulder used to be, because a hole on the shoulder was a door, and a door open 8 minutes ago was a door the dark was already coming through. The shoulder's open, she said, quieter than she'd said anything all watch. Ryer's gone and her seconds gone, and the fist is through the seam. Imare, the frontier compact. Marchetti, she's anti-spinward of the hull. Order her to swing onto the shoulder and hold the open seam. Not chase the fist, hold the door, the way she held the anti-spinward arc at the relay. The Lodestar's stretch keeps the measure. Pull one of the long null anchors spanward far enough to read the shoulder so whoever holds it next isn't holding it blind. She did the geometry as she said it, the line bending to close the hole the way a body closes around a wound, taking weight off where it could be spared and putting it where the dark was coming in. And the support element, the cruiser and the escort, they're a hand's width out of position and they don't know it. Get them the null read the second the anchor can reach them. They reached the seam exactly as ordered, and they reached empty dark, and I want them flying the measure before the dark teaches them what Ryer already learned. Sending all of it. Imari's hands moved, and the line on the plot began, 8 minutes from now, to bend the way she'd told it to. Admiral, the support, they did reach the seam. The track was clean. They flew the order. I know they flew the order. I wrote it. Whitfield's hand stayed behind her back. The order was right. The track was clean. They reached where the seam was reported to be. She did not finish it. She could not finish it, because finishing it required a word she did not have. The same word Cross did not have, and Delgado would not write, and Ackerman had logged the absence of, and a fleet was not commanded with words you did not have. It was commanded with positions. The position was, the seam had been a hand's width spanward of every clean, true, authenticated reading in the dark, and a cost, careful woman who fought like an accountant had died on that hand's width, while 2 of Whitfield's hulls put their weight down correctly into nothing. Whitfield put it with the things she could not yet act on. The list got 1 entry longer. In ordinary times, she said, and stopped because there was nothing after it that the fleet could use, and she did not waste the fleet's time on the things it could not use. In ordinary times there'd be a haul. Ryer's people, in whatever the Combine wore for good blacks, somebody senior reading the count out so a block that did not lose ships for other people's lines could hear what one of theirs had held. There were no ordinary times. There was a regroup line and a clock and a hole on the spanward shoulder, and Whitfield converted the rest of the sentence into the only currency the dark accepted from her, which was tonnage and movement and the next correct order. Log it, she said. Combine element lost holding the spanward shoulder, both hulls, Commander Ryer commanding. Support tasked, on the track, reached the reported seam position in good order. Note that the reported position and the actual position did not agree. She kept her voice exactly where it was, in the cold part, with the sums. Don't put a word to the disagreement we can't defend. We haven't got the word, just the positions. Cross's numbers already in the record. File this against it. Filing. Amari did not square anything. That was Ackerman's tell, not his. He simply entered it, the loss and the hole and the disagreement that had no name, into the record the Combine believed in, where it would sit beside a 0.4% reading logged as instrument error. 2 true things that could not both be true, waiting for a word nobody on the line had yet. It's in, Admiral. The plot bent. 8 minutes from now, Marchetti's Frontier Compact swung onto the shoulder and put itself across the open seam, scuffed and present, the way she'd put herself across the anti-spinward arc at the relay. And a long null anchor drew spanward far enough to lay honest geometry over the shoulder for the first time. And 2 of Whitfield's hulls, a hand's width out of position and not yet knowing it, took the measure off the anchor and learned, before the dark could teach them, where the seam actually was. The line reformed around the hole. It held. It was insufficient, and it held. which was the war now, and the fleet went on coreward to the new mark with one less block on its second list and a costed, careful woman's name in the record above a disagreement nobody could name. Whitfield stood in the cold of the command deck with her hands behind her back and read the war as it had been 8 minutes ago, the way you read weather you could not change. And the loss went down into the part of her that did sums, where it became what everything became, the next position and the next order, and the weight to put where the dark was coming in. "Imari," she said, quieter than anything else the watch had had from her. "Movement orders to the line inside the turn. We reform. We go again." "Inside the turn, Admiral." The bath was the temperature it was, and Whitfield let it be. 3 jumps coreward, in a present she could not see, the line bent and held around the hole an old enemy had died to keep from being larger, and Whitfield wrote down the next right thing and sent it into the dark, and waited, the way she always waited, to find out what the dark had already done with it. Chapter 8. The Coastline. The standing quiet did not come to Imeth aboard the Lodestar, and she had stopped expecting it to. Among her own line, a reader of the dark sat in the dark, no lights, no chatter on a band, the body slowed to the long even thing that let the measure come. Here she sat in a compartment lit like a held breath, the long-range arrays a wall of human glass in front of her, and learned to read across the noise the way a person learns to sleep beside a road. 6 watches of practice and then 60 more, and now she could let the human room fall away from the edges of her attention and bring the measure up underneath it. Not what the network said of the dark, but where the long ones stood against each other, and what their standing told her of the shape between. Imeth held the small deciding beat before she touched the array. Then she opened the channel that did not go through the network at all, the line out to the long anchors, light and the measure, the chain her people did not trust to the chain her people did not trust, and asked the dark to show her its edge. Narrow answered from the anchor vessel, far out and dark, in the low, even register that meant, "I am here and at rest." Sen was with her. Imeth knew it the way you know who shares a room behind a wall, by the second stillness inside the first. They had set the long ones wide this watch, wider than the human captains liked, because the wide setting read the deep shape and not the near noise, and the near noise was all the humans had ever had. "Vesha," Narrow said, not a greeting between strangers. The other thing it also was. "Vesha," Imeth said back, and did not put it into English, because there was no one on the Lodestar bridge close enough to need it carried across. They read together. This was the work she had crossed her whole life to do, and the work her line had not forgiven her for choosing to do. To read the dark beside humans, at human speed, in human light. And she did it now with narrow stillness laid against her own across the distance, the two of them holding one measure between 2 hulls, and for the length of it, the leaving did not cost her anything. That was its own kind of standing quiet, the only kind she had out here. She took it while it lasted. The Null officer slowed her breath the old way, long and even, until the human room thinned at the edges of her, the dry recycled cold of the compartment, the faint resin smell the Lodestar's newness still carried in every seam, the array's low electric hum against the back of her teeth. None of it the standing quiet, none of it the dark of her own people's reading rooms, where there was nothing under the skin but the slow body and the measure coming up through it. But enough. She had learned to read across a road. She could read across a hum. She let her hands rest flat and still on the cool of the console, palms down, the way her line read, where a human, reading something this large, would have leaned in and reached for it. The reaching was the human tell. The flat hands were hers. The long one stood. She read where they stood, and the edge of the dark was not where the humans had drawn it. The humans had a board, and on the board the war was a place. The doorstep here, the line strung along the seam there, the dark a wall off the bow that they had been holding a door against. Cross had stood at his rail and understood, late, that the wall was longer than the door. The coastline, he had said, the word coming up in him the way truth came up in humans, all at once, after the proof. She had been at her station when he said it. She had held her hands flat and let him arrive at it. He had measured one beach and named the coast, and he had been right, and he had not been right enough. Because a human reads the dark by where it touches him, and the dark is larger than any place it touches. The measure did not give her a place. It gave her a standing, the long ones set against the deep, and the deep answering with where its weight lay, and the weight not lying where a single approach would have laid it. The reed came up slowly under her hands, the way Noral was bringing it up, the two of them refusing the easy near thing for the precise true one. A single force coming through a single door pressed the dark in one direction. You read the pressure on the near anchors first, then the far ones a beat behind, the weight rolling down the line the way water finds the low place. That was the doorstep. That was the beach. The humans had read it correctly, and answered it correctly, and held it. But the far anchors were not a beat behind. They stood under a weight of their own. Spanward of the doorstep, and anti-spinward of it, and in two places the measure could only call coreward and deep because no human word reached that far. The long ones leaned, each of them, against a pressure that did not roll down the line from the door, but stood already present along the whole length of where they had set them. Not one beach with a wall behind it, a wall that was beach the whole way. The dark touched the line everywhere at once, evenly, patiently, the way a tide touches a coast. Not pouring through the one gap a hull was firing into, but standing against every grain of the long edge, so that the door the humans had held was not the breach in the wall. It was the place the wall had let them watch. Core, Imeth said, very low, to the array, to the dark, to no one on the Lodestar who would hear it. The weight owed. She did not gloss it even to herself. The word was the meaning, and the slipping of it was the cost, and there was no one here to perform calm for. Out on the anchor vessel, Noral had arrived where Imeth had arrived. Their two stillnesses touched across the distance and held one shape between them, the way the long ones held one measure. And neither of them spoke for a moment, because the thing they had read did not want speech yet. It wanted naru, the listening that does not answer. Then Noral said, in Nahal, what she would not have said on any band the humans monitored, that she had read such a standing once before, that her line had a word for an edge of dark that touched a coast evenly, and that the word was old, and that it existed because they had needed it. Imeth did not ask her to say the word. She knew which word it would be. She kept her hands flat on the console where a human's would have come up to shape the air, and let the not saying do its work, the way the standing quiet teaches. A thing held in common does not need to be carried into the open to be carried. The far pocket was full of guttered stars. The Nahal had a naming for the dying network they had fled, and the naming was not a fact you reported up a chain. It was a corvash the size of a sky. Imeth carried a small one of her own, the leaving, the door her line had half closed behind her. Naral carried hers, and behind both of them, behind the whole patient, even pressure standing now along the coast of the dark, was the thing their people had crossed an unspeakable distance to put behind them, and had not put behind them far enough. Imeth did not name it. The discipline held, but she read its edge, and its edge was a coast. The thing along the coast had a name the humans could use, and she would have to give it to them, and that was the part that turned in her. Not the dark itself. The dark she could read and not name, and the humans would take the reading and call it geometry, and be no worse for not having the word. The thing standing along the coast was nearer than the dark, and made of nearer stuff. She had read its pressure and known the shape of it before the long ones finished standing, because she had read this kind of weight before. In the briefs that came up the loop, in the way the lead element at the doorstep had walked into the open door at a walk, a force that came on like a thing arriving where it was expected, a force that pressed the dark, not the way the dark presses, but the way a fleet does, organized, fluent, claiming. The ascendant. It was a human word, or near enough. The loop carried it. The briefs carried it. The ascendant segment. The people who had a spent sky and were draining a live one to wake it, and who came on at a walk because they had done this before and meant to do it again. Imeth had read their bearing at the doorstep through Naral's relay, and known it for what it was, the way you know a footstep in a corridor you have walked 1,000 times. The dark behind them was the older thing, the thing with the coast. But the weight on the near anchors, the organized pressure standing the whole length of the line, was theirs. They were not at the door. They were at the coast, the whole coast. They had come not to a beach, but along the entire long edge of the dark, and the door the humans held was one grain of it, and behind them, patient, even, larger, stood the thing that had a coast at all. The ensign officer would have to carry this to cross in human words. He would lay it on his board as a wider front and a deeper threat, and he would be right, and the board would not hold the half of it, because the board could not hold the thing she would not say, that the coast had been made a coast, long ago, somewhere the network did not reach, and that her people knew the shape of that making the way you know the shape of the house you grew up in and burned. Imeth set the words down whole in her own mouth first, the way she always did before she carried a thing to humans, choosing the precise true ones and refusing the near ones. The enemy is not at the doorstep. The enemy is along the whole edge. The ascendant have not opened a door. They have come up the entire coast, and the dark behind them stands the way the dark stands where they come from. That last she would not say. She set it down, and then set it aside, and the setting aside was a weight, and the weight was owed, and she had no one out here to pay it to but Naral, who already carried her own. The hard line read it too, and the hard line said nothing. Imeth knew Ralhoun was on the measure the way she knew the dark was deep, by the place where an answer should have stood and did not. His anchor line ran anti-spinward of Naral's. The long ones he kept set the old way, narrow and silent, the way a reader sits in the dark among her own people. He read the same standing Imeth read. He had to. The long ones do not lie, and a Nahal who has set them right does not misread the weight on them. Ralhoun had read the coast, and the coast's age, and what the age meant, and he had folded it into his own silence, and given the line nothing. Imeth opened a narrow channel to him, light and the measure, no network in it, Nahal only. Naru saw, she asked. Will you listen, the frame you set before a hard thing? The deciding beat that came back was longer than hers. When Ralhoun answered, his voice was the low even register, but it was the register held tight, the standing quiet kept by force rather than found the way she kept it herself lately in the human light. He did not slip a word. The hard line do not slip. The slipping is the tell of the ones who left, the leaving showing, and Ralhoun had left nothing, and so had nothing to show. He spoke whole sentences in the old tongue, and the translator on the Lodestar would not have carried them clean even if she had let it, because they were the register of a man who had decided long ago that the dark is met with quiet, and that every voice raised against it is a hand cupped to call the worst of it down. Ralhoun said the standing was as she read it. He said the long edge was pressed evenly, the whole of it. He said he had read it before she had asked, and would have read it again, and that the reading was not the thing in question. The thing in question, he said, was what the line would do with a voice. The humans had made a coalition, and a coalition was noise. Hulls calling to hulls, the loop alive across 3 jumps of lag, a captain talking careful blocks into urgency, a fleet drawing itself loud along a seam. To the door, that noise was a defense. To the coast, Ralhoun said, it was a hand cupped to the mouth. The dark behind the coast did not come for the silent, it came for the called. His line believed, had always believed, that the far pocket guttered because the people there had answered the dark with a fleet instead of with the standing quiet, and that the live network was guttering now for the same reason, one watch at a time, one held door at a time, and that the worst of the dark had a coast at all, because somewhere it had been called. So he would not give the line his reading, not because the reading was wrong, because the reading, spoken into the loop, became another voice, and the line would answer it with movement, and the movement would be louder, and the louder the line stood, the more of the coast would turn toward it. He would hold his reading in the standing quiet where it could do no harm. He would let the humans read their beach and call it a coast, and move their hulls and learn the rest the slow way, the quiet way, or not learn it. And either way, his voice would not be the one that called the dark down the length of the line. Imeth held the deciding beat a long time before she answered him. Her hands stayed flat. There was a thing she could have said, that her shipmates were dying for not knowing, that a convoy had flown a clean road into the dark because no one had given it the measure in time, that discretion the size of his was indistinguishable from cowardice the size of his. She had said versions of it to herself on the long human watches, lying awake on the question her line could not answer for her, whether to say it slowly and let them arrive, or to say it now and be the voice that broke the quiet. Imeth did not say it to Ralhoun. The ones who chose the voice had put it to him before, in the old arguments, every word of it, and a thing said again across a wall it has already failed to cross is only noise, and she would not add noise to the coast. She sat inside the trap of it with her hands flat. To argue him out of his silence, she would have to raise her own voice, and the raising would prove his point before her words reached him. The hard line had built their whole reading so that answering it loudly was answering it wrong. She held the deciding beat and did not answer it at all. "Kell," she said instead. Low, the closed door. No, not to his reading, which was sound, but to the silence he would keep, the silence she could not keep, because she had crossed her whole life to live among these people, and a Nahal who lives among humans cannot read the dark and say nothing while they fly into it. That was the leaving, that was the cost of it. Her line had not forgiven her the leaving, and Ralhoun's silence was the leaving's exact rebuke. This is what your standing quiet is for, and you will spend it on a human bridge instead. The channel held. He did not answer the Kell. The hard line do not argue a closed door, they let it stand. But before he went back to his narrow silence, Ralhun said one more thing, and he said it in the old register, unhurried, without heat, the way his people set words down to last, that she should read the coast again before she carried it to her captain, that she had read its near edge, the ascendant, the weight she could name, and read it true, but that the near edge was not the edge that mattered, and that the part she would not be able to say to a human in human words was the part he had read first and would carry longest, and that she would understand in time why he kept it where he kept it. Then his stillness closed, and the place where his answer should have stood was empty again, and the long ones he kept ran on anti-spinward, narrow and silent, reading a dark he would tell no one the shape of. The fracture did not close. She had not expected it to. Emeth sat in the human light, with the measure still up under it, and the two paths stood against each other the way the long ones stood against the deep. Her path and his, the voice and the quiet, the fleet and the standing still. Each of them a true reading of the same dark, each leaning against a different weight, and the standing between them was its own thing now, a weight she would carry as long as she carried the leaving. Naral's stillness was still there, far out, holding its shape beside hers, Sane's behind it, the living proof, the two of them, of where the floor led when a people answered the dark with a fleet and crossed the unspeakable distance and lived to set their long ones against the next dark. She took what comfort there was in it. It was not much, and it was not nothing, and she had learned to live on not nothing, the way she had learned to read across the noise. The Null officer brought her hands off the console at last and let the human room come back up around the edges of her attention, the lit glass, the even thrum of the Lodestar on her line, the loop murmuring its three-jump stale war somewhere behind her. Cross would be on the bridge. He would want the reed, and she would give it to him in the precise, true human words, and he would lay it on his board and call it a coastline, and be right. Emeth held the deciding beat before she rose. Then she set the words down whole, the ones she would carry and the ones she would not, and she carried the first to her captain and left the second standing in the dark with Ralhun, where the hard line kept it, where it leaned against the live network's whole loud reaching length, and would not say which of them, the voice or the quiet, was the one calling the coast down the line. The long one stood, the dark stood against them, evenly, the whole edge of it. And somewhere along the long edge, made a coast once by something, somewhere the network did not reach, the thing the Null had crossed a sky to outrun, stood patient in the live network's noise, and read, in the rising voice of a coalition that thought it was defending a door, exactly the sound it had come for. Chapter 9. The Call You Answer. The call came in human. That was the first thing, and Mercer would put it where he put everything, in the place behind the count, because in a war that had spent 2 weeks teaching him to mistrust the band, a voice that broke wrong was almost a comfort. It came onto the bridge of the Longwake off the spanward edge of the new line, scrubbed by distance, and worse than that, distorted. A man's voice running over itself, the gain wrong, the words coming through a hull that had taken a hit and was reading them out through its own ruin. Any live hull, any line hull, this is the O-Strand. We are holed amidships. We have lost the drive. There are people in the forward hold. We have Civ aboard. Repeat, we are carrying Civ, requesting requesting anyone close. We cannot—" Then the gain ate it and brought it back, and the man kept going, because that was what you did when you were holed and drifting, and there was nothing left to do but keep saying it. Mercer was already off the rail. "Lock it." Locked. Marsh's hands were moving before he finished. She had the level undercost in her, the thing that had kept her voice flat through the watchline and through the 2 weeks since, and the only place it showed was the hands. They moved a half-beat faster than her voice, like the rest of her was holding the door, and her hands were the part that ran. "It's real, Captain. It's a real hull. Ostrand, compact hull, light freighter. She's on the compact register. She ran the inner corridor last month. I've got her in the loop traffic from before any of this. She's a real ship, and that's a real distress, and there are real people on her. Position: spanward and coreward of us, inside the old picket arc, the dead arc, Captain, past where the line sits now. A breath. She's out past everything. She's out where we don't go anymore." Mercer crossed to her station and put his hand flat on the back of her chair, and the Longwake gave him under his palm the same even readiness she always gave him, the held breath that never needed letting out, and he hated it the way he always hated it, and was glad of it the way he was always glad. He read the board over Marsh's shoulder. The Ostrand sat on it as a faint amber mote, far out, past the new line. In the arc of dark, the fleet had given up holding when the line pushed coreward. A freighter, holed, drifting, calling, with sieve in the forward hold. He counted the bridge without deciding to. 6. Brant at helm, Aldridge at tactical, square-shouldered, watching her board like it might lie, because it had. Marsh at signals with her running hands. 2 ratings, and the broad, quiet kid from the old engine gang. 6 faces he could lose. It was the kind of call you answer. Mercer had stood, a long time ago, at a borrowed table and learned to keep the inside off the outside. And he kept it now, and inside he did the arithmetic the war had made him good at. A freighter out past the line, sieve aboard. No fleet hole closer than the Longwake. He could see that on the board without asking. The nearest support 3 jumps the wrong way. The line strung thin and coreward. The arc out there was dark, and the dark out there had teeth, and going into it was every kind of wrong by every measure the service taught. And there were people in the forward hold of the Ostrand, and they were calling, and he was the one who could hear them. "Aldridge," he didn't look away from the moat. "What's between us and her?" "Nothing the board shows me, Captain." Aldridge squared a stylus against her panel. "Which, after the last 2 weeks, is the part I don't like. Board's clean. Board was clean for Driscoll, too." "I know what the board was for Driscoll." "Then you know I have to say it." She said it flat, the way she logged things. "For the record, even to him, even now. Board's clean, doesn't mean the arc is." Noted. He gave her the word back the way she'd given it to him, and meant it the way she'd meant it. He stood another second over the call, the man's voice still coming, requesting anyone close, the gain swallowing him and giving him back. 6 faces, a freighter with sieve in the hold, and the simple unbearable fact, the one with no seam in it anywhere for a different answer to live, that not answering was a thing he could not do and go on being a man who could captain anything. "Brant, come about. Lay me a course to the Ostrand, best speed she'll give us without browning aboard." He turned to signals. "Marsh, get me the line. Get me cross. I'm not going dark into a dead arc on a distress without telling him I'm doing it. Tell him I'm answering the Ostrand, sieve aboard, no closer haul, and I want a second haul at the line's edge to cover the gap I'm leaving." Raising the Lodestar, Marsh's hands ran. "Relays, it's coming and going, Captain. The new line's strung wide. I'll have 'em in pieces." "Then send it in pieces. Send it twice." The Longwake came about under Brant's hands, without a shudder. smooth, faultless, the perfect ship turning toward the dark arc the way she'd turn toward anything, asking nothing, and the man on the Ostrand kept calling, and Mercer stood at the rail with his hand on the cold cap that gave him nothing back and let the Count sit where he kept it. "Tell the Ostrand we're coming. Tell them a line hull's coming. Tell them to hold." The reply from Cross came in pieces, the way Marsh had said it would. Mercer stood the approach at the rail and took the Lodestar's words as they arrived, scrubbed and gapped the relay across the wide new line, breaking them into a thing he had to assemble himself, the way he'd had to assemble the lattice's geometry every time he looked at it. "Longwake, Cross. I've got answering the Ostrand. Understood. I don't—" A gap, a wash, the band giving him nothing. "Cover the gap. I'll move to your edge. But Julian, the arc's gone. Back. Don't trust out there. You hear me? The road out there is—" "Say again, Lodestar." Marsh leaned into her board. "Captain, the relay's eating the middle of him. I've got the front and the back, and the middle's just gone." "He's telling me not to trust the arc," Mercer said. "I know that part. Get me the rest." "Trying." Marsh's hands. "Lodestar, this is Longwake signals. You're breaking up. Say again your last. Say it slow." And Cross came back, and this time the band held him for a clean stretch, long enough that Mercer let himself think the relay had settled. "Julian, listen, don't run the road in. Don't ask the network for your approach. Go in dead. Go in by eye. Hold short of any node. Do not let the road authenticate your—" The gap took him on the word. Approach, it should have been. Mercer filled it himself. "Acknowledged, Lodestar." He said it to Marsh's board, to a man 3 jumps off whose voice the dark was eating. "Tell him acknowledged. Going in dead. By eye." He turned to Helm. "Brant, kill the road. We don't ask the network anything from here. You flyer by what your own eyes and Aldrich's board give you, and nothing the chain hands us. Hold short of every node we pass. We do not authenticate an approach. Clear?" "Aye, Captain." Brant's hands closed on the yoke, and the easy carried luggage feeling went off the bridge, because flying dead was a thing the Longwake couldn't do for them. Flying dead was a thing they had to do to her. Flying her by eye. It'll be slow. Slow's what we've got. He looked at the moat that was the Ostrand, closer now, resolving on Aldrich's board into a hull, hold amidships, just like the man said, the wound in her side a real thing the board could see, venting, drifting, a freighter dying the ordinary way a hold freighter died. Real, verifiable, everything Marsh had said it was. "Marsh, keep Cross on the line. I want him hearing me the whole way in. I don't go into a dead arc without my line knowing where I am." "Holding him, Captain. In pieces, but holding." They came up on the Ostrand, slow and dead, flying by eye, and everything about her was true. Aldrich read her the whole way in, and what she read was a hold freighter and nothing else. No drive bloom hiding behind her, no wall in the dark, no cold geometry of ships under power. Just the Ostrand venting her air into the arc, and the man at her comms still calling, his voice clearer now they were close, the gain settling, a frontier compact freight officer with a hold in his ship and people in his hold. "Longwake, Longwake, I have you on visual. Oh, I have you line hull. This is Ostrand actual. We are hold at the midship's frame. Drive's gone. We've got air for the forward hold, but it's dropping, and I've got 19 souls forward, Captain. 9 of them aren't crew. We took on a relay station evac when their station went dark, and I couldn't leave them. I couldn't. They're in the hold. They're scared. Can you take them off?" 19 souls. 9 of them not crew. A relay station gone dark, and a freight master who couldn't leave them, and took them on, and then took the hit. Mercer stood at the rail, and the thing the man said sat in his chest exactly where it was meant to, the way it was built to, and there was no seam in it anywhere for an answer that wasn't yes. Ostrand. This is Longwake Actual. Mercer. We're coming alongside. We'll take all 19. He kept his voice the way he kept his face, spare, level, a thing the frightened man on the other end could hold on to. Get them to your forward lock and hold them there. Don't crowd it. We'll mate hard and bring them across in order. You hold your air a few more minutes, you hear me? A few more minutes. Yes, Captain, we hold. They're moving. I've got them moving. Brant, bring us alongside her forward lock. Gentle. By eye. Mercer didn't look away from the hold hull growing on the main. Aldridge, eyes out. The whole time. I don't care that the board's clean. You watch the dark like it owes me money. Watching it, Captain. Aldridge's voice had the flat certainty in it she only got when there was finally a thing to be certain of, and right now the thing was the dark, and her distrust of it. Board's clean. I'll tell you the second it isn't. The Longwake came alongside the Ostrand under Brant's hands, dead and by eye, slow, and it took everything Brant had because the perfect ship wanted to do it for her, and Brant wouldn't let her. Flew the mate herself, hand and eye, the way you'd fly the Endurance, and Mercer stood and let her, and was prouder of that ugly hand-flown approach than of anything the Longwake had ever done faultlessly on her own. The locks found each other. The hard mate rang through both hulls, a real sound, metal taking metal, and somewhere forward a hatch cycled, and the first of the 19 came across into the Longwake. A freight rating, then another, then the not crew, the relay station evac, ordinary people with the look of people who'd already had one home go dark under them this month, and were now crossing a hard mate into a stranger's ship because it was the only floor left. First 6 across, came the report from the lock. Captain, there's a kid in this group. Somebody's gotta bring them all the way in. Get them aft of the lock. Petrov's people, no, that was the Lodestar. Petrov was 3 jumps off. He had his own medic. The Longwake had everything. The Longwake had a medic and a clean bay, and air that ran sweet. Get my medic to the lock. Move them through. 19 souls. 6 across. He counted those, too, without deciding to, the count running out past his own 6 now to take in the freight crew and the evac and the kids somebody had, all of them his to lose the moment they crossed his lock. Cross his back, Captain. Marsh, at signals. Clean stretch. He's asking your status. Tell him we're mated to the Ostrand, taking 19 off, going well, no contact, board clean. Mercer kept his eyes on the lock report, scrolling its small good news. Tell him I'll be off her and back to the line inside 10. Sending. Marsh's hands. Then they stopped, just for a beat, and Mercer, who had learned to read the way Marsh's hands stopped, the way he'd learned to read everything that mattered, was already turning. Marsh? Captain, the loop just... She brought it up. There's a second call, coming in behind the first, same arc. Spanward of the Ostrand, further out. Her hand started again, faster. It's another distress. It's... Captain, it authenticates. It's a compact hull. It's on the register. It's calling the same as the Ostrand did. Hold. Sieve aboard. Asking the line. The dark off the bow did nothing, the way it had done nothing the whole approach. The board clean the whole approach. Aldridge's certainty pointed out into it, and finding nothing, the whole approach. And a second call had come behind the first, in the dead arc the Longwake had flown out into alone on the strength of the first. Read it, Mercer said. Reading. Marsh's voice stayed level, and her hands ran. It's the Corvale Compact Light Hauler. She's on the register. I've got her in old loop traffic. She's real, Captain. She's a real ship, same as the Ostrand, and she's calling the same. Hold, sieve, spanward and out, asking anyone close. A breath. And we're the anyone close. We're the only line hull in the arc. We're it for both of them. 11 across, the lock said. 8 to go off the Ostrand. Mercer stood at the rail with the Longwake mated to one dying freighter and a second dying freighter calling out of the dark past her, and he did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was a thing with no clean answer in it anywhere. 2 calls, both real, both authenticated, both with people in the hold, one mated to him now, 8 souls still aboard her. One further out, spanward, calling, with souls he hadn't counted yet because he couldn't see them, only hear them. One ship, his ship, to answer both. He could finish taking the Ostrand's 19 and run for the Corval, and the Ostrand's air would hold or it wouldn't while he ran, and the Corval's air was already dropping while he stood here, and there was no version of the next 10 minutes where he didn't choose which dark to put his back to. Mercer had thought, coming in, that the cruelty of the war was the road that killed Driscoll, the clean light that lied. He understood now, standing mated to a true ship with a true call coming out of the dark behind her, that there was a worse cruelty, and it wore the shape of the decent thing. The Ostrand was real, the Corval was real, and answering the first had carried him out into the dark exactly where the second could reach him. And now the decent thing had him by both hands and was pulling him in 2 directions, and there was no seam in it anywhere where a man could set it down and still be a man. Marsh, get me cross, now. I need the line on this. I've got 2 distresses, 1 hull, and I'm not— He stopped. Because I'm not making this call alone, was a thing he'd been about to say, and the saying of it surprised him, who'd held a door alone for 6 months. I want the line. Get me cross. Raising him. Marsh's hands. Lodestar, Lodestar, this is Longwake, priority. The captain needs the line. And the band gave her nothing. Not pieces this time. Not the gapped coming and going relay of the approach. Nothing. A clean dead carrier. The channel open and empty, the way the Sabek's channel had stayed open and empty out of a place where 4 ships had been. Except there was no place here, no flare, nothing wrong on the board, just the line to cross gone to a hiss. Captain, I've lost him. Marsh's voice didn't rise. The level undercost held, but her hands had gone fast and wrong, hunting the board. I had him clean 30 seconds ago. He was there. The relay's up, the chain's up. Everything authenticates. The path to the Lodestar reads green all the way back, and there's nothing on it. The link's perfect, and it's empty. She looked up at him, once, and put it the only way there was to put it. I can't raise the line, Captain. The road to cross says it's open. It's lying. Mercer stood very still. 12 across, the lock said. 7 to go. The Corval called out of the dark, spanward, further out, hold and dropping air. The Ostrand held what air she had with 7 souls still aboard. Cross was 30 seconds gone behind a link that swore it was open, and the Longwake sat mated and dead in a dark arc the fleet didn't hold anymore. The best instruments anyone had ever flown reading green, clean, nominal, authenticated, all the way down the chain, every one of them, faithfully, the way they read everything. Mercer counted the bridge. 6. He counted the souls coming across. 12, now 13. He counted the ones not yet across, and the ones on a ship he couldn't reach, and the man 3 jumps off, whose voice the open road had eaten, and the count ran out past anything he could hold and gave him no answer. Because there wasn't one, because the thing the war had handed him had no clean answer in it, only a choice, and the choice was his, alone, at the bottom of his reserve, with a command link he could no longer trust. Captain? Aldridge, low from tactical. Her certainty was gone. Her voice had the thing in it Mercer had waited 2 weeks to never hear. Not the flat sureness of a thing she could fight, but the other thing, the one underneath. I've got drive bloom. Spanward, past the Corvail. It was clean. The board was clean, and now it isn't. They came up out of nothing, Captain. They came up between us and the way home. Between us and the way home. Behind the second call. In the arc that two true distresses had drawn him into. One ship, alone, off the line, with no cross on the band to tell him what to do, and no clean answer if he could. "Finish taking the Ostrand," Mercer said, and his voice came out level, which cost him everything he had left in the tank. "Every soul. We don't leave 7 people to run from a fight. Brant, the second they're across, you break the mate and you bring her up, all of it, whatever she's got, and you fly her home by eye through whatever's between us and the line. Aldridge, you put everything you've got on the gap they're trying to close." He didn't look at the empty channel. He couldn't, and look at the lock at the same time, and the lock was where the souls were. "Marsh, keep trying for Cross. Every channel. I want him the second the road remembers how to tell the truth."
"Trying, Captain." Marsh's hands. The dead carrier hissed. "It still says it's open." "I know what it says." The Corvail called out of the dark. Reel, hold, dropping air, with souls he would not reach, because he could not be in 2 darks at once. And the drive bloom spanward of her grew on Aldrich's board, and somewhere far behind, a link that swore green cross was 3 jumps gone, saying something Mercer couldn't hear into a channel that ate it whole. The last of the Ostran's 19 came across the hard mate. "All aboard, Captain, all 19, sealing the lock," and Brant broke the mate clean and brought the Longwake up, and for the second time in 2 weeks the perfect ship made a sound, the deep, even rising note of a drive coming to full, smooth, faultless, asking nothing. And Mercer took her into the gap the dark had opened behind a true call with 19 frightened souls aft of the lock, and a holed freighter he was leaving to call into the dark, "Corvail, Corvail, requesting anyone close." And there was no one close. There had only ever been the Longwake, and the Longwake could only answer one. The Ostrand fell away behind them, holed and emptied, a true ship that had told nothing but the truth and led them in. The Corvail called and called. The drive bloom resolved into hulls, into the cold walking geometry Mercer knew the bearing of before Aldridge found edges for it. Ships that came on the way a thing comes on when it has done this before and meant to do it again. And they had not come up between the Longwake and the Ostrand. They had come up between the Longwake and home, behind the second call, where a man who answered the first would have to be, as if they had known he would answer, as if the answering were the thing they'd counted on. Mercer stood at the rail of his perfect ship, now loud, with 19 souls aboard who were alive because he'd come, and a freighter behind him full of people who would die because he had, and a command link 3 jumps long that read green and gave him nothing. And he held the chair the only way he had left, by main force, alone, and did the one thing there was to do. "Brant," he said, "take us home. Fly her by eye. Trust nothing the road tells you." And under his breastbone low, where no bulkhead was, the old ship's ghost note started up, and he led it, and brought his crew and 19 strangers up through a dark that had used a true call to find them, with no line to tell him he was right, and no way to be sure he was, and the green lights of the chain answering nominal, every one of them, all the way down, faithfully, into the empty channel where Cross had been. Chapter 10. Dead Reckoning. They'd put Quint at a deadboard on the Lodestar's flank deck, and a deadboard was the one mercy in the whole arrangement, because a deadboard couldn't lie to her. Everything else aboard lied. Not on purpose. Quint had stopped thinking of it as on purpose somewhere back in the brig, when she'd quit hating the marine on her door and started hating the green lights instead.
But the ship's lights answered the way the ship's lights had always answered, smooth and certain and clean. And after 3 weeks of watching line hulls die on smooth, certain, clean answers, Quint trusted the green about as far as she'd trust a man who smiled at her in a transit bar. The board in front of her was black. They'd burned its uplink to the chain at her own request, the only request they'd granted her. And now it took raw feeds, a passive return off the Lodestar's own hullskin, a thin trickle of optical, the kind of dirty, unauthenticated nothing a raider learned to fly on, because a raider couldn't afford to ask the network where she was. The network kept records. The network told the law. So you went without it. You flew by eye and by ear, and by the cold prickle on the back of your neck that meant somebody was where they shouldn't be, and you got good at it or you got caught. Quint had gotten caught. There was a Marine at the hatch and a constrained slate that did what they let it do, and a life sentence she was spending 1 watch at a time, paying it down by reading the dark for the people who'd taken her. That was the deal. Nobody pretended it was anything warmer. Cross had put it to her plain the first week. You read what my clean officers can't, and I keep you breathing, and neither of us has to like it. Quint didn't like it. She spent every hour she had working out how to spend them back. But the work was hers, and she was good at it, and there was a small, ugly pleasure in being the only one aboard a warship full of the best instruments in human space who could see the thing coming. The thing was out there now, and it came to her. Not on the board. The board showed her a passive return and a trickle of optical, and a whole lot of honest nothing. It came to her the way it always had, in the shape of the nothing. A raider didn't run blind, exactly. A raider ran on negative space. You learned the system you were poaching like a poacher learns a wood, where the keepers walked and when, which paths got watched and which got forgotten, and you read the absence of traffic the way a hunter reads a silent meadow. Quiet meant something had gone quiet. And out spanward of the Lodestar, in the dark past the new line, a stretch of the road that should have had grain haulers and ore tenders crawling along it like ants on a sugar trail, had gone empty, and stayed empty 3 watches running. The clean board would call that road green. Quint would bet her constrained slate on it. The chain would authenticate it, anchor to buoy to anchor. The floor held, all clear. Run it slow if you're nervous. And the haulers had stopped running it anyway. The small, wary, frightened captains who flew bad margins and couldn't afford to be wrong. They'd looked at that green road and smelled what Quint smelled and gone the long, ugly way around, the way Quint would have, the way anybody flying something they actually wanted to keep would have. The traffic knew. The traffic always knew before the instruments. The instruments were honest. The traffic was scared, and scared was better information than honest. Quint keyed the constrained slate. It let her reach exactly 1 channel. "Maddox," she said. "Go." Maddox's voice came thin off the salvage runner 3 jumps spanward, scrubbed by distance and run through some gray relay that didn't answer to anybody's Jane. The kind of comms Quint understood in her bones, a link nobody could authenticate, which meant a link nobody could fake. "You've got something. You only call when you've got something. Otherwise you sulk. The spanward leg's wrong. Tell me a leg that isn't. The board'll tell you that one's right." Quint pulled the empty stretch up on her black slate, the 3 watches of nothing where there should have been ants on a trail. Grain route. The slow corridor coreward of the dead arc, clean as a chapel, every check it runs, and the little fellas quit flying it Tuesday. All of them, quiet as a held breath out there for 3 watches, and the road never blinked. A silence on the gray link. Not the dead carrier kind that the clean roads gave you now, the thinking kind, full of static, a man weighing a thing. "That's my leg," Maddox said. I know it's your leg. That was why she'd called him and not the bridge. She knew the brisk turns rooting the way she'd once known every patrol cycle in the Revis Reach, because knowing it was staying alive. Maddox had the hauler full of family spanward, flying them quiet and ugly and slow off the loud roads, the way Cross had handed them to him. And the cautious dogleg Maddox had laid out 2 watches back ran the family straight up that grain route's coreward shoinder. The clean route, the green one, the one the little frightened captains had stopped trusting on a hunch they couldn't have named. You're 41 souls and a slow fat hauler, and you were going to thread the eye of it tomorrow because the board says it's the safe one. The board's lying to you the polite way. You go up that shoulder, you find out what scared the ants. A breath came down the link, slow, 3 jumps off, and the whole of his reaction. He didn't argue with her and he didn't thank her, and Quint respected both, because arguing would have been stupid, and thanking would have been a man pretending they were friends. They weren't friends. They were 2 people who'd spent their lives off the network's books and had each independently arrived at the only law that had ever kept either of them alive. The road that swears it's safe is the one that gets you. How sure are you? Maddox said. I'm never sure. Sure is for people with clean boards. Quint laid 2 fingers on the dead slate, on the empty stretch, and the cold of the deck came up through her boots the way it always did on this ship that hadn't been built for her and didn't want her. I'll tell you what I've got. 3 watches of nobody on a road that pays. A grain tender out of Hadley's stop that runs that leg every 9 days like a clock, and she's 12 hours past due and not calling it in, which a grain tender does not do unless she went somewhere she doesn't want logged. And a leg that goes green every time anybody asks it, which after 3 weeks I trust the way I trust a card that keeps coming up the same. That's the whole of it. I can't show you a ship. I can show you a hole in the traffic the shape of a ship. A hole the shape of a ship, Maddox said, like he meant to steal the line later, which he probably did. He had a way of taking the good lines off you without asking. And the way around? Down. Off the shoulder, under the leg entirely, through the slow block the haulers won't touch because it adds a day and a half, and nobody pays for a day and a half. Quint had it already. She'd had it before she called him because the job ran that way. You didn't bring a man a problem without a road off it. There's a dead anchor down there, burned out in the first push, never relit. It's not on the chain anymore because the chain forgot it, which means nobody asks it anything, and it can't lie to you because it can't talk. You fly the families under the leg, you hold off the dead anchor by eye, you use it as a mark and not a voice, and you come up spanward of the wrong stretch with the whole nasty piece of road behind you, and nobody ever knowing you were down there. Slow, ugly, blind. Your kind of flying. My kind of flying, Maddox agreed. A pause, the gray static breathing. It's the way you move people you want to keep. It's the way you move anything you want to keep. Quint had no families to keep and no intention of pretending she had. She didn't do the soft thing, and she wasn't about to start for 41 strangers she'd never smelled. But she knew a keepable cargo from a written-off one the way Maddox did, in the gut, before the manifest, and 41 civilians on a slow hauler were the most keepable cargo in human space and the worst suited to the only roads that would keep them. The irony of it didn't move her. It was just clear to her. The people with the least power, who'd trusted the bright, honest network their whole lives because it was the only thing that had ever offered them a floor, and the only way to keep them now was to fly them the way the law had hunted Quint for flying. You taking it? I'm taking it. No weight on it. A man agreeing to a thing he'd already decided. I want your reeds the whole way, not the bridges, yours. You feed me the dark, and I'll fly the families through it, and if you're wrong, I'll come back and haunt your constrained little slate. If I'm wrong, you'll be a hole in the traffic the shape of a hauler, and I won't hear about it for a week, Quint said. Fly your families, Maddox. I'll read your dark. Quint took it to Cross before she fed Maddox a single mark, because the arrangement said she had to, and because Cross had a way of finding out what she did anyway, and she'd rather hand him a thing than have him catch her at it. The captain came down to the flank deck himself, which she hadn't expected and didn't trust. He came alone, no marine escort beyond the one already on her door, and he stood at the edge of her deadboard with his hands loose at his sides, a big, warm-faced man gone shorter in the sentence than the man she'd first traded fire with on a channel, a war, and a lifetime ago. She'd read about him before she'd ever met him. Every raider on the Reach had a read on Cross, the line captain who held coalitions together with charm and didn't break the way you wanted him to break. He'd held. She still didn't like him. She'd come to trust the one thing about him that mattered for the work, which was that he'd stopped trusting easily, same as her, and a man who'd stopped trusting easily was a man you could do business with. Maddox's Convoy, Cross said. Not a question. He'd seen the channel log. The constrained slate told on her. That was its whole purpose. You're routing it off the chain. I'm routing it off a road that's going to eat it. Quint didn't get up. She'd stopped performing rank for him in week 2. The span word grain leg, it reads green. The little captain's quit flying at 3 watches back, and a grain tender's 12 hours overdue and not calling it. I can't prove a thing. I can show you a hole. Quint showed him the hole. The empty stretch, the silent meadow, the 3 watches of honest nothing. Cross looked at it the way the kid Vinter had looked at the offset on the Sabic's anchor. The Marines talked over Quint like she was furniture, so she had the Sabic the way she had everything, second-hand and entire. The way a man looks at a thing he can't disprove and wishes he could. The board says that road's clear, Cross said. The board said the Sabic's road was clear. That landed on him. The warm face didn't change, and the eyes did, and the small, ugly pleasure came up in her again, the one she didn't examine. I wasn't there for that one, Captain. I just heard it told. Clean anchor, on its mark, killed a woman who'd flown it her whole life. You want to put 41 families on a road like that because it goes green when you ask it? Or you want to put them under it, in the slow black, with a beat-up salvage pilot flying by eye and a caged raider reading him the dark, the way nobody respectable would ever move a soul? She held it there a second, the bad way, the way she meant it. I know which one the law would tell you to pick. The law's got the same board you've got. Cross was quiet. He pressed 2 fingers to the edge of her dead board, the way she'd been told he pressed the bridge rail, and didn't tap, just pressed.
"Why are you telling me?" he said. "Instead of just doing it. You've got the channel. You could have fed Maddox the route and let me find out after." "Because you'd have found out after, and then you'd have wondered what else I do after." Quint met his look flat. There was no warmth in it, and she didn't manufacture any. "I'm spending my whole life trying to spend you back, Captain. I'll do it the day I see the road. But this isn't that road. This is 41 people on a hauler, and I'd have to be a stupider raider than the one you caught to burn a card like this on them. I'm not soft. I'm just not stupid." She turned back to the dead board, to the hole the shape of a ship. "Let me read Maddox his dark. He keeps the families, and you keep me thinking you got a bargain. Everybody wins but the road." Cross looked at her a moment longer. Then he straightened off the board, and something in his face had decided, the way the man decided things lately, by every account that reached her flank deck. Not with the old certainty, but past it, the way a man chooses footing on ice. "Read him his dark," Cross said. "And Quint," he was already turning for the hatch, "if you're right about this one, I'll know it, same as I'd know the other thing. I'd be insulted if you didn't. Quint said, and went back to the work. The work was hours, and the work was the best stretch she'd had since the brig closed on her. Quint wouldn't have said that to anyone, and there was no one to say it to, but it sat in her anyway, low and warm and unwelcome, while she fed Maddox, the dark one, mark at a time across the gray link. This was the only thing she'd ever been the best in a room at, and the room was a whole coalition of clean officers with the finest instruments human hands had ever built, and not one of them could do what she was doing, which was fly a hauler full of families through a piece of poisoned road by reading the negative space. "You're coming up on the leg's underside," she told Maddox, watching her thin trickle of optical, the Lodestar's passive return painting the spanward dark in smears too coarse for a clean officer to make anything of. Quint made everything of them. A smudge that was the burned grain tender's drift track finally, 12 hours of it, going exactly where a frightened ship went when it ran from a road it didn't trust, down into the slow black, the same place Quint was sending the families. So the tender had smelled it too. Good. The dead confirmed the living. "Drop another 2 degrees under. The dead anchor's your mark now, and I mean your eyes, not your chain. Don't ask it anything. It can't answer, and that's the point." "I see it." Maddox's voice came back even, a man flying the ugly, slow, blind way with 41 souls in the hold and not letting 1 gram of it into his voice. "Cold rock, no lights on it. Prettiest thing I've seen all week." A gray, static pause. "There's a kid up here keeps asking the comms officer where we are. Won't answer me, answers him. Got a wooden dog on a clip." Quint did not care about the kid. She made a point of not caring about the kid. She told the comms officer to tell the kid we're somewhere nobody can find us, she said. Kid'll like that. Kids like a secret. It came out of her before she'd decided to say it, and she shut her mouth on the rest, annoyed at herself, and went back to the dark. "Hold off the anchor. You're good. You're in the black now, and the black's empty. And empty's what we paid for. Come up slow on the far side." Quint read him through, mark by mark, smudge by smudge, the brisk turn crawling fat and slow and dark under a green road that swore it was safe, and wasn't, threading the slow black that the network had forgotten and so could no longer betray. Quint's neck never prickled. That was how she knew. 3 weeks of warships dying on green light had taught her that the prickle came when the instruments were certain and the dark was wrong. And down here in the slow black, with no instrument able to reach them, the dark was just dark, honest, and empty and cold, and her neck stayed quiet, and the families crawled through it unseen. Up on the leg's coreward shoulder, where the board would have walked them, something waited. It never came to Quint clean, a hardness in the negative space, a place the smears went stiff, the shape of patient hulls holding station off a green anchor that would have sung the brisk turn right into them, the way the dead ark had sung the Longwake out to a true call. She read it the only way she read anything, in the hole it made, and she fed Maddox the hole, and Maddox flew the families a day and a half the long, ugly way around it, under it, through the black no respectable pilot would touch, and the patient hulls on the green shoulder waited for a hauler that never came, asking the bright road where it was, and getting back the same clean lie they laid there for somebody else. "You're spanward of it," Quint said at last, when the smears went soft again, and the hardness was behind them, and the slow black opened back out into ordinary cold, empty dark. "Whatever was sitting that shoulder, it's at your stern now, and it never knew you were under it. You can come up onto a clean leg here, the one running spanward, not the grain route,
and run the families home on lights, because this one the little captains are still flying, which means this one's still telling the truth. She allowed herself the small thing, because she'd earned it and because there was no one to hear. You're through, Maddox. 41. The road never knew. The gray link was quiet a moment. 41, Maddox said. Then the way he took a line off you. A hole the shape of a holler. That's what we'd have been up on that shoulder. A breath. You read it true, Quint. I read it dirty. True's a different word. I read it the only way I know how, which is not trusting a single light any of you to bet your lives on, and it came up clean because not trusting them is the only thing keeping anybody alive out here right now. The shape of it came out of her before she could weigh it, and she didn't like the shape and couldn't unsay it because it was just true. Your kid still asking where you are? Stopped asking. Comms officer told him we're somewhere nobody can find us. A gray static pause, almost warm. Almost. Kid said good. Quint cut the link before she could say anything else, because there was nothing else that wouldn't be soft, and she didn't do soft, and a beaten raider reading the dark for the people who'd caged her did not get to feel the thing that was trying to get into her chest about a kid with a wooden dog who'd said good. Quint sat at the dead board and let her neck stay quiet and looked at the smears going soft and empty where 41 people had crawled through a thing the whole fleet would have walked them into. There should have been only winning in it, and there was a little, the ugly, proud little flame of being the only one in the room who could see. But under it sat the other thing, the thing she'd handed cross plain and then said again to Maddox without meaning to. And it sat wrong even while the wind sat right. The coalition had the best instruments human hands had ever built, a whole network of them, green and honest and authenticated, anchor to buoy to anchor, the proudest machine the species had ever strung across the dark. And the only reason 41 families were alive tonight was that 2 people who'd spent their lives off its books, who'd been hunted and caged for refusing to ask it where they were, had refused it one more time, by habit, by necessity, because neither of them had ever had the luxury of trusting it, and the refusing had beaten the whole bright fleet's certainty, clean. Quint had spent her life on the wrong side of that machine. She knew, in the gut, the way she knew a keepable cargo, that being on the wrong side of it had just been the rightest place to stand in human space this one watch, and she couldn't have told you why, and she didn't try. The why was for clean officers and their clean boards. She just had the gut. The people who'd never trusted the road were the ones still alive on it, and the road went on going green, honest and proud and certain for anybody who'd ask. Quint didn't ask. She left the slate dead, the way she liked it, the one mercy in the arrangement. Down the deck the Marine shifted at the hatch, bored, and somewhere up in the Lodestar's bright, honest body, the green lights answered nominal, all of them, faithfully, the way they answered everything. And 3 jumps spanward, a beat-up holler ran 41 souls home on the one clean leg the frightened little captain still trusted. And a kid with a wooden dog rode the cold black somewhere nobody could find him and called it good. Chapter 11. War is War. Ray Ashford was the one who fixed the helm chair. Vinter had it from the rating who'd had the watch before him. The chair's recline lock had been slipping for a week, dropping him back an inch at the worst moments, and he'd put a work order in and forgotten about it, the way you forgot about a thing that was only a little wrong. And then, on the morning watch, it held, and when he leaned on it, it stayed where he put it, and the rating 2 consoles down said Ashford got to it overnight. She does the chairs, she likes the chairs, and went back to her board. So when Ashford came up to the bridge mid-watch with a kit slung over one shoulder to chase a flickering panel light at the back of operations, Vinter knew her. Knew her the way you knew a face on a ship of 200. Not a friend, not a stranger, a person who'd fixed his chair. Broad through the shoulders, sleeves shoved up, a smear of something dark along one forearm she didn't bother about. She caught him glancing back and tipped her chin at the helm. "Holding for you now?" "It holds." Vinter found to his own faint surprise that he wanted to say more than that, the way the wonder always wanted more out of him than the moment asked. "I didn't even... You didn't have to do it overnight. There was no rush on it."
Chairs are easy. Ashford crouched at the panel, popped the face off it with a thumb, peered in. "Everything else on this ship's gone strange. You ask me to figure out why the loop's been lying to navigation, I'll look at you like a dog hearing a bird. Ask me to make a chair hold a man where he sits, that I can do. So I do the chairs." The panel light steadied under her hands. "There, now it'll lie to you in a good light." Crew said things that way, dry and offhand and not meaning anything by it, and Vinter half laughed, because it was the kind of joke the whole ship was making that week. The loop lying, the road lying, the green lights lying. The joke you made because the alternative was the thing nobody said out loud. "Vinter!" Cross from the rail. Not sharp, just bringing him back. "Eyes on the road." "Aye, Captain." He turned forward. Behind him, Ashford gathered her kit and didn't leave. There was a second panel, she'd said, 2 minutes, and the watch ran on the way it had been running. The Lodestar coreward of the new line, the loop a working murmur, the dark off the bow doing nothing.
The contact came up wrong, the way they all came up wrong now. "Loop's flagging movement, anti-spinward," the signals officer said. "A compact picket, the Scarn. She's calling a contact, light elements, asking the line for a steer." On the measure or the network? Cross was already off the rail. "Network, Captain. She hasn't gotten hull eyes out there. She's reading her own board." Then her board's a coin flip. Cross came up behind Vinter's chair. "Emeth, can your long anchor reach anti-spinward, give the Scarn a true read before she flies on a road that might be a grave?" "Not from here." Emeth held the small beat. "We are coreward. To read anti-spinward, I must move spanward of the line, into the dark, and read from inside it. The geometry does not bend for wishing." Her hand stayed flat. "I can go. It will take time, and while I read, I am where the dark can reach me." "Go," Cross said. "Take the Lodestar as your screen as far as I can stretch it. Vinter, put us between Emeth's read point and the anti-spinward dark. She reads, we cover, same as the relay."
"Aye, Captain." Vinter kept his seat, easy. He laid them spanward, easing the Lodestar off the line and out toward the edge of the lit dark, the long, even thrum coming up under the deck. The wonder was quieter in him than it had been a month ago. The Sabik had taken a piece of it. 4 ships gone into a place that wasn't there, on a road that read clean. But his hands were sure, and there was a thing he still let himself have flying out toward the dark like this, that it was beautiful out here. The standing of the light, the true cold geometry, the frontier nobody else on the bridge said was beautiful anymore. He flew toward it and didn't say so. He'd learned that much. "Salazar's on the net, Captain," the signals officer said. "Where else am I gonna be?" Salazar said, easy, from the medbay, from a deck that didn't move under a body that couldn't take it if it did. "Got a repeater, got a channel, got a kid flying screen for a null who reads better than anybody alive. I'm watching the helm. Run your fight." "Hear that, Vinter?" Cross said. "You've got a coach who can't stand up. Make him proud and don't make it look hard." "I'll try not to make it look like anything, Captain." And the corner of Vinter's mouth went, because Salazar's voice in his ear was the steadiest thing on the ship, steadier than the green lights, and the kid would have flown into the dark itself on the sound of it. "Emeth's people read,"
And the dark answered the way the dark answered now, sideways and too late, and wrong in a way that wore the shape of right. The Scarn's contact is real, Imeth said. Light elements, anti-spinward, as she called. But they are not coming for her, a beat. They are coming for the gap she will open if she chases them, the same shape as the relay. They want the seam, not the picket. Then we tell her not to chase. Cross turned to signals. Get the Scarn the true reed. Tell her hold her arc, the contact's allure. The long anchor sees the light elements going for her seam. Sending, Captain. The signals officer's hands ran. Then stopped. It's... Captain, the relay's eating it. The path to the Scarn reads green, and it's not... I'm getting carrier and no word back. Same as the Longwake Lost Cross. The road says it's open. Then send it dead. Send it by the Null tight beam, off the chain. Imeth, can your people reach the Scarn direct, eye to eye, no network? We can. It is narrow and it is slow. Imeth's hands left the flat. We are reading and speaking at once now, Captain. We see less when we speak. You understand what I am telling you. I understand. Speak anyway. The Scarn doesn't know she's flying at a lure. This was the war the month had taught Venter. Not the dark coming for you, but the dark making your own road lie. So the true thing you needed to say to a friend went out into a green channel that swallowed it whole, and you had to spend your eyes, the one set that couldn't be lied to, buying back what the network used to give you for free. They're inside the Scarn seam in 4 minutes, Imeth said. On the measure. The network will tell her too. It always does, Cross said. Venter, hold us on Imeth's read point. She's blind spanward while she talks to the Scarn. You're her eyes there now. Anything comes up out of that dark, you see it before she does. Aye, Captain. Watching spanward. Venter put the Lodestar where Cross wanted her, and turned out into the unlit dark to spanward, the place Imeth couldn't read while her people spoke, and there was nothing there. Nothing the board showed, nothing his own eye could find, just the cold and the standing of the light and the long, patient nothing the dark had been doing all watch. It happened in the part of operations behind him, and it happened fast. Ashford was at her second panel, the one near the aft bulkhead, the flickering light she'd come up to chase. The Lodestar held steady on Imeth's read point. No fight, no strike, no flare on the board, the dark spanward doing its patient nothing, and somewhere in the run of cable behind that panel, a relay junction that had glazed in the relay fight a month back, the forward emitter feed Ackerman had logged as runs hot and reads high, finally went the way glazed things go. Not in a fight, not under a strike, just a feed that had been a little wrong for a month, in a ship that had 100 things a little wrong, picking the middle of a quiet watch to fail. A hard crack, sharp as a dropped tray, and a white arc of light that was there and gone, and the smell of it, scorched metal, and something underneath the metal, reaching the bridge before the sound had finished. Ashford went down. Down the way a person goes down when the thing that takes them is faster than they are. No stagger, no reach for the bulkhead, no turn toward anyone. Against the deck, the kit spilling off her shoulder, one boot kicked half out from under her, at an angle a body doesn't choose. The panel she'd been working on sparked once more and died dark. Medical to the bridge, aft of operations. The signals officer was up out of her chair. Medical, we've got a... Venter had come half around in the helm chair, the chair that held him now where it used to drop him, and the watch went on. That was what his mind kept catching against. In the seconds it took, the watch went on. Imeth was still speaking to the Scarn, eye to eye, slow and narrow. The dark spanward still needed watching. Cross was still at the rail with a friend flying at a lure 4 minutes out. Nothing on the board had changed. No light element had come, no strike, no flare. A panel had failed the way a tired ship's panel fails, and Ashford was on the deck, and the war did not so much as turn its head. Vinter, cross, level, not cruel, the opposite of cruel, a hand on the back of his neck without a hand. Eyes on the dark, spanward, that's your road. Petrov has Ashford, you have the dark. Aye, Captain. His voice came out almost right. He turned forward, put his eyes back on the spanward dark, the cold, the standing of the light, the patient nothing, and behind him 2 of Petrov's people came onto the bridge at a run and crouched over the place where Ashford was, and he did not turn around, because the dark was his road, and a friend was flying at a lure, and the chair he was sitting in held him exactly where Ray Ashford had set it to. The medbay channel opened, and it was Petrov, and it was the voice she used when there was nothing in it left to use. Bridge, medical, the aft casualty. A pause that wasn't lag. There was no lag to the medbay. She's gone, Ashford. It went through her before she hit the deck. There was nothing to do. No euphemism. Petrov didn't do bedside on her own bridge, and she didn't do it on the loop. 2 of mine are bringing her down. The watch is yours, Captain. Medical out. And that was it. Vinter held the spanward dark on his board and waited for it to mean something. The wonder in him, the part that wanted more out of every moment than the moment gave, that had wanted to thank Ashford properly for a chair an hour ago and been told eyes on the road, stood up now and waited for the thing to arrive, the wait, the turn, the lesson, the bridge going quiet around it, the way bridges went quiet in the stories his great-grandfather's stories had become by the time they reached him. It didn't come. The scarn was 3 minutes from a seam. Emeth's hands were flat, and her people were spending their eyes. The spanward dark did its patient nothing, and the green lights answered nominal all the way down the chain. A panel had failed and a person had died, and nothing added it up to anything, not a beat, not a cost, just a thing set down in the middle of a watch like a dropped tray, the war going on around it because the war didn't have room for it. Not even the Sabak feeling, the 4 ships into nothing feeling. That one had at least been the war doing the thing the war did. This was worse, and he didn't have the word for it. And somewhere under his breastbone, he was starting to understand that there wasn't one. "Spanward, kid," Salazar said in his ear, easy, present tense, because Salazar was 3 decks down off a repeater and hadn't seen the deck of operations, only heard Petrov's 2 words on the loop. "Eyes spanward. I know. Eyes spanward." The easy held the first part. Only the I know went somewhere else, somewhere down, twice, and Vinter put his eyes on the dark. The scarn held her arc. Emeth's narrow eye-to-eye reached her in time, barely, slow, the truth crossing the dark by the one road that couldn't be made to lie. And the compact picket held her arc instead of chasing the lure, and the light elements that had come for her seam found it shut and broke off and ran spanward into the unlit dark, away, the way an enemy that fights for gaps loses its appetite when the gaps stop being there. No flare, no kill. A thing that had tested a road and found it watched, pulling back the way they all pulled back now, unhurried, to come again later with more. "Scarn's holding," the signals officer said. "She's thanking the line. She says she's asking who steered her off it. Tell her the null long anchor steered her, eye to eye, while her own road lied to her face." Cross's voice was even. "Tell her to put Emeth's people in her log,
and tell her welcome to the war. Sending, Captain.
Imeth's hands came back to the flat. The held beat. It is done. The scarn is whole. And then lower, not glossed, the word slipping out the way it slipped out of her only when something had moved. Vesha, be at peace. She did not say it to the scarn. She set it down, toward the deck of operations, toward the place 2 of Petrov's people had carried a body out of. And she did not explain it, and Cross did not make her, and Winter took the weight of it, and not the word. The watch settled back toward its murmur. The Lodestar came off the reed point, back toward the line. And Cross came to the science board, because the dark had given them a breath, and the dark always handed you the thing it had been holding behind its back, in the breath. Delgado was hunched over the board, and he didn't straighten, and from where he sat, half-turned in the chair that held him, the helm easing them coreward, the dark quiet, Winter caught it in the science officer's voice, the talkativeness that came up in Delgado when he was scared, the narrating at the room. Captain? Okay. The stylus was going over the invisible curve. I ran the crossbench. We've been close enough to the Longwake for 2 watches now. I finally got the 2 arrays referenced against a common point, the thing I said I needed back at the regroup, the thing that was going to tell me whether point 4 was instrument error. He swallowed. The so climbed, which meant he was talking himself toward it, and Winter, who'd learned the bridge the way the seniors had, knew that when the so stopped, Delgado had arrived. And it's benched now, both arrays, cross-referenced clean. I can't call it instrument error anymore. The instruments agree with each other to 9 places. They are not the thing that's wrong. How big is it? Cross, quiet. The so stopped. It's not point 4. Delgado set it down like a thing he didn't want to be holding. Point 4 was the regroup. That was, 8 days ago? I benched it today, and it's past 1.5. 1.6 spanward toward the dark, and when I lay the 8 days between the 2 reeds against each other, the stylus stopped on the curve. It's not holding steady, and it's not creeping. It's climbing. The rate's climbing. Whatever the gap between the true seal and the network seal is, it was 0.4 8 days ago, and it's 1.6 now, and the line between those 2 points doesn't go flat, Captain. It goes up. Cross stood with his fingers on the edge of the science board and didn't tap them. You're sure it's not the bench, the common reference? I'm sure. Delgado's hand opened over the curve, and the talkative thing went out of him, and he went the other way, quiet, the way he went when it was bad. That's the part I can't. I wanted it to be the bench. I wanted you to ask me that so I could go run it again and find the dumb mistake, the loose reference, the thing I did wrong. I ran it 4 times. There's no dumb mistake. The bench is clean, and the gap is 1.6 and growing, and I can't write instrument error anymore, because the one thing instrument error needed was for the instruments to be the problem, and I just proved they're not. He looked up. So I don't get to log it as error. I don't get to log it as anything I can defend, but I sure as hell can't log it as the clean false thing I logged at the regroup, because the false thing just stopped being available. It's real. The number's real, and it's climbing, and I don't have a word for what it is, but I've got a word for what it isn't, and it isn't the instruments. The bridge had gone quiet around it. Not the way it should have gone quiet around Ashford, the way it hadn't gone quiet around Ashford, but quiet the way a room goes when a thing that could be ignored stops being ignorable. The signals officer's hands had stilled. Imeth's flat hands hadn't moved, and that was its own kind of stillness. Winter held the helm and the coreward rowed, and the still thing in him from the not arriving of Ashford's death turned slowly toward the science board and found there a second thing that wouldn't add up the way it was supposed to, a number that had been a feeling, then a number you could set down and forget, and now a number that climbed and wouldn't be set down at all. "What do you want to do with it?" Cross said.
"I don't know." Delgado said it plainly, the honesty that made him worth keeping. "At the regroup, I knew what to do with it. Log error, monitor, keep the raw. The procedure had an answer. It doesn't have one for the gap is climbing and the network swears everything's nominal. I still can't take it to Whitfield. I can't prove anything past 2 instruments and a curve. She'll ask me what it is, and I'll have to say I don't know. But I can't sit on it the way I sat on point 4, because point 4 let me believe it might go away, and 1.6 in climbing does not." He drew the curve one more time, the up bend at the end of it. "I kept all the raw, from the regroup, every watch since. So when somebody finally figures out what this is, the whole climb's there, from when it was a feeling to right now. I kept it all."
"Good," Cross said it low. "Keep keeping it. Log it as—" He stopped, and the captain's reach for the word came up empty, the same not having that was in Delgado, that was in the still place behind Vinter's own breastbone. Log it as an unexplained climbing offset. Crossbench confirmed, not instrument error. Don't put a name on it you can't defend. We still don't have the name, but we don't have error anymore either, and the record's going to say so." He pressed 2 fingers to the edge of the board. He did not tap them. "Add it to my descent. The line held the scarn today, and the thing under the line went up while we held her." "Add it to the descent," Delgado said, and the soft chain of keystrokes started, an honest man writing into the record the one true thing he had, not error, where 8 days ago he'd written the cleanest false thing he'd ever written, and the difference between the 2 entries was the whole of the 8 days, climbing. There was nothing to it in the end, and the nothing was the part that wouldn't leave him. Standing the rest of his watch with the corward road clean ahead and the chair holding him where he sat, Vinter kept circling the thing he'd never have said out loud, the wonder's last clean assumption, that the cost got paid into something, that when the war took a person, it took them for something, the way Driscoll had been a lesson in the lying road, the way the Sobek had taught them all to trust the measure. That somewhere a ledger entered the dead, and the entries added up to a war you could be winning or losing. But Ashford hadn't gone into a place that wasn't there. She'd gone of a tired feed in a quiet minute, a thing a little wrong picking the middle of a nothing watch to finish being wrong, and the dark kept no ledger for it. It just kept being dark, patient, nominal, indifferent. And a feed had failed the way feeds fail, and that was not a thing the war had done to her. It was a thing that happened, in a war, the way it would have happened anywhere. And the war had been the room it happened in and nothing more. They took her off at the watch turn the same as cargo, with a number and a form, and the scarn was whole somewhere anti-spinward and grateful, and would never know the name of the rating who'd been dead on operations while she was being saved. Vinter. Salazar, low on the net, easy gone careful, the way it went careful only when it was real. "Talk to me." "I'm flying lieutenant. Corwood road's clean. I have the helm." It came out right, the operational thing, the thing the bridge needed. And then the wonder, ground down but not gone, reached for one more thing out of the moment, the way it always reached, and got there before he could stop it. "She fixed my chair, Ashford, the recline lock. It held all watch. It held the whole. It's holding right now." His ears went faint at the edges. He addressed it forward properly into the dark. "Sorry, that's not. Eyes on my road, Captain." "Don't apologize." across before Salazar could from the rail. The captain didn't make it warm. He didn't make it a lesson. He let it be the small, flat, wrong thing it was. She fixed your chair. That's true. Hold that. It doesn't have to be more than that to be true. And Salazar didn't say anything for a moment. 3 decks down off a repeater. A man who'd seen the Scarn steered off a lure by a null spending her eyes and a panel, kill a rating in a quiet minute, and could do nothing about either because his body wouldn't let him onto a bridge. And when he spoke, the easy was gone all the way out of it, and what was under it was the thing he kept under it, the bitter cost of a coach who couldn't stand up.
"Yeah," Salazar said. "She fixed your chair. Fly the road, kid." Vinter flew the road. The corward line ran clean ahead. He stayed put, hands sure. Behind him, Delgado kept the raw, every read, the whole climb from a feeling to a number that wouldn't stay error. Emeth's hands lay flat. The green lights answered nominal, all the way down the chain, faithfully, the way they answered everything. And the Lodestar ran corward through a dark that had killed a person it didn't care about, and bent a line by 1.6 in climbing, and did not, anywhere on the board, look up. And the watch went on, because going on was the only thing there was to do, and Vinter held the helm and did it, and the wonder sat wrong in him and would not right itself, and he stopped waiting for it to.
Chapter 12. Insufficient. The wardroom table on the Lodestar was a real one, salvaged out of a yard hull 30 years older than the ship around it, scarred with the rings of cups nobody had wiped up in 3 decades of watches. Cross had asked for the count here instead of the bridge because the bridge was for the next thing, and this was the last thing. And you didn't do the last thing, standing up. The order had been plain: bring me the watch, all of it, the actual count, not the loop summary. And Ackerman had laid it on the table between them in the dim of the off-watch lighting, and now the two of them sat with the data slate turned so they could both read it, and the Lodestar thrummed long and even under the deck, carrying them corward the way she carried everything. "Read it to me," Cross said. "I don't want to read it. I want to hear you say it." "You can read." "Ruth." Ackerman squared the edge of the slate against the edge of the table, the small, clean motion she made when a thing was going on the record whether the record wanted it or not, and read it to him. The XO read the way she logged, clipped, no warmth for show, bracing for the worst reading of every line. "Since we came on station, Hull's lost off the line, the Sabic and her 3, Driscoll on the inner anchor on a clean road, the Corvail answering nobody while the Longwake answered the Ostrand, Ryer's cutter and her heavy second on the spanward seam, both combined, both gone. The relief a hand's width into empty dark, while she died on the difference. A small pause, not the lag, there was no lag here, just a woman costing the next line. Ray Ashford, this watch, off the Lodestar, a rating you knew the name of, dead in the relay collapse for no reason anybody can write down, not holding a seam, not buying a moment, not flying a green road that lied, just dead, mid-action, off rhythm. I logged it. There was nothing to log it as. Ray fixed the printer in the aft mess, Cross said, last month, the one that foamed the coffee for a week and made everybody laugh. I know. There was no reason. No. Ackerman did not soften it. She had nothing to soften it with, and they both knew the having nothing was the honest part. That's the entry, no reason. It sits in the record under all the ones that had reasons, and the reasons don't make those any better. Ryer held a seam she didn't agree to hold, and died on a hand's width, and the reason didn't keep her alive. It gave the rest of us something to say at the table. That's all." Cross pressed 2 fingers flat to the table edge. There was nothing under them to tap against, just the scarred old wood and the long, even thrum below it, and below that, where the deck couldn't reach, the other floor, the one the year past had taken out from under him and not given back. He didn't tap. He looked at the count. A count was supposed to add up to something. You laid the watch's losses in a column, and the column told you something, where the line was thin, where the enemy pressed, what to reinforce and what to cede. The arithmetic of a war that, however brutal, had a shape your hand could find. You read it, found the shape, moved the weight to where the shape said. That was the job, and Cross had been good at it his whole career, off the certainty that reading the war right was most of winning it. This count didn't have a shape. Cross kept waiting for it the way Vinter had kept waiting for the flare on the Sabix Green Road. He laid the losses in their column and looked for the place to put the weight, the thin stretch, the pressed flank, the door the dark was coming through. And there wasn't one. Or rather, there was everyone. The Sabik died coreward on a corridor the network kept clean. Rayer died spanward on the shoulder, blind because the measure was 3 blocks over. The Corvelle called and called out of a dead arc the line didn't even hold anymore. And the thing that ate the Longwake's call home had come up between Mercer and the way back, as if the answering were the thing it counted on. Ray Ashford died in the middle of the line, in a stretch they held, on instruments that passed every check. Cross laid them all in the column, and the column did not say, "The dark is coming through here." The column said, "The dark is everywhere there's a road," and there was a road everywhere, because the road was the thing that let a fleet, strung across a seam too long for any one hull to see, be a fleet at all. You could move the weight to the door, when there was a door. There was the whole length of the line, and the road that ran it, and the road was the door. Cross kept his face exactly where it was, the way he'd learned to a long time ago at a borrowed table much like this one, and inside, against his will, the bright version stood up to try. We're learning it. Every watch we read the trick faster, we fly the measure where we can, we go dark when we have to. It got that far and stopped, because the gap between it and the true version this time was not a gap he could narrow with warmth and a probably. It was just the count with no shape in it, the bright version, finally, completely, refusing to build. "Ruth," he said, "tell me where to put the weight." Ackerman looked at the count. She was the break. She found the contingency in everything. If there was a door on this board, she'd have found it 3 steps ahead of him and braced for it. She looked at it a while. "I can't," she said. "There's no flank. Every one of these died somewhere different, on a different kind of road, and the only thing they've got in common is the road. I can tell you to thin one stretch and thicken another, and I'd be guessing, and the guess wouldn't be better than yours, and that—" She squared the slate again, hard, the corner clicking against the table. "That's the thing I'd want in the record. Not that we lost, that I can't tell you where. I can do the math on every one of these hulls, and I can't do the one piece of it that matters. There's no where. There's just the road." They sent for Delgado, because Delgado had the number, and the number was the only thing on the ship that had been honest from the start. Delgado came in still hunched over a slate of his own, so already going under his breath before he was through the hatch. And he didn't sit. He stood at the end of the scarred table and laid his slate down next to Ackerman's and drew the small invisible curve over it with a stylus, the way he drew it when the thing was real. "You want the offset," he said. "I'll give you the offset, but Captain, the offset's not the news anymore. The news was the offset this morning. The news now is what the offset's doing. Show me.
0.4%. That was the Longwake and the Lodestar benched against the deep survey after the Doorstep. I logged it instrument error, and you told me to, and we were both right to, because that's what it looked like. The stylus moved, the curve climbing in the air over the slate, and Delgado's voice climbed with it, faster than he wanted it to, the talkative thing he did when he was scared. Then it was 0.5. Then I had 3 instruments. Marchetti's compact runs a junior array better than it has any right to be, and 3 instruments don't make the same error in the same direction by accident. Then Rayerseam was a hand's-width spanward of every clean reading in the dark, and that's not a number on my board anymore, Captain. That's 2 hulls and a captain. The offset killed Rayer the same way it killed Driscoll. The network reported a position, everybody trusted the position was wrong, people flew into the wrong, and it's not staying still, it's climbing. Every watch, the true read and the network read sit a little farther apart, and the network never once tells me it's wrong because the node's not broken. He stopped. His hand opened over the curve. It tells the truth, perfectly. The truth just being moved while it speaks, and every watch the move gets bigger. And I can't log worse, I can log a number, and the number won't stop going up.
How far does it go? Cross said. I don't know. Delgado said it like a man setting down something heavy. That's the part I really don't love. This morning, I could tell you it was almost certainly the instruments. I can't tell you that now. And I can't tell you what it is instead, because I don't have the word, and I won't write one I can't defend. What I can give you is the curve, and it doesn't have a top on it that I can see. It's going somewhere. I can show you it's going. I can't show you where, and I can't show you how to stand in front of it, because... He looked up, and the so was gone, which was always worse than when it climbed. Because you don't stand in front of a number. There's nowhere to put the Lodestar. You can't fly a cruiser at a curve. The wordroom held that. Not the operational quiet of a ship working. The other kind. The one Cross had been hearing too much of. The human one. Cross looked at Delgado's curve and Ackerman's count side by side on the scarred table, and the floor that wasn't there went the rest of the way down. Here was the shape, then. Not the shape he'd gone looking for, not a door, not a flank, not a place to put the weight, but the shape under all of it, the one Mercer had handed him 11 minutes stale a lifetime of watches ago. We've been holding a door that was already open. He'd heard a door. It had been the wall, the coastline, the whole long edge of the dark. And now he heard the rest of it. The part Mercer hadn't said, because Mercer hadn't had it yet either. The thing coming for them didn't come the way a wall comes, or a fest, or a fleet you could meet hull to hull. It came down the road they'd strung across the dark to be a fleet at all, the green lights that meant here is where the floor is. And it rode that. It rode the nervous system itself. And every watch it rode a little more. They were losing ships, but that wasn't the thing. They were losing the road, the part of the war that let them fight as one thing, instead of a scatter of frightened hulls, each blind past its own hull length. And the part they were losing was the part you needed to do anything about losing it. Cross had spent his career winning engagements. He'd won one 4 watches ago. Brought the blocks across one at a time on warmth and cost and a probably, held a node, held a flank. That had worked. And he understood now, at a scarred table with a count that had no shape and a curve with no top, that he could do it every watch for the rest of the war, and it would not be enough. Because winning the engagement was a thing you did on the road, and the road was the thing being taken, and you could not outfight a thing that lived in the instrument you needed to fight it. Every clean win moved the weight correctly down a road a little more theirs than the watch before. He'd been winning fights inside a thing that was quietly, cleanly, patiently becoming the enemy's house, and he'd kept score by the fights. The war's real question stood up in him then, whole, cold, and without an answer attached. Not how do we hold the line? They could hold the line worked. But how do you win a war against a thing that rides the only roads you have for fighting it? You couldn't go dark. Go dark and you were a scatter of blind hulls. You were rear on the shoulder with no measure. You couldn't stay on the road. Stay on it, and you flew Driscoll's green corridor into the place that wasn't there. The line worked, and the line was insufficient, and the two of those were not in conflict, the way 0.4% and within tolerance had not been. The way the node telling the truth and the truth being wrong had not been. The whole war was made of true things that were not in conflict and added up to a grave. And there was no answer in him, none, and he made himself say it plainly, in the cold where the floor used to be. I do not have it, and I am the man they are all turned toward across the place where my certainty used to be.
Ruth, he said, off the record for a second. Ackerman looked at him. She did not turn the slate over. Ackerman did not perform off the record by hiding the instrument. She just stopped writing, and the stopping was the thing. Off the record. There is one mind on this side that reads a road the way the thing taking it reads it. Cross kept his voice level, which cost him, because the next name was one he didn't like saying in a sentence he was building toward. A man in the Lodestar who looks at a network and doesn't see a thing you trust, he sees a thing you use. Appetites, pressure, where the weight has to go because the geometry leaves it nowhere else. He reads roads like a predator reads a herd. We bound him to the warrant precisely so we'd never have to think like that. And we'd been running him on the clean part, coordination, lanes. Castellan, Ackerman said. Flat. The name went onto the table between them, like a thing she'd squared the edges of.
I'm not freeing anything. I'm not even saying it yet. I'm thinking out loud at you because you're the only one I can think out loud at. Cross pressed his fingers to the table edge and made himself stop. But I've got a count with no shape, and a curve with no top, and a road I can't trust and can't leave, and somewhere down in the cell there's a man whose whole gift is reading exactly the kind of road that's killing us. How a thing rides a network, where it has to push, what it does to people who have to keep driving. I think the war is about to make me pick up the rest of him. And I want it noted, to you, not the log, not yet, that I know what it costs to need him. His cage gets bigger every time he's the only one who can see the thing. I've watched it happen twice. The day I send for him is the day a line moved, and I want to remember I'm the one who moved it. Ackerman was quiet a moment. When she spoke, it was not the dry, near joke, and not the break. It was the colder thing she got when she'd been right about something, and being right had cost lives. The thing with no satisfaction in it at all. You'll send for him, she said. Not this watch. But you will, and you know you will, and you're telling me now so that when you do, it's not a clean decision you can pretend you made fast. You want it to have weight on it. She squared the slate one last time, though there was nothing on it to square, the corner clicking against the old scarred wood. Note it, Captain. You're going to need the man who thinks like the thing that's beating us. I'd have sent for him already, and I want it in the record, the real one, when you let me, that needing him is its own kind of losing, and that we did it anyway, because the other thing was losing faster. That's the war now. You pick the slower way to lose and call it holding. I know, Cross said. Right. The double came out, and it bought him nothing this watch. There was no next thing to move them toward, only the count with no shape, and the curve with no top, and the long, even thrum of a ship carrying them down a road he no longer believed, toward a mark that would hold and not be enough. Cross went up to the bridge because the bridge was where they could see him, and a captain who stayed below with the Count was a captain telling the ship the Count had won. They were all turned toward him before he was through the hatch. Vinter at helm, the Wonder gone quieter in the Kid since the Sabbac, his hands steady on a course he'd plotted himself. Delgado folding back over the science board, the slate with its topless curve under his arm. Issameth at the long arrays, very still, hands flat where a human's would have shaped the air. Petrov in the medbay hatch with a suture pack rolling between her fingers, come up to read it off his face and not the loop. 6 faces, and the ones behind them down the consoles, all of them waiting across the place where his certainty used to be told whether to be afraid. The warmth wasn't ready this watch, that was what he'd never tell them. It was the realest tool he had left, and he'd used it on purpose for a year. Brought blocks across on it, brought a scared bridge across a missing floor on it, and standing in the hatch with a shapeless Count behind him, he reached for it the way you reach for a thing on a shelf, and made himself put his hand on it anyway, because the alternative was letting them see the Count had no shape, and a crew that saw that stopped being a crew. "Okay," Cross said, and brought it up into his voice by main force, and it was not the realest thing he had this time. It was a thing he was choosing to do because the realest thing was unusable, and if any of them could hear the difference, he hoped to God they wouldn't say so. "Here's where we are." Cross looked at the board, the coalition strung along it the way it actually was, a scatter of hulls along a seam too long for any of them, blue and miserly amber, and the spaced-wide N-hull anchors that read like geography. The new mark ahead, where the line would reform and hold and not be enough. "We held the line this watch. We're going to hold the next one. I'm not going to tell you we've got the measure of this. You flew it. You know what it cost. And I'm not going to insult Ray Ashford by pretending there was a shape to it. He gave it one beat, because they'd all known Ray, and a captain who hurried past a name they knew was a captain they'd stop following in the small ways first. Here's the true thing, because you've earned it, and the bright one's no use tonight. The road's not ours anymore. Not all of it, maybe not most of it soon. And we can't stop using it, because using it is how we stay a fleet instead of a lot of frightened ships in the dark. So the job, starting now, is to fight a war on a road we can't trust and can't leave. There's no manual. We're going to write it as we go and get some of it wrong, and people we know are going to pay for the parts we get wrong, and I'm not going to lie to you that they won't." The bridge was very quiet. The human kind. "Here's the part I do believe," Cross said, and found, reaching for it, that this one at least was real, that he hadn't burned through to the bottom of what he could mean. "I don't know how to beat this yet. I'll tell you that plainly, because you'll know it anyway, and I'd rather you knew it from me. But I know who's in this room. Every watch this thing's tried to make us a scatter of blind hulls, you've stayed a crew. Vinter flies the measure when the road lies. Delgado keeps the raw when the network swears it's clean. Ensign's people read the standing of the light when the chain tells them sweet nothings. That's the whole of what we've got, and it might be the whole of what there is, that when the road turns on us, we trust each other instead, and keep doing the next right thing, down a road we don't believe, together, until somebody finds the word for it and a way to fight it." He pressed 2 fingers to the bridge rail and made himself not tap them. "I'm going to go get that word. Meanwhile, you hold the line, keep the raw, and keep being a crew, because that's the only instrument in this fleet I still trust all the way down." "Aye, Captain,"
somebody said, 2 consoles down, and it went around the bridge low and even, the way a true thing does, and the room loosened, not the quarter turn he used to get, but a fraction, enough. Winter's hands settled on his course. Petrov, in the hatch, gave him the smallest nod, blunt and tired and reading him exactly, and went back below to her wounded without a word, which from Petrov was the whole sentence. "Take us to the new mark," Cross said. "Hold the line. We go again." The Lodestar came up onto her course, the deck taking the long, even thrum of a ship committing to distance, carrying him and a coalition held together with warmth and cost toward a mark that would hold and not be enough. Cross stood at the rail with his fingers on the cold edge of it and did not tap them. They were turned toward him, all of them, across the place where his certainty used to be, and they did not look down. He had gotten good at being the floor for them when there was none under him, and under his own breastbone, where no deck reached and no rank could be signed. The cold went all the way down, because for the first time in the war there was no bright version left to hold against the true one. There was only the true one, standing alone where the other used to stand beside it. That the line worked and was not enough, and the thing taking them was not on the board where he could send the weight, it was in the road under every hull he had a name for, patient, clean, nominal, telling the truth, taking the war one hand's width at a time. Cross kept his face exactly where it was. The green lights of the line answered nominal, every one of them, all the way down the chain, and the Lodestar carried her crew toward the mark, and he did not look down and did not let a single one of them see that for the first time in his life he had stopped, privately, in the cold, being sure there was a floor down there at all to fall to. Chapter 13. A pattern no fleet can answer. Whitfield had learned a long time ago to read a plot the way a swimmer reads the cold of the water before going in. Not the temperature she wanted, but the temperature it was. And the bath this watch was wrong in a way she could not yet put tonnage to. Whitfield stood at the center of the flag plot, 3 jumps coreward of the new mark, hands behind her back, the room kept cold the way she liked it, and read the war as it had been 8 minutes ago. The coalition was strung along the coreward edge in the geometry the dark allowed, the Lodestar and the Longwake, the Frontier Compact under Marchetti, the long Knoll anchors laid wide, a combine element, dark and miserly, on the anti-spinward shoulder. A clean board, 8 minutes stale, every node answering nominal, and clean was what she had stopped trusting 4 watches ago, when an accosted, careful woman named Rayer had died on a hand's width of clean. "All blocks present and answering?" Imari said at the rail beside her. Her flag captain, square and calm, 6 years in the bath with her, knew not to fill her silences. "Coreward edge is on the line, the push is quiet." "It's always quiet, right up until the 8 minutes catch up." Whitfield put her attention on the long edge of the plot, where a smear of contacts had come up off the deep dark an hour ago, and not yet resolved into anything her sums could hold. Not the ragged jab the ascendant threw at a seam, not the unhurried wall of a main push. The contacts came up scattered across a width of the dark that no human formation occupied, because no human formation could be held coherent across a width like that. The lag alone would tear it. The first wrong thing this watch, the one she could not yet act on, was that the smear did not seem to be obeying any limit she knew. "What's the read on the long edge?" she said. "Unresolved." Imari brought it up larger, and it stayed a smear, bright points spread across the dark, too many, too far apart. "The arrays are calling it weather. The network's calling it weather. The Knoll anchors aren't calling it anything.
IMF's people put a flag on it and went quiet." IMF's people went quiet. Whitfield put that where it went. When the Null went down into silence over a reading, the silence was the reading. "Tell the anchors to lay their honest geometry across the long edge and stop trusting the network for that quadrant. I want to know what's out there in the measure, not the map. Sending." The plot stayed quiet. Whitfield stood in the cold and waited for the dark to tell her what it had already done with the order, and read the smear on the long edge, and did the only thing the lag let an admiral do, which was wait and not hate the waiting. The smear began to move. It moved wrong. Whitfield knew formation the way she knew her own hands. A fleet moved by letter to the past. Every hull flying in order 8 or 10 or 16 minutes stale, blind to where the others were now, the whole loose scatter held together only by everyone agreeing in advance where they would be. A formation was a promise about the future, made by ships that could not see each other's present. It always frayed. The lag always cost you a margin. You built the margin into the plan because the dark made you. The smear on the long edge had no margin in it. It came in across the width of the dark, and it came in together, not loose, not frayed, not a scatter of holes each flying a stale promise, but one motion, the way a hand closes, every point in the smear changing course in the same instant across a width that should have torn any coordination to threads. There was no lag in it. There was no margin in it. The points on the long edge moved as though every one of them could see every other one now, in a present the dark did not allow anyone to see, and they folded toward the coreward edge of the coalition, along a curve that her sums looked at and could not name. "Admiral," Imari's voice had gone careful. "The long edge contacts, they've changed course, all of them. The arrays are timing it, same instant, across the whole width." "That's not possible across that width." "No, Admiral, it isn't." Whitfield said nothing for a moment. She got quieter the larger the thing on the plot. The bigger it was, the more of her went down into the part that did sums, and the less was left over to be loud. And there was a great deal on the plot now. She did the geometry of the curve the contacts were flying. It was not the geometry of a fleet. A fleet's geometry was an argument with the lag, full of margins and the slack you left for the 8 minutes you couldn't see through. This curve had no argument in it. It was clean the way an equation is clean, and it folded toward the coalition's coreward edge the way nothing strung across the dark had any right to fold. And against her will, Whitfield understood she was looking at a single thing, not a fleet. Not blocks. One thing, spread across a width of the dark wider than the whole coalition, moving as one body. "Imari," she said, very quiet now. "The coreward edge, get me cross." The relay to the Lodestar came up 11 minutes stale and scrubbed thin, and Cross's voice came through it from the sharp end, where the curve was already arriving in a present Whitfield would not see for another 8 minutes, and could not touch for 16. "I'm reading you, fleet." A pause that was the man costing the next sentence, not the lag. "Admiral, I've got something coming onto my coreward edge that I don't have a word for. Stand by." "I have it 8 minutes stale," Whitfield said, into a channel that would not reach him for 8 more. "It moves as one thing, across the whole width, no lag in it. Cross, confirm what you're seeing at the hull, because my plot can't be right." The 8 minutes ran. Whitfield read the curve folding toward the coreward edge, toward the Lodestar, the Longwake, Marchetti's compact, the on-anchors, the combine element dark on the shoulder, and waited for a man at the sharp end to tell her, 11 minutes late, what the dark was doing to them now. When Cross came back, his voice had changed. The warmth was still in it. The warmth was always in it, what had brought 3 blocks across a missing floor. But it was shorter now. The sentences pared down to the load bearer. "It's on us," Cross said. "Fleet, it's on us. I'll tell you what I'm watching and keep my voice level while I do it, because the bridge can hear me." A breath. "It came onto the edge a minute ago. It didn't form up, didn't pick a seam. It hit 4 of my hulls, 4 in different places along the edge, hulls that aren't in support of each other, that can't see each other, and it hit them in the same second. Across a spread, nothing should be able to coordinate across. I've spent the whole war watching the ascendant go for the gap between 2 blocks that don't trust each other. This isn't anyone going for a gap. This is one thing reaching across my whole edge at once and closing 4 hands at the same time." Whitfield did the sum. 4 hulls, 4 places, 1 second. She held it against the curve on her plot with no lag in it, and did not let the 2 of them finish the sentence they wanted to finish, because she could not act on a sentence, only on a position. "Cross, hold your edge. Mutual support where the geometry allows it. Go dark where it doesn't. I'm bending the fleet to thicken your core work." "Admiral." Cross's voice cut across the stale channel, the warmth pared to the bone. "Listen to the rest first. Because I bent, the second it hit, I ordered my edge to reform, pull the loose hulls into mutual support, close the gaps, the move that's kept this fleet alive. And every place I moved a hull to cover a gap, it was already closing on the place I moved it to, like it had the order before my own hulls did." A pause she did not like. "It's not in my comms, Fleet. I checked. The chain's clean. Nobody's reading my orders. It's just... it moves faster than my fleet can reform, across a width my fleet can't coordinate across. And every counter I make, it's already standing in the place the counter goes. I'm not being outfought. I'm being outscaled. By one thing." The plot caught up to the Lodestar's edge 8 minutes later, and Whitfield read at fleet scale what Cross had read at the hull. It came up in the network's own confident hand, every node nominal, every position authenticated. And the horror was not that the chain lied. The chain told the truth this time, and the truth was bad enough. The coalition's coreward edge had bent as she had told it to bend, the way a body closes around a wound, loose hulls pulling into mutual support, the line thickening where the thing pressed. And the thing was already there. Everywhere the edge thickened, its curve had folded to meet it ahead of the bend, as though the curve and the bend had been computed by the same hand, and the thing's hand was faster. A coalition hull slid coreward to cover a gap, and the thing's weight was on the gap's far side before the hull arrived, so the hull arrived into the closing instead of into the cover. Another slid spanward to support it, and the spread of the thing was already spanward, so the support fired into the edge of something no longer only there. It was everywhere along the edge at once, and it was one thing, and her fleet was many things tied loosely together by promises about the future. The thing did not make promises. It simply was, all at once, across the whole width, with no lag between its left hand and its right. "Imari." Whitfield's voice was almost nothing now, down in the sums where the loudness wasn't. "Do the support geometry. Who reaches the coreward edge and how long?" Imari did it. The lanes the geometry allowed, the weight she could spare from the shoulder and the arc, the minutes each piece would take to reach the edge where the Lodestar held. He laid it down clean and tight and stopped, because the road did not say what a support road was supposed to say. Same problem the captain's got, only larger. Every piece of weight I move to the edge. By the time it reaches the edge, 8 minutes from now, the thing's curve is already folded to wherever I sent it. The math is clean, Admiral. It's just that who reaches the edge first keeps coming out as the thing, no matter which lane I run the weight down, because it doesn't run a lane. It's already at the end of every lane. His hands stilled. I can move the fleet. I can't get it anywhere the thing isn't already standing. There it was. Whitfield held it in the cold part and turned it over, the whole shape of it, and made herself name the difference precisely, because a fleet was commanded with precision, or it was not commanded at all. The ascendant went for the gap between two blocks that did not trust each other. You could close the gap, move the trust, the weight, the blocks. The ascendant fought like an enemy, a clever, patient, human-shaped enemy who picked the cheapest door and made you pay to close it. And the war against them had a shape your hand could find, however brutal. This thing did not pick a door. It was at every door at once, one body across a width that should have torn it, and the counter you made it had already made the counter to. Not because it read your comms, the comms were clean, but because it outscaled the very thing that made you a fleet. A fleet was coordination stretched across the dark by promises and lag and trust. This thing was coordination, with no dark in it, no lag, no promises. At a scale her sums could model and her fleet could not match, because to match it she would have to make her many hulls into one body with no lag between them, and the dark did not allow that. The dark allowed letters to the past. The thing wrote in the present, everywhere, at once. "Imari," she said, "how many hulls on the corward edge?" "Cross had 11 on the edge at last clean read. He's at 7. 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago." So Cross was at 7 8 minutes ago, which meant he was at some number now that she would not learn for 8 minutes and could not change for 16. And the thing taking him was not a fleet she could meet hull to hull. It was a pattern. She went looking for the next sum. Thin here, thicken there, seed this, and hold that, and it came out the same. Every road she ran the weight down ended where the thing already was. No flank on it, no seam in it, no gap to close, because the thing was the closing. On the Lodestar's coreward edge, 8 minutes ahead of Whitfield's plot, and arriving into it in real time, Cross stood at the bridge rail with 2 fingers pressed flat to the cold edge of it and made himself not tap them. "Talk to me, Delgado," he said. "Where do I put the weight?" Okay. Delgado was hunched over the science board, the okay, going under his breath, the way it went when the trouble was real and bad. "Captain, the positions are clean. The nodes aren't forced. This isn't the offset. It's not the hand's width. It's not the road lying. The road's telling the truth. The truth is," his hand opened over the board the way it did when the number wouldn't behave, "it's in 8 places along your edge, and it just changed course in all 8 at the same instant, and there's no instant where that's allowed, and I keep running it as an error, and it keeps coming back not an error." "It hit the scarn," Vinter said from the helm, young and over-careful, the wonder gone out of his voice since Ray. "Captain, that's the picket, the one Imeth steered off the lore 2 watches back. We spent her people's eyes to keep that hull. She's gone dark off the edge now, and the escort spanward of her, same second. They weren't in support. They couldn't see each other." "I know, Jonah." Cross kept his voice level, which cost him, and used the kid's first name the way he used first names now, as a thing to hold the bridge by when the control was going. "Keep us on the edge. Don't chase it." "Imeth, what does the measure say?" Imeth was very still at the long arrays, hands flat where a human's would have shaped the air. When she spoke, it was the measured thing, the precise word and not the warm one, the precision that was the warmth. The measure agrees with the chain, Captain. That is the difficulty. A beat of silence before the serious thing, the way her people held a beat. We have flown the whole war on the difference between the chain and the measure. The chain lies, the measure tells the floor. This time they do not disagree. Both say the thing is in 8 places at once, moving as one. The measure cannot find the lie because there is no lie. There is only the thing, and it is larger than the disagreement we have learned to read. Her hand stayed flat and still. "Kell," she said, low, not to the bridge. Cross had been winning engagements his whole career off the certainty that reading the war right was most of winning it. He looked at his corward edge now, at 7 hulls and dropping, at the thing folding across the width of it faster than his fleet could reform, and understood at the rail that the war had changed orders on him again, the way it had at the scarred table, where the count had no shape. The road turning against them had been one thing, patient, clean, a hand's width at a time. This was a thing that fought the way his fleet only wished it could, as one body, with no lag and no dark in it, and every counter he had was a fleet's counter. Reform, support, thicken, close, and a fleet's counter was a letter to the past, and the thing did not live in the past. Captain, Ackerman at his shoulder, clipped and bracing for the worst reading of the line. Going dark would blind us to it. A thing this size, this fast. Go dark and we're 7 blind hulls, and it's still one thing that can see itself. We'd lose the edge in a watch. She squared the corner of her slate against the rail. Meeting it needs the fleet acting as one. Coordination. Scale. A pause. The colder thing. No satisfaction in it. And scale is what's been turning against us all war. I'd want it in the record that I said both halves out loud. We can't go dark at it, and we can't out-coordinate a thing that is coordination. I don't have the third thing, Captain. There isn't a third thing on this board. I know, Cross said. Right. The double bought him nothing this watch. There was no next move to turn them toward, only the edge and the thing on it, and the sum that came out the same down every lane. Cross pressed his fingers to the rail and did not tap them, while along the corward edge another 2 hulls dropped off the chain in the same second, 2 places, no support between them, one motion of one thing, and the network reported it nominal in its clean, confident hand all the way down. "Hold the edge," Cross said. "Keep the raw. We don't have the word for this yet." He kept his face exactly where it was. "But we're not going to learn it by running." Corward, the plot caught up to all of it, and Whitfield read the edge dropping in the network's nominal hand. Whitfield did not break. The crack, if there was one, went down into the cold part with the sums, where Cole was the only person who had ever been allowed to see it, and Cole was a planet and 3 jumps away. What came up instead, where loudness would have been in a smaller woman in a smaller room, was the work, and the work, this watch, gave her nothing. Pull the long yawl anchor spanward to read it honest. They read it honest, and honest said it was in 8 places at once, and her many hulls were not. Every road came out the thing. "Imari," she said, very quiet, "run it once more. The whole fleet. Best disposition against the contact on the corward edge. I want the answer even if I don't like it." Imari ran it. She gave him the time. When he stopped, he did not square anything, because squaring was Ackerman's tell and not his. He looked at the answer the board gave back. "There's no disposition that holds the edge, Admiral," he said. "I can buy time, thin the shoulders, feed the edge, Trade space coreward, make it cost the thing minutes, but the math doesn't turn. Whatever I do, it's at the end of it before my weight is, because it's one thing and we're 40, and the 40 are tied together with lag, and the one isn't. We've been losing the road for 4 watches, and I could still always tell you where to put the weight. His hand stilled, the way Crosses had at a scarred table she would never see. I can't tell you now. Not because the road lies, because there's no where. It's everywhere the road goes, all at once, and we built the road to be a fleet. Whitfield held the shape of it whole in the part of her that did sums. The ascendant had been an enemy. You could lose to an enemy and still know the shape of the losing. This was a pattern, one body across a width no fleet could hold, fighting in a present no fleet could see into, and her whole art, the art of writing the right letter to the past and sending it into the dark, was built for a war this thing did not fight.
A log it, Whitfield said, exactly where her voice always was, in the cold with the sums. Corward edge under sustained pressure from an unclassified contact. Note that the contact moves as a single coordinated body across a width that does not permit fleet coordination, and that it does not engage as the ascendant engage. Note that reform and mutual support doctrine cannot reach it, because it occupies the destination of every supporting move before the move resolves. She made herself put the last of it on the record, plainly, without a word she could not defend. Note that I have no counter to the pattern. Don't dress it, just the position. Cross's edge is being taken by a thing my fleet was not built to fight, and I want that in the record, above the hole it's about to make, so whoever reads it after knows it wasn't a failure of the fleet. The fleet did everything a fleet can do. The thing is larger than what a fleet can do. Filing, Imari said, and entered it, medium pause, the pressure, the pattern, the counter she did not have, medium pause, into the record, where it would sit above a hole the size of a corward edge. It's in, Admiral.
The plot was quiet, 8 minutes behind, the coalition strung along the dark in the geometry the dark allowed, and out on the corward edge, in a present she could not see, one thing folded across the width of it and closed its hands in 8 places at once, and the network answered nominal, every node, all the way down the chain. In ordinary times, she said, and stopped because there was nothing after it the fleet could use. What she gave the fleet instead was the only thing it could use. Imari, movement orders. Thin the shoulders. Feed the corward edge. Trade space slow. By-cross the minutes. We can't beat the thing, and I won't pretend on the record that we can. But we're going to make it spend every minute it takes and keep reading it until somebody finds the shape we're missing. Her hand stayed behind her back, because right now I'm reading a war I don't know how to fight, and I'd rather know that and have it written down than send a letter into the dark that's already wrong. Inside the turn, Admiral, Ensign Mia said, and the orders went out into the dark, letters to a present she could not see, against a thing that lived in no present at all, but every one of them at once. Whitfield stood in the cold and let the bath be the wrong temperature it was, and read the war as it had been 8 minutes ago, and waited the way she always waited, knowing, in the cold part where the sums lived and never lied to her, that whatever the dark had done, it had done as one thing, faster than her fleet, in 8 places at once, and that she did not have the answer to it, and that for the first time in 30 years she could not see, anywhere on the whole long board, where the answer would even come from. Chapter 14. The Predator's Eye. The cell deck on the Lodestar ran 2 decks below the wardroom and 1 below the brig proper, in the part of the hull that had been a magazine before the refit, and still carried the cold of it, a flat mineral cold that came up through the boot soles and did not leave. Cross took the ladder down himself. He had thought about sending Ackerman, and then he had thought about what it would mean to send Ackerman, and he had come down the ladder instead. 2 fingers trailing the rail the whole way, not tapping, because there was no one down here to perform steadiness for, and he had stopped performing it for himself somewhere above the second hatch. Ackerman came behind him. She had said she would in the wardroom, in the dry voice, "If you're going to move the line, you'll do it with a witness, Captain, and you'll do it where I can square the edges of it after." And now she stood a half-pace back of his shoulder at the bottom of the ladder while the master-at-arms keyed the inner hatch, and she had her slate in her hand, not turned on. The not turned on was the thing. She would log this. She would log it the way she logged everything that cost, after, in the cold, with no satisfaction in it. But she would let him say the first part to a man and not to a record. The hatch cycled. The cold came out of it ahead of the light. Castellan was sitting when they came in, on the bench that folded from the bulkhead, his hands loose on his knees and his back not touching the wall behind him. He had been a tall man before the cell took the line out of him, and he was still tall, but the months had pared him down to the frame of it, the courteous frame, the one that had walked Brightfall's corridors, making the impossible mission work, and had never once raised its voice. He did not stand. The warrant didn't require him to stand, and he knew exactly what the warrant required, to the letter, which was its own kind of statement about how he was going to sit there. "Captain," Castellan said it the way a man says it across a table he owns. "You came down yourself. That's new." Cross didn't sit. There was nowhere to sit that wasn't the bench beside him, and he wasn't going to do that. He stood in the cold with his hands at his sides and let the silence go a beat past comfortable, because the man across from him read silence better than most men read speech, and Cross wanted him to have to read it. "I've got a problem on the line. I'm here to ask you about roads. You've been asking me about roads for a year." A small motion of the loose hands, opening. Lanes, coordination, where to thicken, where to thin. I give you the clean part, and you take the clean part down the ladder, and we both pretend that's all I'm good for. That's the arrangement. The reasonable voice, perfectly level, no edge a man could grip. You didn't come down 2 decks in the cold to ask me about thickening a lane. So, what's the problem you can't take to your own people? Cross set it down plain, because the man would hear around anything that wasn't plain. Ships are dying off the line, and the count has no shape. Different roads, different blocks, no flank, no door. The only thing they've got in common is the road itself. I can't put the weight anywhere because there's nowhere the dark is coming through. It's coming through everywhere there's a road, and there's a road everywhere, because the road is the thing that lets us be a fleet. Castellan was quiet. He did not ask a clarifying question. He did not do the thing a lesser mind would have done, which was grab at the chance to be useful and start performing competence. He sat with it, and his eyes, pale, level, doing arithmetic Cross couldn't see, moved once across the middle distance and came back. "You want me to read it the way the thing taking you reads it," he said. "Yes. You understand what you're asking. I understand exactly what I am asking." Cross kept his voice where it was, which cost. "I bound you to the warrant so I'd never have to think the way you think. I'm here because I've run out of the other kind of thinking. I want it understood between us that I know which one of those is true." Something moved behind the level face. Not pleasure. Cross had braced for pleasure, for the man to enjoy being needed, and there wasn't any. There was something colder and more exact than pleasure. There was a man recognizing the precise shape of his own usefulness arriving, on schedule, the way he'd always known it would. "All right," Castellan said. "Show me the roads." Ackerman keyed the cell's flat display, and the line came up on it the way it stood, the long, miserable scatter of hulls along a seam too long for any one of them to see end to end, blue and the spaced-wide null anchors, the corridors the network held clean, threading them all into a thing that could fight as one. She put the count beside it, the watch's losses laid in their shapeless column. She did it without a word, and she stepped back to cross his shoulder and gave the man the board to read. Castellan read it the way Cross imagined a predator read a herd. Not animal, that was the wrong word. The thing he was doing was the opposite of animal. It was a cold, dry intelligence taking the measure of where weight had to go. He did not look at the losses first. He looked at the roads. He looked at where the corridors ran and where they had to run, given the geometry, given the seam, given that a fleet strung this thin had to be threaded somewhere, and the dark only left so many somewheres. Here, Castellan touched the display, the coreward corridor, the one the network kept cleanest. The Sabic, you said, on a clean road. Of course she was on a clean road. Look at the geometry. From the inner anchor, there is one route that holds the fleet's coherence and lets a hull that far in still answer the line. And it is this one, and everybody knows it is this one, including the thing taking you. The road isn't clean because it's safe. It's clean because the weight has no choice but to go down it. You haven't been routing your fleet, Captain. You've been funneled. And you called the funnel a corridor because it was the route that worked. Cross said nothing. The cold came up through his boots. Rare, a different touch, spanward, the shoulder of the line. She died blind, you said, on the difference, because her measure was 3 blocks over. You read that as a failure of coverage. It isn't. It's a herd animal that drifted to the edge of the herd because the center was crowded. And the center was crowded because that's where your coherence is, and the edge is where a thing that reads herds always pushes the kill. It doesn't take the strong middle. It takes the one the geometry has already pushed to the shoulder and made cheap. Rare's block put her on the shoulder for reasons that were sound, every one of them. And the soundness is what killed her. The thing reading your roads counted on the soundness. It does not need to outguess you. It needs you to keep being correct. That's not reading the road, Ackerman said, from Cross's shoulder, flat, the brake doing its work. That's reading us. Castellan turned the level eyes on her, and there was, for the first time, the thing that lived under the courtesy. Not menace worn as menace, but the worse thing, the reasonableness that did not know it was the menace. Commander, there is no difference. That's the part your captain came down 2 decks to learn, and you came down to keep him from learning too fast. The road is you. A network is not a thing that exists and then has people on it. It is the shape of where people are forced to go. Read the forcing, and you've read the road, and you've read the herd, and they are one object. The thing taking you understood that before you built the second corridor. It isn't fighting your fleet, it's fighting your necessity. Every place the geometry leaves the weight nowhere else to be. And your necessity is written on this board in green, all the way down the chain, telling the truth. Cross made himself stay where he was through it, hands at his sides, face exactly where it was, the way he'd learned at a borrowed table a long time ago. But there was a cold going down under his breastbone that had nothing to do with the magazine deck cold in his boots, because the man was right. The man was right the way the count had been right and the curve had been right. Not in a way you could argue, in a way you could only stand in front of and lose. Cross had spent a year moving weight to where the shape said, and the shape had been a funnel. And the man in the cell had read it in under 2 minutes off a flat display, because he was the kind of mind that built funnels, that thought in appetite and pressure, and where the geometry left people nowhere else to go. Cross had brought blocks across one at a time on warmth and cost and a probably. This man would have brought them across by reading exactly where each one had no choice and pressing there and calling it coordination. The control pitch from a year ago stood up in Cross's memory, whole, competent, hands on the roads before everyone burns them. And he understood, standing in the cold, that the reason it had been seductive was that it was not wrong. It was the same reading. It was this reading, the predator's reading, dressed as responsibility. He'd bound the man so he'd never have to use it. And here he was, using it. "What does institutional appetite do to it?" Cross said. He hadn't planned the question. It came up out of the cold place, because he had to know how far down the road went. Not the enemy, us, the blocks. What does our own wanting do to this? Castellan looked at him a long moment, and for the first time something like respect moved across the level face. Not warmth. Castellan didn't have warmth, but the recognition of a good question from a man he'd expected to ask a worse one. It makes it worse, and it makes it survivable in the same motion. The hands opened again, slow. Every block on your line wants to keep driving. The combine wants its hulls back on the trade corridors yesterday. The frontier wants the salvage rights to anything the dark leaves. Geneva wants the line held cheap so the appropriation reads clean next quarter. None of them are villains. That's what your kind never understands until it's too late. Appetite isn't villainy. It's just a thing that has to be fed, and a fed thing keeps driving, and a thing that keeps driving stays on the road. You will not get the combine to go dark and lose its corridors. You will not get the frontier to sit. The appetite holds them on the network the way hunger holds a herd on a migration it cannot leave even when it can see the kill ahead. And the thing reading you knows that too. It doesn't have to herd you onto the road. Your own wanting does that. It only has to read where the wanting forces you and wait there. The same appetite is the only reason you can coordinate at all. Castellan didn't soften it. A fleet that wanted nothing would scatter into the dark and live, hull by hull, and lose. The wanting is what keeps them threaded together long enough to fight as one thing. You cannot have the coordination without the appetite that makes it possible. And the appetite is the exact handle the thing taking you reaches for. That's the road, Captain, all of it, the whole length. You're welcome to it. The cell held that, not the operational quiet of a ship working, the other kind, the human kind. And it was strange to Cross that even down here, even with this man, the quiet was the human kind, because what the man had just laid out was the least human thing the war had put in front of him, and it had landed in him like grief. "I need you reading this," Cross said. It came out level, and it cost everything to keep it level. Not the clean part, this, the road war, the way the thing taking us reads it, where the weight has to go because the geometry leaves it nowhere else, how a thing rides the network the way you just rode that board. You'll do it from here, under the warrant, on a tasking the commander logs and reviews, and that goes nowhere near a clean release. You'll never see the bridge. You'll see flat boards, and you'll give me reeds, and the reeds will move ships, and people who are alive now will be alive next watch because of what you tell me, and other things will be true that I'm not going to say out loud in front of you." Coastline was quiet. He understood the shape of it before Cross finished. Cross could see him understanding it, the level eyes doing the arithmetic that was always running, and what came up out of the arithmetic was not triumph, and it was not gratitude. It was the cold recognition again, deeper this time, of a thing closing. "You understand what you're doing to me," Coastline said. "Not a complaint. A man stating a true thing about geometry. I become the only one who can read the Road War, and the better I read it, the more you need me. And the more you need me, the more it costs you to ever let me up. Because a man who is the only one who can see the thing that's killing you does not get walked to a kinder cell. He gets a smaller one. The more I save, the deeper I go. You're not asking me to help you, Captain. You're building me a cage out of my own usefulness, one reed at a time. And you know it, and you came down here to start anyway." The level voice did not change. "That's a very good piece of routing. I'd have done it myself." "I know. You hate it." "I do." "Good." For the first time, Coastillane's voice carried something under the level surface, and it was not kindness, and it was not cruelty. It was a man recognizing the only honest thing in the room. "Hate it all the way down. The day you stop hating it is the day you've become the thing you bound me to keep you from. You want a piece of advice you didn't ask for and won't pay for because it costs me nothing to give. Keep the commander logging it. Keep coming down yourself. The moment you send someone else to fetch my reeds is the moment the line you're moving today stops feeling like a line and starts feeling like the route that works. And then you'll fund the corridor. You won't even feel the floor go." The word landed wrong in Cross, floor, off a man who couldn't have known, and Cross kept his face exactly where it was and did not let it show. They went up the ladder in silence. Ackerman keyed her slate at the bottom of it, at last, the flat display going live in her hand, and she stood a moment in the magazine cold with the hatch sealed behind them and the cell light gone, and she squared the edges of the device against nothing, the corner of it clicking once against her own thumbnail. "I'll log it," she said. "The tasking. Coastline reads the Road War from the cell, under warrant, reviewed by me before anything moves a hull. That part's clean. I can write that." She did not move to write it. "Here's the part I'll put under it, the way I told you in the wardroom I would. That we needed the man who thinks like the thing that's beating us, and we picked him up, and it worked, and that the working is the thing I'd want a board to read someday and understand it cost us. Not money, not a hull, us. You came down a man who bound that mind away on purpose, and you're going up a man who's going to live off its reeds. And there's no version of that where the line doesn't move. And I want it in the record that it moved on this watch, with both of us standing in the cold while it did, so that nobody ever gets to say it was an accident or a mercy or a clean call made fast." "It wasn't fast," Cross said. "No." Ackerman looked at the slate and then at him, and the dry was gone out of her, gone all the way to the colder thing, the no satisfaction thing she got when being right had cost again. "It was the slowest decision I've seen you make. You took 2 decks and a count with no shape and a year of his pitch in your ear to make it, and you made it anyway. And it's the right call, Captain. That's the part nobody's going to forgive either of us for. It's right. We need him. We'll lose more if we don't. And it's a line, and you moved it, and I logged you moving it." She keyed the device and began, finally, to write. "Noted, Captain. You picked the slower way to lose. Same as last watch, same as the one after this, I expect. Cross stood in the cold while she wrote it, 2 fingers at his side, not tapping. Above them the Lodestar thrummed long and even, carrying a coalition held together with warmth and cost down a road he could no longer trust toward a mark that would hold and not be enough. And now, 2 decks down, in the part of the hull that kept the magazine cold, a mind that read the road the way the dark read it, a mind he had buried on purpose, was reading it for him, and would read it better every watch, and would cost more to need every watch, in exactly the way the man had said while he sat on his folding bench with his back not touching the wall. Cross had wanted a word for the thing taking them. He had gone down to get one. He had come up with a road instead, the whole road, laid bare by the one man who could lay it bare. And the road said what the Count had said, and the curve had said, that there was nowhere to put the weight, only the funnel and the herd and the appetite that held them all on it. And he had a tool now he hadn't had this morning. That was true. It would move ships. People would live off it. Cross went up the last ladder to where the ship could see him, and put the warmth on by main force at the top of it the way you put your hand on a thing on a shelf, and did not let any of them see that he'd gone down a captain and come up a captain who'd moved a line, and was the one who'd moved it, and knew exactly what it had cost, and that it was right, and that the 2 of those would never again, for the rest of this war, be in conflict. Chapter 15. The Long Way. The coalition had given Nur Dewan a corner of the Lodestar's routing pit and a board that talked to the whole fleet, and the second thing was the one she trusted least. The board was beautiful, and the beauty was the trouble with all of it. Every plate aboard this ship was beautiful, the lights green and even, the chain humming under her fingertips like something well-fed and content with itself, and Nur had spent 20 years of her life learning that content was the most expensive feeling a machine could sell you. She'd built relays that looked like this. She'd built better ones in worse places, with parts that came off the back of a salvage cart and a soldering iron that ran hot on the left. And the difference between her relays and this one was that hers had been built by people who assumed the road was lying, and this one had been built by people who assumed it wasn't. You could tell. You could tell from across a deck. A machine knew what its makers feared. A stylus sat behind her ear, and a cold cup of something the Lodestar's galley called tea was going to a skin at her elbow, and on the board in front of her, a frontier hauler called the Quillen was 3 hours into a passage she'd routed by hand, and the green chain was screaming at her, politely, that she'd done it wrong. Suboptimal, the board said, in the soft gray letters of a thing that had never been wrong in its life. Recommended route available. Estimated time saving, 31 hours. I know what you recommend, Nur told it. I read your recommendation. Your recommendation goes through the core-ward shoulder of the dead arc, and the dead arc is where the line holes keep not coming back from, so no. The board did not argue. The board never argued. It just kept the cleaner road lit in a hopeful pale gold, underneath the ugly black dogleg she'd drawn, the way a thing keeps offering you the door you've already refused. And Nur put 2 fingers on the dogleg and held them there until the cold of the deck came up through her boots and steadied her. 31 hours. The Quillen was running 11 souls in a hold of seed stock to an outpost that would not eat next winter without it,
and Nor had just spent 31 hours of their lives buying them the privilege of arriving alive instead of arriving on schedule. She did not flinch from the arithmetic. She'd done worse arithmetic than that, with people she loved on the wrong side of it. The thing about the long way was that nobody thanked you for it, because the disaster you bought them out of never happened, and a disaster that never happens leaves no mark and no gratitude, only a hauler that comes in late and a captain who grumbles about her schedule. Nor would take the grumbling. The grumbling meant the captain was alive to grumble. The Quillen's comms officer pinged her, a thin, scratchy thing, off a gray relay Nor herself had walked him through wiring, because the clean chain went silent the moment you ducked under the leg, and the clean chain's silence was a hole you fell into if you didn't lay a dirty rope across it first. Off the shoulder now, dark stretch ahead. Repeat instruction, we hold off the burnt anchor by eye. No interrogation.
No interrogation, Nor said back. Don't ask it where you are. It can't tell you, and it'll lie about not knowing. You hold it on your optics, you keep it forward left, and you fly the dark like it's the only honest thing out there, because for the next 9 hours it is. You'll feel blind. Blind's the job. Blind and alive beats sighted and clean. A cause on the scratchy link. Blind and alive beats sighted and clean, the comms officer repeated, the way men repeated a thing they meant to say to themselves later in the dark when their nerves started to go. Copy that, liaison. Liaison. They'd given her a word too, along with the corner and the board. Nor had stopped correcting it. It wasn't the word she'd have chosen. She'd have chosen engineer or saboteur, depending on the year and the magistrate. But the word did a job, and she'd learned the hard way to let a useful word do its job and not waste her breath on the truer one. Cross came down to the routing pit 2 watches later, alone, which was how he came to her now. No aide, no marine, just the captain himself folding his big frame into the cramped gray space like a man visiting a room he wasn't sure he was welcome in. Not welcome, particularly. They both knew it. They'd built a way of being in a room together that didn't depend on welcome. The Quillen came in. Tornell Outpost confirmed her docked an hour ago. 11 up, seed stock intact. Captain reportedly unhappy about her schedule. Something moved at the corner of his mouth that wasn't quite a smile. Her words, relayed with feeling. Good, Nor said. She didn't look up from the board. An unhappy captain is a docked captain. I'll take 11 unhappy people over 11 happy graves every watch you've got. That's grim, even for you. It's arithmetic. Grim's what it looks like from outside the sum. She set the stylus down and turned in the seat, because the work had a pause in it, and Cross wasn't a man you left talking to the back of your head, not because she owed him the courtesy, but because she'd learned what it cost to misread him, and she'd decided long ago not to misread him cheaply. You didn't come down here for the Quillen. You'd have had that off the loop. No. Cross pulled the spare stool round and sat, elbows on his knees, the posture of a man who'd shed something heavy at the hatch and hadn't decided yet whether to pick it back up. Up close, the wear on him showed. She'd traded fire with him on a channel once, a war and a lifetime ago, when he'd been a line captain with a voice like a man who'd never lost an argument. The voice was the same warm instrument, and the man underneath it had gone shorter, quieter, careful with his words in a way that the old Cross had never needed to be. The certainty had cost him something to lose. She didn't pity him for it. She'd had her certainty taken too, in a courtroom, and nobody had pitied her, and pity wasn't the currency that passed between the two of them anyway. "I came down," Cross said, "because Whitfield wants the dark flying made into doctrine, fleet-wide, written down, taught, standard practice for every hull that can't outshoot what's coming. And the only person aboard this ship who's flown that way for 20 years and lived is sitting in a corner I gave her because I didn't know where else to put her." He looked at the board, the ugly dogleg still lit. "I want you to write it." Noor was quiet a moment. Not the dramatic kind. The kind where you ran a thing all the way to the end before you opened your mouth, because she'd seen too many people answer fast and spend a year cleaning up after the answer. "You want the anchorage to teach your fleet to fly off the network," she said. "I want you to teach my fleet to stay alive. Those are the same sentence, Captain. You just don't like one of the words in it." She said it without heat. There genuinely wasn't any in it. The heat for this had burned off years back and left her with the dry, clean residue, the part you could actually work with. "I'll write it. Don't mistake me agreeing for me being comfortable. I'll write it because 11 people docked at Tornell tonight who'd be a smear on the dead ark if I hadn't. And there's 100 more haulers, and I can only hand-fly so many. So yes, I'll make it teachable. Somebody who's never feared a green light in their life can learn to fly like somebody who's never trusted one." She picked the stylus back up, turned it over in her fingers. "It won't take all the way. Not for years. You can teach a man the moves. You can't teach him the fear that makes the moves matter. And the fear's the part that keeps him alive. But I'll get you the moves." That's more honest than the answer I rehearsed for you saying no. You rehearse your arguments? "Optimistic version first," Cross said. "Then the true one, when the optimistic one won't hold. Habit." He rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Old habit. Doesn't work as well as it used to." "Nothing does the year you find out the floor was never there." It came out flatter than she'd meant, closer to the bone, and she let it stand because softening it would have been a lie, and the one thing she and Cross had never done was lie to each other. It was, when she turned it over, the sum of what they had, not friendship, not forgiveness, not the warm thing other people built, just a refusal, on both sides, to pretend. He'd refused to pretend she was innocent. She'd refused to pretend he'd saved her out of anything but a clean man's discomfort with a dirty verdict. And somewhere in the double refusal, a thing had grown that held weight, and neither of them had named it, and naming it would probably break it, so they didn't. The doctrine took her 3 watches to draft, and most of a 4th to make survivable for people who weren't her. That was the hard part. Not the routing, which she could do in her sleep, and frequently had on bad nights, the dogleg and the dead anchor, and the long black underside of a leg unspooling behind her eyes whether she wanted them or not. The hard part was a navigator who'd trained on the chain, who'd had a green authenticated floor under every decision of his career, and who would now be asked to ignore the most trustworthy instrument he owned on the say-so of his own crawling neck. You couldn't write, "Trust your fear," on a doctrine sheet. Command would strike it. So she wrote it sideways. She wrote traffic abandonment as primary indicator, meaning, in the only language that mattered, the little frightened captains stopped flying that road before your instruments showed you anything, and they were right. They're always right. They fly bad margins, and they can't afford to be wrong. She wrote passive optical hold on decommissioned beacons, meaning find the dead rock that fell off the chain, the one nobody can interrogate, and so nobody can fool, and fly to it with your eyes, like your grandmother flew. She wrote gray link redundancy, Meaning, lay a rope nobody can authenticate across the silence, because a link nobody can fake is the only link worth a damn now. Sideways. The whole document was the truth, wearing a coat the institution would let through the door. She'd written 100 like it. The anchorage had run on documents like it for decades, the real meaning folded inside the acceptable phrasing. And there was a sour, familiar comfort in doing it again here, in the bright belly of the very fleet that had spent 30 years calling people like her a threat to the network. She did not let herself sit in that comfort. She had a habit of catching herself reaching for it and putting it down, the way you put down a drink you've decided not to need. The point wasn't that she'd been right about the road. The point was that the Quillen was docked. The road being a liar was just the weather. You didn't get to feel vindicated about weather. You dressed for it, and you got the haulers in. A junior officer named Tesoro, she'd flagged the name to the loop her first watch, a quiet, stocky boy off Delgado's section, on loan to her because somebody had decided the anchorage liaison shouldn't sit entirely alone, came round with a fresh cup and a question he'd clearly been carrying for an hour and working up the nerve to ask. Liaison douane. Tesoro set the cup down at a careful distance, the way you set something near an animal you weren't sure of. The decommissioned beacons, the dead ones. How do you know they're dead? Couldn't the enemy, couldn't someone light one back up and use it the way you say they use the live ones? It was a good question. It was the question, in fact, that separated people who'd live from people who wouldn't. And the boy had walked straight to it, which meant somebody had taught him to walk to the hard one first, which meant Delgado, probably, and Nor revised her estimate of the Lodestar's science section a notch upward. "They could," she said. "That's the right fear, and you should keep it. Here's how you tell." She pulled the dead anchor she'd routed the Quillen past up onto the board, a cold, dark mark in the black. A dead beacon's dead in a way you can see and not ask, no power signature, no chain handshake, and crucially, no chain handshake attempted, no little hopeful ping at you wanting to talk. The live ones reach, the dead ones don't reach. The moment a dead one reaches for you, it isn't dead anymore, and you treat it like a snake. You never let a beacon be the thing that tells you it's safe. You let it be a rock you fly past. A rock can't betray you. The instant it tries to help you, it's not a rock, and you go around. She tapped the cold mark. Help is the tell. Out here, the thing trying hardest to help you is the thing to fear most. Write that down. Don't put it in the doctrine. Command'll strike it for being unscientific. Put it in your own neck where it belongs. Tesoro wrote it down, in his own hand, on his own slate, not the doctrine sheet. Smart boy. "Why does command strike the true things?" he asked. "Because the true things sound like superstition until the day they save your life, and a man who runs a fleet can't write doctrine off superstition, even when the superstition's just experience nobody's had time to dignify with a study yet." Noor took a swallow of the new tea, which was as bad as the old tea, and did not say the rest of it, which sat in her chest where it always sat, and which she had learned to carry without setting it down on anyone. That she'd had this exact argument with command before, years ago, with a corridor catcher's timing and a stack of warnings nobody read, and that the difference between then and now wasn't that she'd gotten smarter. It was just that now the bodies were the fleet's own. She let none of that into the answer she gave the boy. "Drink your tea before it skins over. Then I want you to take the dog legs I've drawn and find me 3 more dead rocks coreward of the Quillen's leg, the same way. Show your work. I'll check it." Tesoro went. Noor stayed on the cold mark a moment longer, the dead rot that couldn't lie because it couldn't talk, and turned the stylus over in her fingers and got back to the work. The off-page war came in on the loop while she worked, the way weather comes through a wall. Not at her, never directly, just the sound of it happening everywhere else. A block cutter calling for a tow it wouldn't get in time. A node coreward going quiet, and a watch officer reading the silence flat and even, the way they all read silence now, like men who'd learned the silence meant something and hadn't decided to be afraid of it out loud yet. A name she didn't know, lost off a hull she didn't know, logged in the level voice of someone 3 relays away who'd never met him. The fleet was bleeding in a dozen places at once, and the loop carried it past her corner like a river carrying things it didn't stop for. Nor kept her head down and routed. It was the only honest answer she had to any of it. You couldn't grieve the river. You could get one hauler through, and then another, and the doing of it was the only thing that kept the bigness from sitting on your chest until you couldn't draw a breath under it. Cross came back near the end of her watch. He read the doctrine standing up, leaning a shoulder against the bulkhead, and he read it the way she'd hoped someone with sense would. Slowly, mouth tightening once or twice, where the sideways phrasing didn't quite hide the meaning from a man who knew what he was looking at. Traffic abandonment as primary indicator, he said. You mean the scared captains run first? I mean the scared captains run first. Command won't take scared captains. They'll take traffic abandonment. Same animal, different collar. And this, he turned the slate. Decommissioned beacon optical hold. Treat all beacon outreach as hostile. Help is the tell, Noor said. I'll explain it to whoever teaches it. The short version goes in. The long version goes in their necks, watch by watch, the only place it ever really lives. She took the slate back when he offered it. It'll get people killed, you understand. Doctrine always does. Somebody'll fly it wrong or fly it right and die anyway, because right doesn't mean safe. It just means better odds. I'm handing you better odds. I'm not handing you a floor. There's no floor. I'd be lying to you if I dressed it as one, and I don't lie to you, so... She set the slate down. Better odds. That's the whole of what I've got. Take it or don't. Cross was quiet a moment, the river going past on the loop behind them both. When he spoke, the warmth was still in it, but worn close to the wood. You know what's strange? He said. I spent the back half of my career with people telling me what I wanted to hear, whole institutions of it. And the one person I let near the heart of how this fleet stays alive is somebody I once tried to put away, who won't tell me a comfortable thing if I beg her for it. You didn't try to put me away. You tried to keep me from being put away dishonestly, which isn't the same, and you know it isn't, and don't soften it now into a thing it wasn't. The edge came up in her voice, and she let it. A true edge, the unresolved one, the one neither of them had ever worn smooth. I was guilty, Captain. I did what they charged me with. I'd do it again, knowing what it cost me, because the alternative was worse, and I'd run the sum the same way every time. You didn't save an innocent woman. You stopped a dishonest court from getting a guilty one the dirty way, because the dirty way offended you more than I did. That's the truth of it. I've never asked you to make it prettier, and I'll thank you not to start. The silence after it ran on, full of the loop's low murmur, a man weighing whether to argue, and deciding, rightly, not to. No, Cross said at last. You're right, I won't dress it up. He pushed off the bulkhead. At the hatch he paused, one hand on the frame, and didn't turn all the way back. The doctrine goes to Whitfield tonight, under your name, not mine, not the Lodestar's, yours. A beat. Dewan method. If it saves anybody, it saves them under your name. I won't have it any other way, and I won't be argued with on it. The hatch closed before she could decide whether he'd handed her a kindness or a debt, and she sat with it after, the cold tea and the green board and the ugly black dog-leg still lit, and found she couldn't make it come out clean as either. It was both. It was the thing the two of them kept making between them, the gratitude she'd never asked for, and the conviction he'd never shared, knotted up so tight you couldn't pull one thread without the other. Noor turned the stylus over in her fingers. Down the loop, a tired voice routed a hauler the long way round a road that read clean, and another voice copied it, the long way, aye, and somewhere out in the black, a frightened little captain on a bad margin smelled something on a green road nobody else could see yet, and quietly, without telling anyone, without ever being thanked, took her ship the ugly way home. The road went on going green for anybody who'd ask. Noor didn't ask. She put 2 fingers on the dog-leg and found the next dead rock and got back to the work. Chapter 16. Lights Going Out. It arrived in Marcus Cole's kitchen like weather, already in the room before you have a word for it. Cole was at the counter in Charleston, in the early dark before the city woke, with a cup going cold under his hand and the public feed running low on the wall, the way it had run every morning of his long retirement, a quiet river of frontier traffic that a man could keep half an eye on, the way his father had kept half an ear on the Marine Band. Position reports, convoy manifests, the dry coastal weather of a war happening 4 months out at light speed, and a great deal further than that by the roads, none of it his to command anymore, all of it his to carry. He had earned the right to carry it the hard way, and carrying it did not let a man set it down at 90 years old just because the chair had passed to younger hands. Then a line came up on the feed that he had already read, not similar to one he had read, the same one, a convoy manifest out of the Coreward depots, the same manifest, the same routing string, the same timestamp to the second, repeating itself onto the wall under a fresh header that said it had arrived just now. He set the cup down. He scrolled back. There it sat, an hour up the river, the first time, identical, and here it sat again, presenting itself as new. A younger man would have blamed the wall. Cole had given 60 years to instruments that lied politely and instruments that lied by being too honest, and a repeated convoy manifest with a fresh timestamp was neither. It was a record that no longer agreed with itself. That was a thing he had a healthy fear of. The institutions of his life had been built, plank by plank, on records that agreed with themselves, on a message arriving once, meaning one thing, signed by one hand, and staying put. Take that away, and you did not have a smaller version of the same thing. You had something else wearing its clothes. Cole thumbed the feed back to live and stood in his own kitchen and let the dread come up through his bare feet off the cold tile, slow, the way the floor of a house gives up the night's chill, into a man who has gotten up too early for too many years to sleep through this one. It was the relays, he told himself. Long chains, hard war, somewhere out there a node taking a hit and coughing a message back up. Reasonable. The reasonable version was the one he reached for first, the way he always had, the way he had stood on 100 bridges and given the bridge the optimistic read before he gave them the true one. He had time this morning to give himself only the true one. A record that did not agree with itself. Cole picked the cup back up so his hands had something to do, and he kept his half an eye on the wall, and he waited to be wrong. 4 months and a great many roads away, Mercer was trying to give a colony an answer. The Longwake sat up a spanward picket with her drives idling, holding a long quiet stretch of the line that had not been quiet a week ago. And Aldermore was on the loop the way a porch light is on at the edge of your sight, not something you attend to, just something whose being there you have built your night around. A coreward settlement, frontier compact, a few thousand souls living on the long, thin promise of the network. They hung on the chain like everyone hung on the chain. They asked it for the things colonies asked it for: drug manifests and birth rolls and the price of lift, and once a day, dependably, the small green pulse of a colony checking it was still attached to the rest of the human enterprise. Aldermore's pulse had come in late. Then it had come in twice. Then it had come in wearing the wrong route. "Read it again, Marsh," Mercer said. Reading. Marsh had the level under the cost, the flat voice and the running hands, and right now her hands had slowed, which was worse. Aldermore's daily attaches a route string. Same as everyone. Says where it came from, what nodes it crossed. The string's wrong, Captain. It's claiming a path that doesn't exist. Comes in signed clean, signed Aldermore. Authenticates all the way down, and the route it swears it took is 3 nodes that aren't in that order. Can't be. You can't get from there to here through those, not in that sequence. Scrambled header. That's what I told myself an hour ago. Her hand stopped. Then I tried to answer it, tried to send the colony its acknowledgement, the way we do. We have you, you're attached. And the relay took it green. Path reads open all the way to Aldermore's relay, every node nominal. The chain says it delivered. She looked at her own board the way a person looks at a friend who has started saying things that aren't true. And the colony didn't hear it. Their next pulse came in asking the same question, asking if anyone had them, as if I'd never answered. Mercer crossed to her station and put his hand flat on the back of her chair. The Longwake gave him the same even readiness she always gave him. The perfect ship's held breath, and he was glad of it, and he hated being glad of it, both at once, the way he had been since the dead Ark. He read the loop over Marsh's shoulder. Aldermore's small, repeated voice scrolled up it. Anyone holding Aldermore, confirm you have us. They can hear us asking the road. They can't hear the road answer. That's my read, Captain. Marsh's hands found something to do, squaring her panel against itself. Or the road's answering, and it's the road they can't trust now, and they've stopped believing the green. I would have. Out there alone, you'd stop believing a light that lied to you once. Aldermore was 4 jumps coreward, and the line between here and there ran through a dozen nodes the Longwake had no power over, and Mercer stood at the rail of the best ship anyone had ever flown and understood, the way he had learned to understand things since the Ostrand, that he could see the colony's hand reaching up out of the dark and could not take it, not because anything stood between them, because the road between them had stopped carrying weight he could trust to land. "Get me Whitfield's net," he said. "Tell them Aldermore's asking and not hearing. Tell them it's not a haul I'm worried about. It's the colony. They're going to think the human enterprise let go of them, and I want a haul that isn't on this picket to physically go and stand off them and tell them with its own eyes that they're held." Raising the net, Marsh's hands ran. A long quiet. "Captain, the net took it, green, and—" a breath. "It came back to me." "Say again?" "My own message, the one I just sent up the chain to Whitfield. It just arrived on my board." She turned once. "Inbound, signed me, time-stamped 4 minutes from now." Mercer looked at the loop, where Aldermore went on asking, faithful, patient, the way you keep a porch light burning for someone who is already not coming, and he said nothing for a moment, because the spare thing and the true thing were the same thing, and the true thing had no give in it anywhere. "Send it again, Marsh," he said. "Send the net. Send it to Aldermore. Send it twice. And keep their pulse on my board where I can see it. I want to know the second it goes quiet." Mercer did not say if. He had learned not to say if about the dark. By full morning, the wall in Cole's kitchen had stopped being a river. By full morning, Cole had moved to the porch because the house had gone close and airless around him, and he sat now in the cane chair his father had sat in, with the marsh going gold-gray out past the rail, and the salt coming up off the water the way it had come up his whole life, the one reliable thing. And he ran the feed on the slate across his knees and read the war coming apart at its seams, a sentence at a time. It was not coming apart in fire. That he could have stood. He had stood in fire. It was coming apart in small wrong things that each alone a reasonable man would file and forget. A fleet movement order, valid signature, routed to a depot that had no business with it. A casualty list that arrived, was corrected, and then arrived again uncorrected, the dead undying on the second pass, and a family somewhere reading it twice. A relay station status held, then lost, then held, the green light flickering between true and false, like a thing trying to remember which it was. Cole had spent the back half of his life learning the difference between a record and the truth, and learning to honor the gap between them. And he had spent the front half learning that the gap, kept narrow, was the whole foundation a person could stand on, out where there was nothing else. You could not run a colony on faith. You ran it on the next message arriving, once, meaning what it said. He had buried people who died of the gap widening by an inch. The gap was not widening by an inch this morning. His hands were not as steady as they had been, and he held the slate in both of them to keep that from showing, an old reflex from a life spent letting the bridge read his face and never his hands. And he scrolled, and the institutional layer he had worn so long it had grown into him, thinned the way it always thinned when feeling came up underneath, until he was just an old man on a porch in Charleston, reading the human enterprise lose track of its own voice. A name came up on the feed, and he stopped on it. Aldermore, Corward, a colony he had no particular history with, one of the hundreds the network had hung out along the dark like lamps. The feed carried it the way the feed carried everything now, in a wrong order. A routine daily, then an hour later the same daily, then a status line that said the daily had not arrived at all and querying. Cole read it 3 times. He was good still at reading a thing for what it was under what it said. And under it, the thing was very simple and very old, and had nothing to do with the war's weapons or its scale, or any of the parts a younger man would have wanted explained. A colony was calling, and the answer was not reaching it, and the colony could not tell whether anyone was still there. Cole had been that colony. Not literally. He had always had a ship and a line and a name people answered to. But he had stood at the far edge of the long dark with a relay between him and everything he loved, and he knew in the body the precise animal cold of the moment you stop trusting the green light, when the light says held, attached, answered, and your gut, which has been right about the dark before, says the light is lying and you are alone. There was no terror in the catalogue worse than that one, and it was the quietest. It made no sound. It was a light going out that you could not see go out, because the panel still swore it was lit. "Marcus." Hana's voice came onto the porch from the slate, and he had not called her, which meant she had called him, which meant it was not nothing. Whitfield's voice still came down a fleet the way it always had, clipped, no ceremony. But he had known her 40 years, and he knew the other thing under it, the thing she got when an order was too big to say loud. She had gone quiet. "Are you reading the Corward feed?" I'm reading it." He kept his voice the way he kept it, the Charleston rhythm and the institution over it, the optimistic version available and unused. "Tell me the part the feed isn't telling me." A pause that cost her something. "I've a colony I can't confirm I'm holding," she said. "Aldermore. They're calling. My nets say I'm answering. I've a captain 4 jumps off who says they can't hear me answer, and I believe him, and I can't get a haul to them fast enough to stand off them and prove with a window and a face that we're still here. Everything I send arrives green and lands nowhere." The fleet quiet got quieter. "I'm not calling you for an order, Marcus. You don't give those anymore, and I wouldn't take one. I'm calling you because you are the only person alive who stood where that colony is standing, and I need to know from someone who's been the lamp going out, how long do they hold on before they stop believing we're coming?" Cole sat with the marsh going gold past the rail, and the salt in his teeth, and the slate heavy in 2 old hands, and he gave her the true answer, because she had not called him for the other one. "Longer than you'd think," he said, and then, all at once, "You hold on out there past every reasonable hour because the alternative is unbearable, and a person will believe an unbearable lie a long time before they'll believe a bearable truth. You watch the green light, and you tell yourself it means what it always meant, and then some small ordinary thing breaks the spell. A message comes back to you that you sent, or a date arrives wrong, or you ask the dark a question you already know the answer to, and the holding on goes out of you in one breath, and after that you don't believe anything the road tells you ever again." He turned the slate face down on his knee. "Get them a face, Hannah, not a message, a window and a hull and a person they can see. The road can't carry the one thing they need now, which is the only thing that was ever really on it, a human being saying, 'We have you,' and being where they can look at it." "I'm trying to get them a face," Whitfield said. "The roads I'd send the hull down are the roads I can't trust." And there it was, the whole of it, in her flat, fleet voice with the quiet under it. The things she would send to save the colony had to travel the same lie that was killing the colony. Cole closed his eyes. The marsh went on out there, gold-gray, indifferent, the one reliable thing. "I know," he said. "I know it is." On the Longwake, Aldermore's pulse came in for the last time at the 11th hour of Mercer's watch, and what made it the last was not that it stopped, it was that it changed. "Captain," Marsh did not raise her voice. The cost held the level down over it, flat, and the hands had gone still, which Mercer had learned was the worst thing her hands did. "Aldermore's pulse just came in. She brought it up on his board. It's not asking any more." Mercer read it. The colony's small daily voice had been a question for 2 days, the same patient question. "Anyone, confirm you have us." This one was not a question. It was a statement. Signed Aldermore, authenticated clean all the way down the chain that swore it had carried it true. "We are going dark. We can no longer trust what reaches us. Do not root to us. We will hold ourselves." "They're cutting the chain," Marsh said, "on purpose. They'd rather be alone in the honest dark than attached to a road that lies." Her hand stayed still on the board. "And the thing of it, Captain, the thing I can't get past, that message came in green, perfect, signed, routed, authenticated, the cleanest thing I've read all watch. The road carried their goodbye to us faithfully. It only couldn't carry the hello back." Mercer stood at the rail and let the count run and gave it nothing to land on, because there was nothing. He had taken 19 souls off a true ship in a dead ark on the strength of a true call, and left a second true ship to die because he could not be in 2 darks at once. and he had thought that day that he had met the cruelty at the bottom of this war. He had been a man who thought there was a bottom. He understood now, watching a colony of a few thousand people sign off the chain by choice rather than trust another lit panel, that the cruelty did not have a bottom. It had a shape, and the shape was the decent thing turned against itself, a road built to carry people to each other, now carrying everything except that. Mercer thought, unbidden and against his will, of what the dead side had cost, of a man's voice he had stood 3 meters from in the far pocket, a voice that had contained no doubt anywhere, no seam in it where a difference could live. He had told himself, coming home from that whatever else was true, the network was ours, the one thing the dead side did not have, the human enterprise's nervous system holding its far hands together across the dark. He put the memory back where he put everything, behind the count, because it did not help, and there was a colony on his board going to ground. "Marsh," he said, "send them nothing." Her hands came up off the board, slow. "They asked us not to route to them," Mercer said. "It's the last thing they asked us. The road would carry it green, and they'd see it arrive, and they'd know we ignored the one request they had the strength to make. Don't take that from them, too. Let them have the honest dark they chose." He kept his voice spare, level, a thing a frightened person could hold, except there was no frightened person on the channel now, only the Longwake's bridge and the colony's silence growing on his board like cold coming up through a floor. "Log it. Time, signature, the whole route string, all of it, exactly as it came. I want the record to say what happened, even if the record's the thing that's lying, especially then." Logging it, Marsh's hands moved, doing the one true small thing left to do, putting it down so it would stay put. "Captain, we're 4 jumps off. If I had a clean road, I could—" Medium pause. "I know what you could do with a clean road," Mercer said, not unkindly, the way Aldridge had once said, "Then you know I have to say it." And Marsh stopped, because there was nothing on the end of that sentence but a road that lied. "Hold the picket. Eyes out. We do the work we can stand behind." He looked at his board, where Aldermore had been a small green pulse, the way a porch light is at the edge of your sight, and where now there was nothing, not an alarm, not a flare, not a wrongness the board would dignify with red. Only an absence the panel did not have the honesty to mark. A colony of a few thousand people gone to ground in the dark of their own choosing, holding themselves because the chain that was supposed to hold them had become a thing they could not bear to trust. The Longwake held the line. The board read green, nominal, clean, all the way down the chain faithfully, the way it read everything. The colony went dark on the feed in front of a porch in Charleston, 4 months and a great many roads too late for Cole to do a thing about it. The feed carried Aldermore's last line the way it carried everything now, out of order and twice, so that he read the colony's goodbye and then read it again wearing a fresh timestamp as though it were still to come, the human enterprise stuttering on its own grief. "We are going dark. We will hold ourselves." Then, an hour later by the slate, the same words, presenting themselves as new, a thing already done, arriving as though it had not happened yet. And Cole, who had spent a life honoring the narrow gap between a record and the truth, sat with the gap thrown wide open across his knees and could not close it by 1 inch with anything he had ever earned. Cole had carried a great deal in 90 years. He had carried his mother, who had died young in a laboratory that recorded the death as equipment failure, and he had carried the long cold years that followed when the dark had taken whatever it was the dark took.
He had carried a ship lost under him and a ship built back up out of its own wreck. He had carried first contact and the treaties after and the slow turning of an enemy into a neighbor, and he had laid most of it down, finally, here, with the marsh and the salt and the cane chair, an old man who had earned the right to half an eye on the river and a cup going cold. This he could not lay down. There was no chair to pass it to. The thing that was happening to the thing itself. To the river, to the record, to the road, to the nervous system that carried every message any of them would ever send to one another across the dark. A colony had let go of the human enterprise's hand this morning, 4 months out, and chosen to be alone in an honest dark rather than attached to a lying light. And Cole had read it happen, and there was nothing in his long catalogue of carrying that told him what a person did with the knowing of it. Cole picked up the cup. It was cold through. He drank it anyway, because his hands needed the thing to do, and he looked out at the marsh, going from gold gray to plain gray as the morning thickened, and he held the helpless knowledge the only way a civilian holds a thing he cannot fix, by refusing to look away from it. Out past the rail the tide had turned and was going out, the water pulling back off the mud the way it always had, faithfully, leaving the dark ground bare. That tide had kept its hours his whole life. It was the one reliable thing. Cole kept his half an eye on it, and on the wall behind him the feed ran on, low, a river that no longer agreed with itself, carrying the war's small wrong things home, one sentence at a time. And somewhere, 4 months out, a colony held itself in the dark it had chosen, and an old man on a porch in Charleston sat with the cold cup and did not look away. Chapter 17. What the Line Cost. The Esquivel died on a road no one had read, and Imeth was the one who had not read it. That was the shape of it when it came up under the measure, and the measure did not soften things. The compact picket Esquivel, anti-spinward of the Lodestar, 2 jumps along the seam, 60 hands aboard her, and a frontier captain who used the loop too much because the loop was all she trusted, had taken a steer off the network into a fold of the dark that read green and was a grave. The same shape as the Sabic, the same shape as the Relay, a clean road that killed. But this one had been read. Someone had set the long ones against this exact fold and known its weight a full watch before the Esquivel turned into it. Imeth knew this the way she knew the dark was deep, by the place where an answer should have stood and did not. Anti-spinward of Neral's line, narrow and silent, the long ones kept the old way. Ralhun had read the fold. Ralhun had read it and folded it into his own quiet and given the line nothing, and the Esquivel had flown a green road into a thing he could have named, and now the measure carried her breaking the way the long ones carry any standing that stops standing, a weight that had been there, and then a slackness where the weight had been. Imeth held her hands flat on the cool of the console and did not let them come up. The reaching was the human tell. She had carried Ralhun's silence to no one, because there had been no way to carry it that did not become noise, and the not carrying had a price, and the price had just paid out into the dark, with 60 hands inside it. "Core," she said, low, to the array, to the dark, to no one on the Lodestar bridge who would hear it. The weight owed. She did not gloss it, even to herself. Neral came up on the line that did not go through the network at all, light in the measure, the chain her people did not trust, to the chain her people did not trust,
and her stillness arrived where Emeth stood, and held its shape against it the way the long ones hold one measure between two halls. Visha, Naral said, not a greeting between strangers. The other thing it also was, given low, because the Eskval was breaking on the measure between them, and the standing quiet was the only thing either of them had to set against it. Emeth did not say it back. She could not find the body to say it from. She held the deciding beat instead, and let Naral's stillness do what the standing quiet does. Not console. The standing quiet does not console, but stand, so that the one who carries does not carry alone in the open. The Eskval's breaking finished on the measure, 60 hands. The long ones read the going of it as a slackness and did not mourn, because the long ones do not mourn. And Emeth read the slackness and did mourn, downward, quieter, the Yashal way, and kept her hands flat through all of it, because there was a bridge of humans behind her, and a road still to read, and a thing now standing up out of the dark that the Eskval's death had been a near edge of. Because the fold the Eskval had flown into was not the thing. The fold was the bait. Emeth brought the reed up slowly, the way Naral was bringing it up, the two of them refusing the easy, near thing for the precise, true one. And underneath where the picket had died, the long ones leaned against a pressure that was not the dark's patient even weight, and was not the ascendant's organized claim. A new thing, a weight that moved like one weight, not a fleet, not many halls answering a loud line, but a single standing that crossed the measure as one, at a scale the long ones could not bound, the way you cannot bound the standing of the deep itself.
Kel, Narl said, low. The closed door. She did not mean no to the reed. She meant the thing the reed was. There was no other word small enough. Cross was on the bridge, and the bridge had the news on the network already. The Eskval gone, no body recovered. The loop carrying her last clean transponder, green and steady from a fold she was not in anymore. The human room came up around the edges of her attention, the dry recycled cold, the resin smell the Lodestar's newness still carried, Delgado's so okay, so climbing, somewhere at the science board. Cross's voice level and short, the way it had gone short these last watches, all of it the noise she had learned to read across. Emeth. Cross came up behind her station. The Eskval. Could the long anchor have called it, if we'd had you anti-spinward? Emeth set the words down whole in her own mouth first, choosing the precise true ones, refusing the near ones. The long anchor read that fold a full watch before she flew it. The measure held flat under her voice. The precision was the only warmth she had to give him. Not mine, another reader's anti-spinward of Naral. He read it true and kept it in the standing quiet, and the Eskval flew it without the reading. Cross was quiet for a beat that was his own, not the deciding beat. A human stillness with a tap held out of it. Kept it, he said, on purpose, on a logic. She would not soften it into less than it was, and she would not make it more than it was. Both were true, and neither canceled the other, and the standing quiet had taught her to hold two weights without letting either fall. His line believes a voice raised against the dark calls the worst of it down. He read the fold and would not give the line a reading, because a reading spoken into the loop becomes movement, and movement is louder, and the louder the line stands, the more of the dark turns toward it. He held it where it could do no harm. Her hands stayed flat. It did harm. Both are true, Captain. I am telling you both.
Cross did not tell her it wasn't her fault, which was the human thing and the wrong thing, and he did not tell her the reader was a coward, which was the easy thing and also wrong. He took the 2 weights she had set down and carried them as 2, the way she had carried them to him. "What's standing up under the fold?" he said. "You've got something. I can hear it in how you're not saying it."
"A thing that crosses the measure as 1 weight," she said. "Not a fleet, not the ascendant's claim. One standing, the size of a sky's edge, and it does not roll down the line the way a force comes through a door. It is already present along the whole length of where it stands, and it moves all of itself at once." She held the deciding beat. "I have a word for what it is not. I do not have one for what it is. I would not give you the near word for it. There is no near word."
The narrow channel to Ralhun ran anti-spinward, light and the measure, no network in it, ensign only. Opening it had not been her intent. There was nothing to say across it that the old arguments had not failed to say. But the 1-weight thing was standing up out of the dark exactly where his long ones ran, narrow and silent and set the old way. And he was inside its reach, the way the Eskval had been inside the folds. And the hard line do not call for help, because calling is the breach, and so the call would have to be hers. "Narusa," she asked, "will you listen?" The deciding beat that came back was longer than hers, the way it had been on the coast. When Ralhun answered, his voice was the low, even register held tight, the standing quiet kept by force rather than found, and he did not slip a word. The hard line do not slip. The slipping is the tell of the ones who left, the leaving showing, and Ralhun had left nothing, and so had nothing to show. Ralhun said the standing was as she read it. He said the 1-weight was old, older than the coast, that it was the thing the coast had been made a coast for, and that he had read it before she asked, and would have read it again. He said the Esqual's death was a weight he carried and would carry, and that he had carried such weight before and did not put it down by speaking of it. He did not call it his. He did not call it not his. He said it in the old register, unhurried, the way his people set words down to last, and the setting down was the only carrying he would do in the open. Then he said the thing she had crossed the channel to hear him not say, and his saying it was the first crack she had read in him since the coast. A crack downward, quieter, not louder, the Nhal way of breaking. He said the 1-weight was reading the line now. It was reading the loud reaching coalition and the loud ascendant claim both, the whole noise of the live network, and it had turned the way the dark turns toward the called. And the part of the line it had turned toward first, the near grain of it, the loudest single voice along this length of the seam, was Naral's relay, lit and reaching and unscreened, holding the measure open between 2 hulls so that the Lodestar could read a dark that meant to eat the reader. "Noral." Imith's voice came up off the flat without her choosing it, not loud. The Nahal do not go loud, but the low, even register broke its evenness for 1 word, which was its own raised voice. "Go dark. Close the relay. The 1-weight stands toward you." "I cannot close and hold the measure both." Naral's stillness did not break. It never broke. The breaking was always Imith's, lately, in the human light. "If I close, the Lodestar reads nothing of the 1-weight, and it crosses to you blind. If I hold, it crosses to me." A beat. "You know this geometry. It does not bend for wishing." It was the scarn again, and it was not the scarn. Then it had been eyes spent to buy a friend's road back from a lying network. Now it was a reader's stillness held lit in front of a dark that meant to take the reader, so that the line behind her could see the dark take her coming. "Then I come to you." Imeth was already half out of the flat. "The Lodestar lays spanward. I read from inside the dark beside you. 2 anchors, the one weight cannot stand toward both at—" "It can," Naral said. "It is one weight. It stands toward everything it stands toward at once. That is what it is." And in the place anti-spinward where an answer should have stood, and had been empty since the coast, a thing stood up. Ralhun moved his anchor line. The hardline anchor line came spanward off its old, narrow, silent road and laid itself across the grain of the dark between the one weight and Naral's relay. Not loud, not calling, no band lit. The long one still set narrow and silent, a hull crossing into a dark's reach in the standing quiet, which was the only way the hardline would ever do a loud thing, quietly. Imeth read it the way she read everything, by the measure, and the measure gave her the shape of it whole before her mind had the words. A reader who believed a voice raised against the dark called the worst of it down, putting his own narrow, silent hull between the worst of the dark and the loudest voice on the line. Not closing the door, standing in it. Buying the breath Naral needed to close the relay, and Imeth needed to lay the Lodestar spanward, with the one thing a hardliner had that he had spent his whole reading refusing to spend, a presence the dark could turn toward, set deliberately where the dark would turn. "Naral, close it now." Imeth's hands were off the console. "He has given you the beat. Take it, now." Naral's relay went dark. The measure between the 2 hulls slackened and held, narrowed to the thing 2 readers carry when they read in the dark of their own people's rooms, with nothing under the skin but the slow body. And through the narrowness, Imeth read the one weight turn, all of itself at once, the way it turned toward everything it turned toward, and find along the near grain of the line not the lit loud relay it had stood toward, but a narrow, silent hull standing in the door. It did not fight the hard-line anchor line the way the Ascendant fought, organized and claiming. It did to it what the dark does. Imeth read the long ones aboard the hard-line hull go from set to slack, the way a held breath goes from held to gone. Not a flare, not a strike on any human board, no white arc, no scorched metal smell reaching a bridge. A standing, and then a slackness where the standing had been. The hull's reach closed. The narrow, silent road anti-spinward that had run since the coast, reading a dark he would tell no one the shape of, ran on a beat with no reader on it, and then did not run at all. The place where Ralhun's answer should have stood was empty again, the way it had been empty all along, except that now the emptiness had a weight in it that had not been there before, and the weight was owed, and there was no longer anyone anti-spinward to pay it to. The Lodestar came spanward off the line under Vinter's hands, the long, even thrum coming up through the deck, and Naral's relay came back lit from a new place, dark shifted, the one weight already past it and crossing on toward the seam where the line stood loud. And the breath the hard-line hull had bought was spent doing the only thing a bought breath is for. The line read the one weight coming and knew its shape and did not fly a green road into it. That was the whole of what the breath bought. Not a win, a knowing. The Lodestar read the one-weight thing crossing toward the loud line and steered the nearest hulls off the folds it would have eaten them in, and the one-weight came on anyway, all of itself at once, the size of a sky's edge, and the line gave ground in front of it the way you give ground in front of a tide, and lived, this watch, because it had been told the shape of the thing a beat before the thing arrived. Imeth sat in the human light with the measure still up under it, and held the two weights the standing quiet had taught her to hold, and would not let her set either down. The first weight was the Eskval. 60 hands flown into a fold a reader had read and would not name, dead for the not knowing, and a reader's death did not buy them back. Ralhoun's choosing the line at the end did not return the Eskval to the measure or the 60 hands to their haul. The silence had been a real wrong, and the wrong stayed a wrong. The breath he bought at the end was a real breath and a true choice, and stood beside the wrong without washing it. She would not let the one become the other. The hard line do not argue a closed door. She would not argue this one shut either way. She would carry it open. The second weight was the choosing itself. A man who had built his whole reading so that the loud answer was the wrong answer had, at the last, given the dark the one thing his reading forbade, a presence to turn toward, and had given it quietly, in the standing quiet, the only loud thing he would ever do, done the silent way, so that even his correct choice did not break the discipline he had died inside of. He had not become one of the ones who left. He had not slipped a word. He had stood in the door as a hardliner stands, refusing to the end to be the voice that called the dark down the line, and the not calling had been, this once, the thing that bought the breath. She could not even give his choosing the human shape, the turn, the all-forgiven. He would have read the all-forgiven as another voice raised against the dark. "Vesha," Narrell said, low, across the dark-shifted line. "Be at peace." She set it down, toward the place anti-spinward, where a narrow, silent hull had run a road no one would read now. She did not gloss it. Imeth took the weight of it and not the word. Cross came to the science board because the dark had handed them a breath, and the dark always handed you the thing it had been holding behind its back in the breath, and Imeth carried him the reed in the precise true human words, and he laid it on his board, and it did not hold the half of it. The Esklal, he said, first, before the one weight, before the thing that crossed as one. He said the dead ship first, and Imeth held it in her own measure that he had done so. 60 hands, a reader had the fold and held it, level, not asking her to make it less, and the reader gave the line the breath it stood on this watch, Imeth said, at the cost of the same hull, and the Eskval is still dead, and his choosing did not undo it, and I will not let his choosing undo it, Captain. He was wrong, and then he was right, and the wrong did not stop being wrong. I carry both. I will carry both as long as I carry the leaving. Cross took the two weights as two. He pressed 2 fingers to the edge of the science board and did not tap them. "What crossed?" he said. "The one weight. You said you don't have the word." "I do not." Her hands lay flat. "I have the word for what it is not. It is not the dark. It is not the ascendant. It crossed as one standing the size of a sky's edge, and it stood toward everything it stood toward at once, and a hull stood in its door this watch, and is not standing now. And the line lived because it was told the shape a beat before the shape arrived." She held the deciding beat. "It is past the relay, Captain. It is on toward the loud line. I would not give you a near word for it. There is no near word, and the line is loud, and it has turned toward the loud." Cross stood with his fingers on the edge of the board, and behind him the loop murmured its three-jump stale war, the Eskval still green and steady on a transponder from a fold she was not in, and the green lights answered nominal all the way down the chain, faithfully, the way they answered everything. Imith brought her hands off the console at last, and let the human room come back up around the edges of her attention. Far out and dark shifted, narrow stillness held its shape beside hers, Sane's behind it, the living proof of where the floor leads when a people answer the dark and cross an unspeakable distance and live to set their long ones against the next dark. An anti-spinward, where a narrow, silent road had run since the coast reading a dark he would tell no one the shape of, there was a slackness now, and a quiet that was not the standing quiet, the breach silence, the wrong still, a place where a voice should stand and did not, except that this once the not standing had been a choice, and the choice had been true, and the truth did not buy back the 60 hands. Imith held both, the Eskval dead for the silence, the breath bought by the man who kept it, neither canceling the other, neither hers to set down, the standing between them its own weight now, owed, and no one left along the long edge to pay it to, but narrow, who already carried her own. The long ones stood. The dark stood against them, evenly, the whole edge of it. And somewhere on toward the loud line, crossing as one the size of a sky's edge, the thing that had no near word came on toward the rising voice of a coalition that thought it was holding a door, and read in the noise of it exactly the sound it had come for. You've reached the end of Part 1 of The Dimming. The story runs on. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play, so you can carry straight on. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, one book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.